2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Stengolm, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN. Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Hola, señoras and señores. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Interlagos for the fourth round of the EEWC here at GTR24H. My name's Chris Buxton and I'll be your commentator throughout this 12 hours of this glorious Brazilian tarmac. Well, we've had practice, we've had qualifying, we're just having one final warm-up and Alistair Young is deciding to mow the lawn on the exit of Junxiao in the LMP2. Now, we do have a little bit of a smaller grid than we're used to, but we will have no less racing action. Don't you worry about that, as our competitors will get into the session and get ready to roar. As we've got a practice session just rolling out at the moment, as you can see on the screen. Alistair Young in the SEM 9 axle car. We didn't see the SEM 9 axle LMP2 leading car yesterday in qualifying, so they will be starting near the back. In a 12-hour race, it's not going to make a huge amount of difference, let's be honest, but we are in for an amazing time at Interlagos nonetheless. Very, very much looking forward to that. Let's have a rundown of our championship standings before we have a look at the grid order. And there is the SEM 9 axle car in all its glory. working its way through, doing what practice laps they can before the lights go out. Right, DPI first of all. Let's bring up the fastest of the bunch, and it's burst up top with a mighty lead, 80 points to the good for them, and ahead of the Unison car on 48 points. So I mean, it's very much burst to lose. It's going to be very difficult. With 75 points still on the board, it's not insurmountable, but they'd have to suffer some pretty catastrophic luck to have this one slip away from them. So Unison second, Adrenaline third, Sam 9 Axel, like I said, we didn't see them in the qualifying session. They currently sit in fourth in the DPI class, and so we haven't seen their DPI car thus far, with the Viaducton squad at the bottom of the field in fifth place. LMP2. And there is the championship leading 7-9 Axel team, a joint with the Burst Esports Gooder car that Damien Scoveron was in earlier on. And now we did see the Burst car, as we said, we didn't see the 7-9 Axel car. So will that lack of practice hurt them? We will see. We will see. We will see if that is the case. And then Deuces in third position. They put on a really strong show yesterday. So look forward to seeing what they can do. Then the 77 Team Iris cars in fourth, with Cyberlinks in fifth, and second Team Iris car we've only seen the once thus far in the number 7 car in sixth position. For the GTE contingent, let's have a look at our GTEs when the graphic doth change. And there it is. It's Deuces up top with a very healthy lead over DIS Sim Racing Lab, and Voice of Polesny pulling out an absolute lap of the gods with the final half an hour of qualifying. Sat in the garage, particularly in the second session, as he did in both sessions, both the daylight and nighttime qualifying session, just left it to the last and bang, put in an absolutely storming lap in the first one. It took him a while to get the top spot in GTE in the second one, but he managed to do it. DIS Sim Racing Lab second, Mugen, we didn't see Mugen yesterday, in third, then MCM 4, and Mastaro Pescara in fifth, Unison 6, ID Sim Sport 7, and the second MPE Mastaro Pescara car in 8th position, a little way further down. And then finally our GT3s. Let's bring them up now. It's up top by Volanti at the moment. Volanti racing by Esdex Sports, but not by much over the CKR cars. So it was a bit of a shame we didn't see them during the week. I would love to see them take part in this race. Obviously, the Brazilian Blazing car would be very, very strong here, I would think. But well, I said, we haven't seen them, but not sure they're going to be taking part in today's race. Then Glam Racing, I'm told there's a bit of drama going on between Glam Racing and Volanti. Whether that's just feeding me information to keep me excited, I don't know. So I'm going to be in the box for all 12 hours solo, so you have been warned. B32, sadly we didn't see them in the qualifying session. They sit in fourth, just 1 point behind Glam Racing, and 1 point ahead of Mugen, who also we didn't see yesterday. Then Gadget Huset and Teleforeningen, we said we didn't see the 188 car either in yesterday's qualifying session. So how does the grid look? Now, as a reminder for those that are unfamiliar with the series, the qualifying session is split into two different 2-hour sessions. We have one in the daylight and one in the darkness. So, and that can really affect how the car behaves, particularly with the update that's happened recently to R-Factor 2 and particularly the tyre performances. So a lot of drivers were really noticing the differences there. So let's have a look at our starting order then. And I should take out cars that we are fairly certain are not taking part in the race today. So, on the front row, also as a reminder, these are in qualifying order by time, not by class. So we will have all 4 classes intermixed with one another, which I personally quite prefer. It's the Burst Esports pair on the front row. The DPI, not by much, 0.3 of a second ahead of its LMP2 brethren. I personally am not 100% sure who the starting drivers are for each team. We will see that when we get down to the grid itself. Then it is Juices on row 2 in the number 15 LMP car, alongside I'm trying to think. I was just trying to think. Somebody had cramp in their foot. I think that was the Glam Racing guy that had cramp. One of their drivers had cramp in the qualifying session. Then it's the next DPI car, the Unison number 17, is behind the Juicy's number 15 on row 2. Then it's the first of our GTEs. It's the Juicy's car, number 74, Wojciech Polesny, the sole qualifier of that car yesterday. Again, just storming performance, particularly in the first qualifying session. Put the number 74 on the top spot in GTE and on row 3 overall, alongside the MPE Musto Pescara Porsche, number 53. Then it's the DIS Sim Racing Lab car, the number 45 Porsche, starting on row 4, alongside the beautiful 717 Unison Racing BMW. That livery's grown on me. I was a little bit hesitant on that livery, I must be honest, at the beginning of the season, but that's grown on me, that car, as the time has gone on. Then it's the number 27, the MCM Motorsport Aston Martin, in 9th place on row 5, alongside the 585 car with the lead of the GT3s. That's the Azatec Simsports by Valencia Racing Audi. Beautiful red and black car with its various splits ready to do battle. Alicia Neto was the nighttime qualifier for that one. Oh no, we did see Alexander Sesha actually as the session went on. 404, there's the Glam Racing Audi. Now, they were very, very close together for a lot of the qualifying session, so expect them to be hot on each other's heels as we now come down to row 6. Then it's the 777 Gadget Husik car, the Corvette in 12th position. Then it's the 166, the ID Simsport car in P13, so the GT car struggled a bit in qualifying. Then it's the number 21 in P14, the Sen 9 Axle, the championship leading LMP2. There at the back because they didn't take part in qualifying, so it's great to see them on board. We've seen Alistair Young already doing some laps out there for the 4-driver car, so number 21 will be at the tail end of the field. That is our 14-car grid for the 12 hours of racing that we have. Now, if you hear me suddenly stop, it's because I'm hearing an announcement, and unfortunately I'm not very good at talking while somebody else is talking in my ear. Being I'm flying solo, that distraction will occur, so apologies. Also, you will see me grab a drink from time to time, so sometimes I will need to do that in between each in between my sentences. Again, apologies for that, which I realise is not the greatest thing to see whilst on the broadcast, but as I am flying solo, I make no apologies for it. Well, I do. I've already said it. Oh, where's the Unison car gone? He's doing the Kimi Räikkönen line. He's gone lost. We are advancing to the warm-up session now. So there was a free practice session. There was a free practice session that was running, and there is now a 15-minute warm-up session. So this will be the final check for our cars to get out there to make sure everything's working and seeing if they need to change them. They can't really make any alterations to the setup. All they can do is just make sure the wheels are working, make sure that the pedals are working, which sounds daft, but we've all had it as sim racers. You put in all the time to practice, and then your hardware just decides, you know what, I don't fancy it today, and just nope, just decides to sit down and have a break. Straight out comes the 45 EIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche. Now that's the one thing when we're not certain who is driving at any one time unless we are told. So I will be keeping an eye on messages. So any team that are watching, you are very welcome to feed me messages through Discord. And well, there's an exciting weather broadcast. Interlagos has got clear skies. Oh, rain! Look at that, miles away, but it's up there. Look, there it is. Brazil knows what rain is. They have a rainforest, that is true. It's very true, but not in Interlagos, not in Sao Paulo, they don't. That would be slightly off, trying to drive in between trees. But either way, enough silliness. Actually, no, there will not be enough silliness. I'm here on my own, and I'm going to try and entertain as best I can. There's going to be a fair amount of daft moments I absolutely pursue. Now, as mentioned, the DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche is the one team we do not know who is behind the wheel. And the reason why we don't know where they are, who they are. We know where they are, they're there. We can see them. We don't know who's behind the wheelies because, unlike the rest of the teams, the DIS Sim Racing Lab are all in one building, so the driver physically gets out of the rig and the next driver gets into it, as opposed to all the other teams where the game handles the driver changeover because one driver's in their own home and etc. etc. Well, they're all in their own home. That's why we don't know who the DIS Sim Racing Lab car is, because as far as the server is concerned, it's one driver, which we know it isn't. Well, unless it is, and they're mad if they try and do the entire 12 hours on their own, they'd be absolutely bonkers. But you never know. I've seen stranger things happen. So they're out there at the moment. Not many cars have come out to have a look at the warm-up. Who has? The DIS car has. Angel Benegas in the MCM Motorsport 27 has come out, along with Callum Wilson. It was Callum Wilson who had cramp during qualifying. He suddenly had to hand the car over to Jaka Kowalski during qualifying. He still set some pretty damn good lap times, in fairness. But yeah, that can't be fun, having cramp in your right foot whilst going through the motions. Coming down through Junshao now. Again, I will have to check messages whilst I am obviously talking to yourselves. Okay, I'm just catching up with some more messages here. So each driver, or each team I should say, is allowed to make 6 cut tracks during the race. If they make more, the server will automatically give them a penalty. If the car has all 4 wheels outside the white line several times during the race, race control will give the following penalties. So the server will give automatic penalties as well as race control, which will be with us throughout the entire 12 hours. They may choose to give a drive-through, 10-second stop and go, a 30-second stop and go, a 60-second stop and go, and then successive 60-second stop and go. So you will start with drive-through, then 10, then 30, then 60, and on and on and on until they do as they're supposed to do, basically. Also, enjoy the race. We hope that at various points that our drivers do actually enjoy the race. Well, we hope they enjoy it throughout the race, indeed. So there we go. We will remind our drivers of that as well, and also I'll get informed, or hopefully get informed of penalties as they are served, or I can contact our race control directly and ask them. Oh dear, Robert Pound. That's now Robert Pound did a fantastic effort in qualifying yesterday, managing to get his car stuck on the outside of, I'm trying to remember what it was. I think it was Bica de Pato, although I want to say it was actually at the S's before that. Either way, it was at the kind of at the crest of that middle field section. It was either at the S's, which is just after Laurangina and Ferradura, or at the Bica de Pato. It was one of the two. He'd gone too wide. He'd done it quite well because he'd gone quite some way off the track and just wedged his car essentially under the tyre barrier, and it took quite a while for him to dig himself out. He got saved by Tom Olmeninger in the burst car, I believe, before he was able to get back out there and get on with the job. So, I'm looking at who's with us. Looks like all the cars that have qualified, plus one, plus the 79X car, are now with us, which is great to see. So 2 DPIs, 3 LMP2s, 3 GT3s, and 6 GTEs. Now, generally, it's the GT3s that give us a really close racing, but I think our GTEs are going to be very, very good as well. Not taking it away from our LMPs and DPIs, but the pace difference in our 2 DPIs particularly was quite big. There was kind of a couple of seconds a lap difference between the Unison number 17 and the Burst number 18. So there's the team known as Happy Racing, or they've joined us as Happy Racing. It's Alex Sesha in the Azatec car. It's good that they're happy. We want happy drivers. All gone off the road is Callum Wilson, so he's exploring the track limits again. Well, now's the time to do it. Now see Zesha really. Wow, look at him on the steering lock he has to put in. That's quite impressive. And then lots of wheel soaring as he's gliding the Volanti Racing Audi down through the center S's. Goodness me. Oh, my good, Callum's trying to escape. No, he's not going to go out that way. We've seen the 404 Glam Racing Audi shed its rear wing a few times in the last few days, so that's not the fastest way of ever dealing with things. Damien Scovron, good to see him back with us once again. He is currently in control of the number 94. See how he is able to do in the race. They were certainly fairly close to the number 15 Juices car, but as I said, we didn't have the number 21, the 79 Axel car that Nakib Aslan is currently piloting of. Yes, he is. He's out there on track at the moment, the number 21. Excuse me. So we don't know how the 79 car stacks with the Burst and the Juices car. Being that the 79 car is championship leader, although not by very much, we would think that we're in for quite a close battle, but 12 hours is a long time to be in close combat with, so we'll see. There is Nakib Aslan in control of the number 21. I think it was around there that now that's speaking to Pato, that barrier ends a bit too soon, so no, it wasn't there that the Juices car got themselves stuck, so it must have been the chicane, the hairpin before that, which would be the S's, or just after Ferradura, so it must have been there. Because that barrier ended pretty much where I thought the Juices car was stuck. Out of curiosity, what time does... I was going to say, what time does Aslan get on the board? Whoa! Ricardo Pera in the 53 Mistura car. This is a replay of an incident. He hasn't had a slow-mo crash. That would be quite impressive. But nope, he's... another discarded rear wing. There's a fair amount of souvenirs for the Orange Army, the Marshals out there. So... Presumably Ricardo Pera has got himself going again. That's never ideal, but he's managed to get going. As the sim racing car had a moment. Yes, they've had the tail getting lively coming up the hill there, but manages to keep it on the straight and narrow. Nicely done. So, again, when we were talking to Yusuf bin Sahel during the practice session, he always assumed it was one specific member of the DIS Sim Racing Lab driver crew that was in there, and I've forgotten who he said he was. I've forgotten which driver he said was always in there. Oh, yellow flag for Ricardo Pera again, but I think he's probably gone into the pit lane a bit hot. We saw a few pit lane incidents yesterday, but only after the session had ended, in fairness. So, although in fairness, we did see a few kind of sideways moments that were a little bit interesting to see, but Michi Hoyer had the absolute creme de la creme of pit lane moments, going backwards into the pit lane after the session had finished on fire. I mean, there's got to be something said for style points for Michi Hoyer. Not that being on fire is generally the best way of conducting yourself, but like I say, the Burst car was quite some way in, the fastest of the two DPI cars, and the session had finished, so they can set the car on fire all they like. It'll reappear quite nicely in the second session, which it did. As we look at the DIS car, going through their warm-up, quite a few cars have now come out to just take advantage of the last 5 minutes of qualifying. There's Damien Scavron just coming out of the pits, the 94 Burst Esports car, out of the pit lane. No immediate traffic for him to deal with. Who's on a time lap? The DIS car is on a time lap, we think. No, they've done a lap, so... oh dear, Nakib Aslan's had a problem in the 79 Axel car, so he's just had to return himself back to the pit lane. Just saw a yellow flag next to his name. Alex Sesher has done a lap of 33.2 on the board, but that's not close to their qualifying time. There's more time. There we go, 32.2. Oh, that's why Angel Benegas had a yellow flag, as he introduced himself rather violently to the 79 Axel car. Truth alive. Oh dear. So that would be Nakib Aslan in the LMP car. Oh no! So the MCM car was trying to get out of one person's way and just dropped himself right in the way. That was Benegas, that unfortunately didn't anticipate there being an LMP2 car bearing down on him straight out of the pit lane. That is really unfortunate. Really, he was trying to do the right thing and ended up doing completely the wrong thing. Well, the best thing he could have done there was stayed on the racing line and backed out a little bit. But then, in fairness, Aslan should have kind of backed off a little bit. Didn't need to kind of barrel out of the pit lane like that. Okay, I was just listening to a race announcement there. That's why I suddenly went quiet. Oh, that goes on the live stream. So I wasn't actually certain if that one was actually being broadcast, but I was listening into that as well. That's our Big White Chief, John Fabricius Terrell, explaining there might be a bit of a delay to the start of the race, but we'll mitigate that as much as we can. If there is going to be a delay, basically the warm-up session will be restarted, basically. So we'll see what happens there. Peter Vagapov, we didn't see you in the Unison car yesterday. So we'll see how he can do in the number 17 car, just working his way down through the corners up towards the Bica de Pato. There is the Unison team. All 5 drivers ready to do battle for Unison, down through Mugello, down into Junshao, and then back up the hill again. As I mentioned yesterday, the undulation change is huge, or changes, because it's up and down in Interlagos. It's a very hilly circuit. Is that a time lap for Vagapov? Last one was, so, and this one's going to be 1:21.0 last time. Improvements? 1:21.035, so consistent, if nothing else. Yuri Makiyalpi or Jopi, I'm not indeed certain how that's pronounced, apologies there. So the number 74 Juice's car. So Wojtek Polesny has actually let somebody else play with the toys. There's Damien Skovron in the number 94. And just coming through. I was trying to not need a track map, but it looks like I'm going to need to. So I was trying to do the pronunciations properly, but no, I can't do it. I'm English, I don't do foreign moves. Oh yes, that's true. Yusuf bin Suhail made a unique track map with different corner names. I might try and get hold of that as the session continues. Juha Maki Jalpi then in the 74. Oh, that looks very, very loose. Coming down through the center S's. So there you go. Wojtek Polesny, Tommy Jansen, Yuri Babasa, Roy De Munich, and of course Yuri Maki Jalpi. Just bringing that car to a halt and returning that one to the pits. So not sure what time he was able to. Well, he did 22. No, he didn't. He did. Where is he? 30.7 was his last set time. Again, not sure how representative that is of his overall performance, but we will see as the time goes on. So this session coming to an end in about 20 seconds' time. Now, as was explained by John Fabricius Terrell, that we might have a bit of a delay to the start of the session. We will see. And there we go. So grid is set, and we will be starting. Ready or not, here we come. The practice session clock has hit 0. Warm-up session, I should say, has hit 0. And now any laps out there will be allowed to finish within reason. Yellows in sector 2 and 3, I think we can fairly well ignore those at this point. Now, is Damien Skovron going to complete his lap or come into the pits? That's always the difficulty with Interlagos, is you never know whether they're going to finish or bail on their laps. And that was a 1... Never mind. The time reset before I had a chance to read what the time was. Well. For all the talking that's been done, we've had the practice, we had the qualifying. Let's head to commercial before we head to the race.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flicks, Motorvision.tv, Sten Goldman, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the start of the EEWC round number 4 here at Interlagos. So, as you can see, the safety car is just bringing the field around the final turn. Final major turn, which is Junshao. So, we will be getting this race underway. Practice and qualifying are now done, and then it's going to be 12 hours of action here around the Sao Paulo Classic. So, the Burst pair run off into the distance, or will they be challenged? DPI and LMP on the front row for the Burst squad. The safety car has pulled in. It is time to get this race underway. Of course, they need to time it properly. The green flag doth wave on the marshal post on the left-hand side, and we are away. We are racing here in Interlagos. The drivers don't realise it. There we go. There they realise it. Why on earth were they so slow? I'm not sure on that one. But must have been blame the lights man. He wasn't sure what was going on there. But either way, the Michi Hoyer didn't need another invitation of that. But in fairness, Naki Razlan was very quick to capitalise on that and start to get the Sem9 Asuka up a couple of positions. It looks like everybody has survived. Doesn't look like we've had any major incidents just yet, as the field now start to work their way through the corners for the first time in anger. Now, yes, it's a 12-hour race. Yes, they need to be patient, but again, racing instinct will always kick in. It'll always be there to try and do the best they can in the positions they are. So the two Burst cars are up front. As we identified yesterday, the DPIs obviously have the straight line benefit of being the more powerful class, but in that second sector in particular, the LMP car can be a good half a second quicker in that sector alone. So that's why Damien Scoffron is able to hang on to the back of Michi Hoyer. Robert Pound is right behind. There is Naki Razlan, so the Sem9 Asuka carving his way through the field quite nicely. That's the Gadget Houston BMW Corvette that is just coming past, so that is up into 12th position overall now of our 14 starting cars. So screaming, sorry, that's 10th now, excuse me. So continuing to work its way through the field. There is the top 4 cars. So both DPIs and 2 LMPs. So Robert Pound in the Juices car has not fallen away too far. There's our GTE field. On board with the Glam Racing 404 GT3 of Callum Wilson. Now, the performance in the GT cars is not so drastically different. The GTE cars are a little bit quicker. You'll see that a lot actually coming through Decided de Lago, that turn 4. A lot of people just running wide and kicking up a bit of dust. Doesn't mean they're flying off the road, doesn't mean they're incurring an off-track penalty. It just seems to be the chosen line. As again, we look at Damien Skovron keeping fellow Burst driver Michi Hoyer company there. They're not going to be challenging each other. There's no point. They're in 2 different classes. They're not going to gain anything by having an argument. But it'll be a good fun race if the LMP car can really hustle the DPI car. Not so good if they take each other off, however. Max Bunovic, who did pretty well, he actually put the Unison Racing BMW into the GTE pole for a period of time. And was, I think in the end, was the 2nd fastest car in the night qualifying session for a period of time, until Wojciech Polesny then finally showed up in the in the evening session. But Skovron, you can see this is where the DPI is a little bit stronger. Oh, that's loose. That's very, very loose coming into Decided de Lago. Robert Pound going for a wonder, as well as Peter Vagapov in the Unison Racing number 17. The 79 Axel car is about 20 seconds behind here, so that's how much time they've lost working their way through the field. But either way, it's great to see the same 9 Axel car is now with us. There is Max Bunovic in 4th place in the GTEs. 3 GT3 cars not far behind either or. Oops, as we see, that was Ricardo Pera, I think, just dipping a wheel onto the grass there. Little bit of breathing space there from Juha Makiapi in the 74 Deuces Motorsports car, riding on board now with the DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche, keeping fellow Porsche number 53 for company, Ricardo Pera directly ahead of him. As we now come through the Peronino and up towards the Bica de Pato. It's the off-board and on-board shots. We can see, beg your pardon, the off-board shot is looking at the lead of the 2 Porsches, the Ricardo Pera number 53 and the DIS we're riding on board on the right-hand pane of the DIS Sim Racing Lab number 45, with the Unison Racing 717 BMW directly behind, which I think was described as a boat to go through the corner bits, but in a straight line is fairly handy. Now, is the number 45 going to try and make a move on Ricardo Pera? Well, Ricardo Pera felt the need to defend. Oh, interesting. So the 2 Porsches not wasting any time in having an argument for 2nd in the GTEs, because we've got a very, very long way to go yet. But either way, they are ready and raring to get on with it. And the BMW right behind them is still hanging on in there. Angel Benegas in the MCM 27 Aston Martin is a little way back. You can see on the left-hand shot there that the Aston is quite close to the GT3s. Alexander Sesha for the 585 Acertec car is right on his case. The Porsches really do look ready to do battle at this point. The Deuces car has got himself a little bit of breathing space, around about a second-ish. Ooh, that's not an ideal line for Ricardo Pera there. Coming into the S's, or SA as it's called. It's big move there on the inside of Bica de Pato for the number 45. He looked like he'd been trying to set that up for a while. And here comes the Unison BMW looking to get involved. And that's allowing the Deuces car to get a bit more space. So here it is again. So you see that the line of the 45 car of Ricardo Pera was, the 53 car was slightly compromised, which would have slowed him down a little bit, but that was just a big outbraking move by the DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche to gain that 2nd place. Is the BMW going to be able to make a move though? That car's a bit more tricky to maneuver. Great in a straight, or better in a straight line, but not so hot in the corners. And of course, Interlagos does not play into that kind of mindset. But either way, that BMW is nailed to the back of Ricardo Pera at the moment. Max Bunovic trying to find a way through. Now, is he going to do so here, or is he going to bide his time? Riding on board with the 717. You see the Porsche just has a bit of an edge initially out of the corners than the BMW does. But even still, Ricardo Parra went to that defensive line and just shut the door on Max Bunnevic there. And look at the gap that the DIS car has now got. Max had a look on the inside line coming out through Larangina, but again, that door got very much shut. Sorry, Ferragura first and then Larangina, but that door got shut straight in his face, so couldn't do anything about it. Remains in 4th position at the moment. So this first initial phase is always good fun when you have the, all the cars jostling for position. But of course, they will settle into their rhythms as time goes on. Again, not a great line there from Parra on the exit of the Bica de Pato, but it was enough to keep the BMW at bay. Overtaking is quite tricky in Interlagos, although going onto the grass almost does Bunnevic to get alongside the Porsche. Can he out-drag Ricardo Parra before they get up towards the first turn? Not quite. The Porsche just getting the drive he needs on the exit of Zhengzhou to just fend off the BMW there. But look up front, the DIS Sim Racing Porsche is already on the back of Mako Joppi in the Juices car in the lead of the GTE class. Now Bunnevic held on very tightly to the line there, coming through the center S's. Again, Parra going for that defensive line. That is, at this stage, that is just slowing them down. That's not going to help. And Parra, again, has got a little bit wide open the door for Bunnevic. He's gotten alongside, but he's going to have the outside line for Ferragura and Larangina. And that is probably going to hand the advantage back to the Porsche. Bunnevic staying in there, though. Can he ring this one around the outside? Oh, big move. Can he keep it on the black star? Just about. Bare effort, but too deep into the S's to make that move stick. So Bunnevic is really piling the pressure on. Ricardo Parra doesn't quite have the pace he needs at this stage, I think, to keep the BMW at bay. But we will see. He might find a little bit more, but you can see constantly defending against his attackers, whoever that may be. The picture-in-picture, that's Michi Hoyer, our race leader, the number 18 DPI car. Has now got himself about 4-second gap over the sister car, the LMP2, number 94, currently in the hands of Damien Scovron. And he's already going to be facing traffic, which is not necessarily a criticism to the slower cars. It's just because the lap is so short as the DIS Porsche very, very quickly into turn 1 onto the back of the number 74 of Juices Motorsports. Now, here we go again. The lead of the GTEs and the last of the podium spots in GTEs being fought again. Porsche and BMW side by side, but again the Porsche just gets enough drive on the exit of the center curves. But a big late braking move there from Bunnevic. Can he get it slowed down? Yes, he does. He manages to get the BMW up into third, but now it's going to be advantage Porsche because the Porsche is a little bit stronger in the twisty bits. But Bunnevic manages to hold on. So that is Unison now up into third position in the BMW. Nicely done. And it does look like just on the brakes, on corner entry, that BMW's really got a bit of a march on the 53 car. But it's on corner exit where the Porsche really seems to have the advantage over the BMW. There's the lead of the GT3s, the Happy Racing, as he's called in Discord. The 585, sorry, Alexander Sesha is now being hustled by the leader. That's Michi Hoyer in the Burst DPI, just coming past now. And again, doing the right thing, staying predictable for the faster car to come past. Standard rules of multi-class racing apply. If you're the car being lapped, you need to stay predictable. Don't jump out of the way. Don't try and help the lapping maneuver happen. The way you can help it is by staying predictable. Stay on your racing line and let the faster car plan their move as the DIS Porsche gets very, very squiggly. And like so, we've just seen Michi Hoyer come past. You missed who he just came past there. So riding on board with Michi here, you can see he's got that's the DIS car and the Juices car are already ahead of him. So there's the face of concentration as well on Michi Hoyer. So as he's approaching the two cars ahead of him, he'll make the plan to make the move way before he gets there. He's even done it before we've had a chance to come back to his car. He's already gotten past them on the run up towards Ferragura. But what he doesn't want to do is someone just at the last second to get off the racing line directly into his path. That's why the slower car needs to stay on the racing line and be predictable. This is what the faster cars will always want from the people that are coming past. Back to the DIS car. Here comes the Burst LMP2 car. Damien Scovron on the inside line. And there again, in the background, you've actually got the Deuce's LMP, Robert Pound, doing the same thing. So he's planned his moves. Of course, the faster car has to get off the racing line to make the move. But if the car being passed tries to help and get off the racing line at the wrong moment, you're both going to tangle. So that's why the GT cars just need to sit still and let the faster ones come past. Oh, that's a lock up there. That was Peter Vagapov in the number 17 car. That's my doorbell, in case you wonder what that is. So someone at my door not realizing I'm working. Either way, hopefully you can't hear my dogs also joining in with the chimes. There we go. So Peter Vagapov with a bit of a moment. Not ideal in the first quarter of an hour of the race. So as we look at the DIS car still hustling the back of the Deuce's car, and the person ringing the doorbell still doesn't realise I'm working. So this is Peter Vagapov. So he's locked up his brakes coming into turn 1. Now the DIS car was absolutely right. It stuck to its line and remained predictable. Unfortunately, there was just a slight misjudgment there from Peter Vagapov. It's the posting. The postman couldn't realise. The postman trying to get my attention because there's a parcel, but I've just given them a thumbs up out the window. There's Michi Hoyer. That's not Michi Hoyer, beg your pardon. That's Alexander Sescher that we're looking at. There's Michi Hoyer's car on the left, but that's Alexander Sescher on the right. There we go. That's Alexander Sescher's car. So it can be a bit. It can be a bit unnerving when you are the slower car, and generally I know because I am usually the slower car. Even if I'm in the faster class, I'm usually the slower car. When you've got someone barreling past you, it can be a little bit unnerving. You just have to hold your line. You don't so much ignore that they're there because you can't just drive into them, but you just have to be mindful of the line they are looking to take and drive sensibly according to where they're going to go. And now look at this. There's at the top of the shot there, you can see the Unison 717 car, Max Bunovic, having gotten past the Porsche of Ricardo Pera, who's there. He's now got himself. Let's have a look at the gap. What's the gap now looking like between the two? That's about 1.6 seconds. So now he's gotten clear of the Porsche. He's now. Oh, that's close. that was very close between the Porsche and the Aston there of Malky Yopi. Again, I'm saying that differently every time I say it. I wholeheartedly apologise. I will get it right eventually. What have we got a replay of here? So this is the Porsche getting a bit, getting a bit up close and personal with the Aston Martin. Oh, okay. So that's the. That's where it all culminated in a very, very close moment between nose and tail. So that was, I think that was the Burst. I think it was Scofron in the Burst car. Yes, I think it would have been. Just threading the needle through the GTE cars. Huh? Oh, that was Aslan. Oh, that was the 79 Axle car. Just working its way through the course because the 79 Axle car still has them time to gain. And still the Porsche is just holding its line behind the Aston at the moment, and now the BMW is starting to get a bit closer. So the GTEs, there was GTE 123, it's very, very close right now. And well, in fairness, it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Ricardo Perez not that far behind. He's only 1.5 seconds off the back of Max Bunovic at the moment. So the 4 of our 6 GTEs are in close succession. So it was actually Michael Pedersen in the ID SimSport car that's out of position. He's behind the GT3s, unfortunately. It's been a bit of a struggle for the ID SimSport team. They really couldn't get a consistent lap in during qualifying, so they do find themselves somewhat out of sorts. The GT3s are kind of equidistant spread apart at the moment, with Alexander Sescher in the 585 Azatec car. It's about 3.2 seconds ahead of Callum Wilson in the Glam Racing Audi, who themselves are about 4 seconds ahead of Karl Likegaard in the 777 DSR Gadget Cruising Corvette. But GTEs, as you can quite clearly see, are very, very close together. To say they're battling is probably a bit of an exaggeration. They're just going through the motions at the moment. So we will see then if that culminates in an actual fight. And if it does, it is going to help Ricardo Perez in the Mastaro car to close in. Oh, there's other DIS going for a bit of a move, bit of a locker. They're coming into turn one. I've got my drink in my hand, ready to take a swing there. And the Porsche said, no, I'm going to have a go for the lead here, but doesn't quite pull it off. Now, was that an attempt at a move, or was that him out breaking himself? I would imagine it was a move. He's now got it done on the run down towards Tessini Del Lago. That is the GTE lead, now in the hands of the DIS Sim Racing Lab. Mika Yoppi could not do anything about that one. Try as he may, he could not keep the Porsche behind. Now the BMW, very large in the rear view monitor. Oh, the Aston! Oh, I thought Mika Yoppi there was going to try and make a move back on the Porsche at the possible worst time. Now, this is going to be interesting, because if the Aston's going to start to try and argue with the Porsche, they're going to be defending and counterpunching. If they want to do this for 12 hours, I'm game. Absolutely, I'll have this. One, they'll be exhausted, two, my throat will be barren. But hell, what a way for it to go. They are being pretty good in their racing conduct. In fairness, as the Porsche one's a little bit too wide, coming through Zheng Xiao, and that's going to aid the Aston staying up close. Here comes Bunovic. Is he going to try and make the move, or is he going to stay there? Then you've got the Porsche right behind, who's gained a couple of tenths. Ricardo Perez on the trio ahead of him. And again, the more they kind of hold each other up, the more the Porsche could get involved. As in the inside line goes Mac Bunovic. A pretty straightforward move for the BMW. Can he hold it? That's going to compromise him a little bit coming through the center S's. Here comes the Aston Martin, almost on the grass, but does indeed make it stick. So it's very much the same trio, but reversed now from a couple of laps ago. The Porsche now leading the way from the BMW, and the Aston in third. So three different manufacturers, with Ricardo Perez in the next Porsche, just less than 1.5 seconds behind now, as they continue their merry way. There is the Unison squad, with, of course, Max Bunovic being he was the one that qualified the car in the darkness hours. It was Zakharov that qualified the car during the daylight hours of yesterday's sessions. And already, Max Bunovic is looking keen on challenging that DIS car for the GTE lead. So he's already got himself a bit of a gap between himself and Maki Yoppi. Or Yoppi, again, not 100% sure how that's pronounced. But this lap hasn't gone brilliantly well for the Aston Martin. That could drop him into the clutches of Ricardo Perez in the Porsche. And then you got a little bit further back, Angel Benegas in the 27 MCM car, about 4 seconds back from this particular crew. You can just see him at the top of the shot there. Into turn one. BMW still keeping the Porsche honest, but a little bit more spread out now. As I said before, the corner exit is where the Porsche seems a little stronger, but that could be down to the setup differences between the Porsche we were talking about at the time, which is the Musto Pescara number 53. I might just stick to car numbers, easier to say. The Musto Pescara number 53. It was the BMW, was the Porsche we were talking about before, when they were challenging the 717 Unison car. So their setup could be a little bit different to the DIS car. But either way, it looks like we're now, I was going to say we were settling into a bit of a rhythm, but the DIS car is now under a bit of pressure from Max Bunovic. As they're coming through the twisty bits, the part of the track I thought the BMW would be weakest. But Max seems to be really making it work, and Max did a great job, as I said, in the evening qualifying session yesterday. Really got some pace out of that BMW, which again could be down to setup changes they made after the daylight qualifying session. So, you know, bit of column A, bit of column B, you could argue. But whatever they've done, it is certainly working, as Bunovic now right on the tail of the number 45 car. Now, is he close enough to make a move? He's certainly close enough to get a bit of slipstream coming down the start-finish straight and towards turn one. but not close enough. It was around about 7/10 when he hit the brakes. Down through center S's. He's not going to be close enough this time around. The Porsche dumping the power, dumping his German horses to the road. And that's around about 7/10 again, or just under, to keep the lead to itself. Also, Max could be just settling into a rhythm. Oh, but if the Porsche does that too many times, that is not going to be helpful for the Porsche. As Max Brunovic comes up towards Perodura and Larangina again. He's too far back this time to make any kind of impression on the Porsche. And the rest of our field have now kind of spread out. They've gotten into their rhythms now. So this is the closest on-track battle we have. This is why we're concentrating. So something has just made me chuckle. And I very much appreciate our drivers obviously realising that I'm flying solo in the box tonight as we see Robert Pound dancing around the 404 Glam Racing Audi. I've just had a chuckle at the hat that Matthias Harvig has just put on. Production, we can get Matthias Harvig his picture. Oh, Robert Pound. You should see he's nearly getting squiggly. I love this. I love the hat that Matthias Harvig has just put on. Hopefully production will be able to get that on the screen for us shortly. And that's what put me off and gave me a bit of a chuckle. So very much appreciated there, Matthias Harvig. Hope to get that on stream very shortly. Following the action, of course, of what Robert Pound is doing, as you can see, there it is. So the beautiful Danish flag in true fashion saying Denmark, not what we ignorant English would call Denmark. But there is Max Brunovic staying right with the DIS Porsche. That's why our production was not so much ignoring me, but they were sticking with the action quite rightly. So whilst I was enjoying a hat, we can now all also enjoy the GTE battle lead. Oh, that's getting a bit spicy. Well, my goodness me, the Porsche got a bit stuck there. I'm not sure where to go. Now, that's the 79 Axel car. I think that's Naki Baslan that's just gone through. And again, Naki was absolutely right. He just backed off there, realizing that the Porsche and BMW really had nowhere else to go. So rather than trying to force his way through, and again, there's no point. We've got 11 and a half hours plus to go. There's no point trying to force your way through. But of course, this is the GTE lead. These two don't want to kind of give up too much space at this stage. So, yeah, everybody's got to play the game as there goes... who was that? Was that Robert Pound that just came past? Yeah, that's the Deuce's car that's just gone through. So, yeah, very well navigated there. Actually, no, that must have been Michi Hoyer then. But, no, it'd be Damien Scofron. It was the one before Robert Pound, big one. I thought it might have been Naki, but he's not that far back. So, yeah, nicely driven then from both Porsche and BMW as we are fast approaching our first advert break of the broadcast. Every half an hour we'll be having a word from the sponsors. Give my vocal cords a bit of a break as well, and give your ears a rest from my dulcet tones as well. No one should be subjected to 12 hours of me, but I'm afraid that's what you have. So, look how close that is. That's Peter Vagapov in the Unison number 17. Now trying to work his way through. There he goes. Oh, again! Oh, wow! Now, that was a bit close, but either way, no one came to blows. Very well driven, actually, from all concerned. That could have very easily ended up in a spin, but everybody survived that one. And because the lap's so short, we're going to see numerous occasions where the faster cars have caught the slower ones in opportune times, in the twisty sections. So we're going to see that a lot during the course of the race. And the BMW just not getting the traction he needs at the right times to challenge the Porsche, but again, that may well change in the course of the race. What have we got for themselves gap-wise? About 2.5 seconds back to the Deuce's car now. There it is. Just saw at the back of the shots, who himself is about a second ahead of Ricardo Pera. So we might have a battle for third brewing between the 74 and 53 cars. But still, Max Motovic staying in the tyre tracks of the DIS Sim Racing Porsche. Here comes Nakib Aslan in the 79 Axel car. But what I thought was him earlier was actually Damien Scovron in the burst number 94. So Nakib's been just pressing on, obviously trying to make up for lost time. He's about 40 seconds behind the leader now, but he finds himself about 12 seconds behind Peter Vagapov in the Unison car, so still pressing on. He could well put himself with his LMP2 stablemates. He was around between 20 and 30 seconds behind once the race had begun, so he has slowly whittled that gap down and will be joining his LMP2 brethren at some point. So the picture-in-picture is Ricardo Pere in fourth, staring at the back of the Juices Motorsports number 74 car in third. So we do indeed have a battle for the lead and a battle for third. Those two fights are only separated by 2 seconds themselves. Though there's nothing to say that these four cars won't reunite to become one long battle, but at the moment it is BMW versus Porsche for the lead and Aston versus Porsche for third position. But for the time being, we'll keep an eye on what's going on here. We will have a commercial break, and if something does happen in the meantime, we will bring that into replay. But for now, let's have a word from the sponsors.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flicks, Motorvision.tv, Sten Goldman, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN. For Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back, everybody, to the fourth round of the EEWC. My goodness me, that's one way to come back off a commercial, as Bunovic is bullying his way past the Porsche. There was no contact there, so that's a slightly unfair description to use, but trying to apply the pressure to get the Porsche into a mistake. Side by side now, coming down towards well, what a great time to come back. These two have been glued to each other all during the commercial break. There was a little bit of a gap. The Porsche manages to shut the door on Max Bunovic, force him to the outside line of turn one. Can he get it done to the center? Yes, he can. That is the lead to the 717 Unison car. But what can the Porsche do to counteract it? Because, I mean, they've both got pace. What a move. Max Bunovic, take a bow. That was absolutely brilliant stuff. Goes straight to the defensive line. They are aware this is an endurance race, yes? They do know that it's not 11 minutes. It's 12 minutes of intense racing, which, yeah, I'll shout about it, sure. But, oh my goodness me, they're not giving each other any quarter whatsoever. Oh, that was close. The Porsche could not do anything on the outside line coming up the hill towards Ferradura. But, my word, he's not letting the 717 Beamer dance off into the distance. But equally, we don't know the strengths of each driver in each team compared to this track. So it could be that Max Bunovic we knew was strong, but for all we know, he's their strongest driver. So Max will want to build up a gap now for when the driver change does happen, and whoever steps into the car next may not quite have the same pace as whoever then steps into the DIS car. So yeah, this battle might dissipate before the pit stops or what have you, but we don't know. We have absolutely no idea. We knew Max was quick, and the Porsche is taking a button now. Who's that coming into the pit at the end of what, slightly over the first half hour? That would be, is that a race leader that's come in? It is, yes, it's the Burst Esports number 18. Michi Hoyer has brought the car into the pits. He's having his own coffee, I've just noticed. He did this before, I seem to remember. We spotted him having a drink down the back straight somewhere. There was Sebring. So, first pit stop then. A bit earlier than I was expecting. There he is. He's put his coffee down. He's always so chilled and relaxed, isn't he? You'd never see him flustered. But yeah, Michi Hoyer's pace has just been absolutely unreal. It always is. No matter what Michi Hoyer drives, he could be in a go-kart and still do well in this field. So in he comes in. I would imagine that's just going to be a fairly standard pit stop. We haven't seen him hit anything. Yep, out he goes now, or he's on the way out. And we'll get an idea of how long he's been in the pits for. There we go. So he's about 30-ish seconds behind the 79 Axel car. He was in, what, about a minute, give or take? Something like that. But he's happy. It's always good to see our drivers happy. There's the DIS car again, still in the tyre tracks of the Unison BMW. And right behind, we see the Juices car with someone joining them. Not sure who that was that's just been passed. That's the other Burst car. That's Damien Scott front. With Ricardo Pera in the fourth place Porsche for Masto Pescara. Looking at the back of the Juices car, that's the team lined up to drive the car. So is Eros Maciuli. That was the main qualifier of the car. David Greco, Michael D'Alessandro, and oh no, we did see Michael Francesconi, didn't we? Yes, he did. Michael did the daylight qualifying, and Eros did the night qualifying in that car. So it wasn't just Eros's efforts that got the car where it was. Ricardo Pera continuing to stay with the Juices car. Oh, and speaking of Juices, there's the other one. That was nice timing. As very squiggly coming through the corners is Robert Pound in the LMP car. The two Juices car united on stream. There's advertising for you. Nicely done. Oh, don't hit each other. That must be quite a scary place actually to make the move on the outside of Mugello. He got it done. Oh, Ricardo Pera, that looked a bit slidey there. Either way, he's carried on his merry way. So let's have a look at where people are by their categories. So you can see Michi Hoyer and Peter Vagapov are only DPIs. Both DPI cars have been in the pits, so that's why Mitchie is still ahead of Peter by around about 33 seconds now. Separates the two cars. In our LMPs, it's still burst up top. Damien Scovron still in control of the number 94. Robert Pound still in control of the number 15. And of course, Nakib Aslan still in control of the 21. We haven't seen the LMP2s come in yet. As for our GTE contingent, and we're not expecting our GT cars to come in for quite a while just yet, but Max Benevic, with that amazing move that we saw him put on the 45 car, gives him the GTE lead. And then in third is Juha Malkajopi in the number 74 car. Then Ricardo Pera in the Porsche with Angel Benegas and Michael Pedersen rounding out the GTE field. It's the ID Synsport car still is a little way behind the GT3 field at the moment. And then there are GT3 contenders, Alexander Sasha for Azatec in the lead of the GT3s by about 6 seconds, so not a huge gap, but it has been very slightly growing lap on lap between himself and Callum Wilson in the Glam Racing 404, with Carl Liekegaard in the 777 DSI Gadget Husa car about 10 seconds further back again. So again, people settling into their rhythms now. What's the gap for the GT lead? That's still only about 1.5 seconds, give or take, or up to about 2 seconds now. So it does look like Max Benevic is getting the foot down a bit. There is Nakib Aslan. He's in second because Robert Pound has brought the Deuces car in. So first pit stop then in our LMP2 contingent. Here's the number 15 car. So that elevates the 79 axle car up into second place. He finds himself 32 seconds behind the leaders. Well, he was up to 40 seconds behind the leader at some point, so he has been whittling that lead down. And I think, yeah, actually, I'm just looking at the best lap times for the LMP2s, and 79 Axel has the quickest lap time of the class. Only by a tenth and a half, but he does have that, so 20.209 in the hands of Nakib Aslan. So fair play to the 79 Axel squad. They've been really pressing on. That's now the GTE lead. So once that BMW got ahead, Max Benevic is really pressing on. As you can see, Scovron now the race leader and of course LMP leader in the pits now. So it stands to reason that Aslan will be coming in. Has he done this time? Was he carried on? So, no, Nakib Aslan's carried on. So he'll be coming in fairly soon. I wouldn't think our GTEs would come in until at least the top of the hour, I would have thought. Well, we will see. Some people may have short fueled for the early part of the session. Again, we've no idea what strategies everybody is running. There's the DIS car, now a little bit lonely. It's lost its playmate. That is. But changing tyres on the 94, that's early to be changing tyres. I'm a bit surprised by that. And off he goes. It was a long time that Damien Scovron was in the pits for. Curious. I was surprised he'd be taking tyres so early. But either way, the Burst Esports car is now back out on track. Obviously in now third in class, about a minute-ish behind. No, he's not. Sorry, he's about 13 seconds behind Robert Pound. He's about a minute behind Nakib Aslan. Curious one, that. It's a long stop so early. Here's the 79 Axel car coming in. Yes, he does. Oh, just about slowing that car down to the pit lane speed limit. I haven't had any notifications of any penalties just yet, so everyone's behaving themselves so far. So far, so good on that front. What's the GTE? GTE lead now about 3 seconds. And the class fastest lap. Actually, the class fastest lap still belongs to the DIS car of a 30.374. Which Benevic hasn't quite matched. Only 300ths difference. But that fastest lap still belongs to the Porsche, not the BMW. And there's a Naki Baslan. Now, how long is he going to be in the pit lane for? Yeah, he's doing the same. Interesting. Now, of course, we don't see the actual pit stop animation going on. But yeah, that's a long time to be in the pits for. That's going to put, of course, Aslan back towards the turn. And there we go. It's exactly the same length of time that we saw Scovron. But Robert Pound had a much shorter stop. And that, as a result, the 15 Deuces car now leads the LMP class. So there's about 11.5 seconds-ish, or a bit more than that, between Scovron and Robert Pound. As you can see in the tower in the top left-hand corner, of course it ebbs and flows with braking zones and elements of traffic. But with fresh tyres on, Damien Scovron should be able to push a little bit more. That's the drivers that are going to be taking control of the LMP car for Burst Esports. So Rasmus Andersen, Tom Allmendinger, we saw during qualifying. Damien Scovron, we also saw, we didn't see Joao or Cameron during the qualifying for the 94 car. But we will, of course, see them in the course of the race, or we could see them, I should say. That's the team that are registered to take the car. We don't know how many of them will actually drive the car today. Wow, yeah, it does look like Damien is really pushing on. Yeah, new fastest lap of the class, actually, 120.341. So, yeah, Damien's now really kind of pressing on a bit. Fresh tyres, and he's really making them work at this stage. Well, can he? Well, he certainly can close in the gap. At that kind of rate, he was near enough to the thousands, 2 seconds quicker than Robert Pound was in the Deuces car. So again, that could be traffic. That could be a small mistake somewhere. But Damien is really pressing on now. Wanted to close that gap in as quickly as he can. As for the rest, well, the GTEs are all lapping in a similar kind of vein. Let's have a look. 131.342 for our leading BMW, 31.245 for the DIS car, 31.745 for the Juices car, 31.665, so they're all within 0.3 of a second as well. Ricardo Perro was 31.665 and Angel Benegas 31.832, whereas Pedersen was a 39, so I think made a bit of an error. Actually, Michael Pedersen is in, so the ID SimSport car is in the pits. So maybe it had suffered something in the early part of the race. Maybe it hit someone, which would explain why that Michael was struggling a bit, because a 31.628 is as quick as they've managed thus far in the car. So they may well have had an incident of some description, because that's earlier than I would expect. And there it is. There is the 166 car now on its way, and that's been in the pits for quite a while, I think, because it now finds itself a minute and a half, well, near a full lap behind the GT3 field. So that's not gone well for Pedersen. So we'll see if that pit stop then has fixed whatever issue that Ann Aston has been experiencing. As we look at Naki Baslan coming up to the back of the Glam Racing Audi. And let's say the GT3 pace has still, with just a few tenths advantage, been with the 585 car. Alexander Sesha has been doing the business for Azatec all around the outside. It looks very close. Well, it looks close, and using all the available runoff area there for Naki Baslan before. If he'd gone any further, he would have incurred an off-track there. And as we had that notice from Race Control earlier on, they can incur 6 cut tracks during the race. If they make another one, they'll be automatically given a penalty by the server. So that's not Race Control applying that particular penalty. But if Race Control spot they are all 4 wheels outside the white line several times in the race, that's when they can give that's when Race Control can give the warning. So either it'll be first off a warning, then a drive-through, then a 10-second stop go, a 30-second stop go, and then a 60-second stop go for every subsequent penalty thereafter, if they keep on doing it. So they should learn by that point. Pedersen back on track now. So that was his out lap. So it was a good minute. He was in the pit. Oh, no. That's not how you want to take the center S's. So again, whatever is going on for that car is not suiting Michael Pedersen whatsoever. However, the DIS Sim Racing lab car, as we've now jumped to, is rather just minding his own business. 3.5 seconds or so separate themselves and Max Binovic. There's Ricardo Pera, we saw towards the top spots of the GTE class early on. It's now about 3.6 seconds behind Yuha Maki Jopi. Or Maki Yalpi, I think that's actually pronounced. Again, apologies if I'm getting it wrong. Here's the Porsche coming in. Again, I wouldn't expect it to, but it does look like Angel Benegas has indicated he's going to come in. We'll see if he does so. At the moment, they are just minding their own business out there. Well, no sign of anybody coming into the pits this time around. That's riding on board with the third place GTE car. I was briefly. And there's the DIS car again. You can see the gap between themselves and the race leading 717, or the GTE leading, I should say, 717 car in that previous shot. There's Angel Benegas, who, according to what timing screen, has indicated he's going to come into the pits this time in the MCM Motorsport number 27 car. So 31.045 has been the best time of that Aston so far. And again, this isn't a track I would have thought would have suited the Aston too well. Ricardo Pera in the Porsche for Musto Pescara, the number 53 car, is still going through the miles. And there's Damien Scovron in the Burst LMP2 car. Wow, that gap has come right down to 3.4 seconds between himself and Robert Pound in the Deuces car. Struth. So Ricardo Pera has gained on Maki Yapi, has he? Then the gap does ebb and flow a bit, of course, every gap does. All the GTEs are almost equidistant apart at this stage. And there is Maki Yapi and the 74 Deuces car. Let's see what the lap times were last time. 31.997 for the Deuces car, 31.454, so that's half a second to the Porsche's advantage there. Although the 53 didn't look very happy coming into turn 1. It looked a bit slidey there. There is Damien Scovron again in the Burst Esports LMP2. Let's see, he was a second quicker than Robert Pound was. As you can see, highlights from the first hour. You can see that was where the DIS car just made that big move for the GTE lead over Benegas. And then you will see the 717 trying to do the same thing, which of course he eventually did. And Benegas gave it its all, in fairness. But Max Brunevik would not be denied. That was where he was on the inside line of Desida de Larga, and then on the outside line through Larangina. Whereas later on would be when he would claim that spot. And there it is. So he initially was going to the inside line on the rundown of Desida de Larga, got cut off from that, and then did indeed banzai the inside to claim what was then it wasn't quite the lead, because it was second, I believe, in class then. Oh no, it was third, because the Deuces car was still in the lead at that point. And there's Damien Scovron. You can see in the main picture he's really closing in on Robert Powell. That's now under 3 seconds between those two cars. Oh, and that was where the Unison DPI car got slightly squiggly. Peter Vagapov made that small mistake into turn 1. And that was Damien Scovron threading the needle in between the DIS and the Deuces cars very early on. That was somewhat of a surprise. And then you've got, that's the 717 car then homing in on the lead battle. That was when Deuces still led the way in GTE. And with a small mistake the DIS capitalised on, then Max Brunevik then followed through, which is good fun to see. And his Scovron is really homing in now on Pound. Now, will Robert Pound defend is going to be the big question. And in the picture-in-picture, that's when the DIS car got ahead of the Deuces car for the GTE lead. And then if you look on the monitor there, actually the replay ended there, but you can see the BMW then very, very large in the rear view monitor. And that's when Binovic then got on the inside line and denied the Aston turning in. Absolutely brilliant move there. And then set about challenging the DIS car a few laps later, as through came Vagabov, and nearly caused the three of them nearly came together, but they did very well to navigate that. That could have gone rather horribly wrong, as Robert Pound kicked up a bit of dust there, just coming through Mugello. Now Damien Scotland very much on his case, as again that highlights reel shows just how close the two got, nearly being shoved. That was how close they got. I think it was just as we were coming out of commercial break when that happened. So that was about half an hour ago. As Damien Scotland now is getting close, and certainly getting ready to attack Robert Powell. Oh, that's Nikki Aslan, is it? Okay. I thought that was... Oh, that's where one of the... Oh, no, that's Robert Pound he is catching. So I'm looking in the main image there. Robert Pound has just actually slowed down not to hit the back of the Glam Racing Audi. And Damien Scovron is really ready to take the LMP2 lead back again. He's utilising these fresh tyres very nicely. Hopefully he's not taking too much life out of them. So this is the LMP lead that's being fought for here. So lap on lap on lap that Scovron, since taking those new tyres on, has been absolutely destroying the gap between himself and Robert Pound. But is it going to be this time around? Let's have a look over the start-finish line once again. Is he going to make the move? He's a little too far back to do it this time around. He's certainly there and ready to get involved. And no dice at the moment. Now, where is he going to make the move? It certainly seems set, because Robert Powell's not going to the defensive line at the moment. They can see there's a back marker there. That's the Azatec car. There's Alex Zescher they've now caught up with. And nicely done. Zescher saw there was LMPs coming towards him. Now, sometimes it's easy to forget that there could be more than one car absolutely charging towards you. You make way for the first one, try and get back onto the racing line, and then catch the second one. Oh, Damien Scotland nearly nudges the back of Robert Pound there. And Scotland is very keen to get on with it and doesn't want to stay behind his competitor for too long. Well, you never want to stay behind your competitors, but it doesn't look like he wants to kind of stay there and conserve fuel or anything like that. He wants to get out there and get on with it, as they are catching the MCM car. Is that still Benegas? Yes, Angel Benegas still in command of the number 27. They're just catching up to. Now, does Scovron make the move here? I think Scovron may well just opt to stay there a little while and just put the pressure on. We will see. Again, he certainly gets close, just doesn't quite make the move. He's certainly had he's had the pace, as we said, to close in. But quite why he's not making the move now, unless he's just trying to do it in a place that's very, very safe rather than banzai his way past. Aha, race control warning to car number 21 being outside the white line in a corner several times. Now, car number 21 is, I've forgotten, that's Aki Naslan, that's the 79 axle car. So they have had their race control warnings. So if they keep pushing their luck, they will be given a drive-through penalty. And if they keep doing it, it's then the 10-second, 30-second, and then 60-second penalties. Oh, Damien Scovron went for a bit of a desperate move there on the inside line of Beaker de Pato. So did not get that one turned in right whatsoever. Let's have a look at it again. So coming down the hill through Peronino up towards I think Damien got a little bit loose there. I think he wanted to make the move, but went in a bit too hard, locked up the rear axle and locked up into the side of Robert Pound there, as we've got who we've got coming in. The DIS car has come into the pits now. There's Ricardo Pera now up in the third for Ernesto Pescara, the 53 Porsche. Picture in picture is still Damien Scovron. The the LMP lead battle continuing on its merry way as they danced around the Juices car. It's Juha Mika Jalpi, Marky Jalpi, sorry. Now, is Damien Scovron going to just hold his line, or is he going to force the move again? We will see. That was the Gadget car, Carl Liekegard. Treble 7 car has had a bit of a lonely race. He finds himself about 17 seconds behind Callum Wilson in the 404 car. That is Damien Scovron. Again, face full of concentration as he's hustling hard for the LMP2 lead. You've got to bear in mind that his tyres, assuming he did take tyres when he was in the pits, because it seemed like he was in there much longer than just fuel, so we're taking the assumption that he did take tyres. His tyres should be a lot fresher than Robert Pound's. This is surely an opportunity this time around, but there is again a back marker there. Is he going to commit to the inside line, the outside line? That's the Unison Racing BMW. Stays very much out of the way. Nicely done. Now you can stay off the racing line and stay, as long as you make it very obvious what you're doing, you can stay off the racing line. A situation like that, if the Unison car, if Medovic has tried to go to the racing line, he'd have hit the LMP. So you do have to be sensible in how you go about beating the car that's being passed. So nicely done there. Juha Maki Jalpi has brought the Deuces car into the pits then, so the GTE cars now serving their first pit stop. And we are late for our commercial break, but at the moment we are keeping an eye. Every time we've come to the commercial break, we've had something to look at. So I'm certainly not complaining about the action. Oh, Scovron! That was exactly the same mistake at exactly the same place. Goodness me. So we'll carry on going for the time being until this particular battle either resolves itself or until we hit 10 past, and then we'll have production keep an eye on it and give us a replay of any action that happens in the commercial break, should that be the case. As Damien Scovron is just hustling hard. Robert Pound is doing a great job of keeping the burst car behind. Now, the third place 79 Axel car is, 26-ish seconds back. Actually, the next car down the road is the Unison car, the Unison number 17, Peter Vagapov. So, what's happened to Peter Vagapov? Mention his name. He done. He's just got past Bunevik in the Unison car, in the Unison. Oh, he's taking the advertising hoardings. Oh, what's that car got against the advertising boards? That's exactly what it did when it joined the qualifying session yesterday. It took out the boards and bounced off the wall. So Peter Vagapov, then seemingly an advertising board magnet, has taken them out. A few more pit stops have happened, I think. Oh no, Angel Benegas is still in the pits. He's just come in the pits in the MCM car. As Damien Scovron hasn't locked up this time coming into the Bica de Pato, but does get squiggly on the way out. Now down the hill, through Mugello, down towards Junshao. Doesn't seem to quite have enough pace to get past Robert Pound. He had enough pace to get up to the tail end of Robert Pound, but not enough to get past him. Or he's just staying there. Now, he could be trying to save fuel. Obviously, you would have had to have taken a fair amount of life out of the tyres. It does look like he does try the move on a few occasions. What's he going to do into the first turn? Has a look. Oh, be hesitant, but he has gone for it. Robert Pound gave the racing room. Are they side by side? Well, they were side by side briefly, but the tyre advantage going to Damien Scovron, and that is the burst car now up into the lead. Is Robert Pound going to try and counter attack? Not at the moment. Bit early to have your headlights on, gents. It's not dark yet. But here it is again. Now you see Damien Scovron sticks to the racing line, has a look, and then just looks a little hesitant going in for the move, but does indeed stick to it. Robert Pound gave plenty of racing room, and through into the lead they go. There's Ricardo Pera now leading the GTEs with the Glam Racing Audi right on his tail. So the Glam Racing car has been through the pits and is of course in the GT3 category. There is Robert Pound. Can he keep up with Damien Scovron? Yeah, I would agree. Production, that particular fight has now resolved as, look at the gap now. It's already over a second. Let's have a chat. Well, have a word from our commercial sponsors.
...2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flicks, Motorvision.tv, Sten Goldman, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry, NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN. Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the fourth round of the EEWC here in Interlagos. First hour done, 11 to go, and Callum Wilson in the Glam Racing 404 is right on the heels of Alexander Sesha in the Azatec Audi. Well, we did hear rumour that these two were going to be very closely fought. They both stopped for a similar length of time, and now they were right with one another. They were about 7-ish seconds apart before the pit stops. Now Carl Liekegaard in the DSI Gadget, who's at Corvette, now leads the GT3 but has not pitted yet, so he will need to come in fairly soon. As the GT3, he's not requested to stop, in fairness, so how long he's going to go on for is remaining to be seen. Scott Vaughan is built up 5 seconds from Robert Pound. That LMP2 battle we were looking at before the commercial break has very much gone the way of Burst. Bearing in mind that Burst did take, or we believe they took tyres out last time around. Now Liekegaard has requested a pit stop, so he'll be in next time around. There is Callum Wilson staring at the back of of Alex Zescher, with whom he was fighting, of course, for second in the GT3s. As for our GTE contingents, there's no one particularly close at the moment, and that early pit stop from Michael Peterson hasn't really sorted their issues out. They're still at the tail end of the field. There is Zescher. So he's no doubt well aware of the fact that he's got Callum Wilson breathing down his neck. Let's see. Now, we won't know what their lap times were, because I think this is the full complete lap. First full complete lap, I think. Let's see. Lap times 31.3 for Zescher, 31.1. Team best for Callum Wilson there. And class best as well. No, not quite. No, that still belongs to Zescher in the Azatec car. But he was a couple of tenths quicker than the Azatec car last time around, so Callum Wilson starting to press on a bit and wanting to challenge for the GT3 lead. That's a great fight. We've got Battle of the Audis. In fairness, the GIS car and Carl Liekegaard in the Gadget Houston car are very close together, but that's not really going to amount to anything, as Carl Liekegaard are going to be coming in. There's the Glam Racing crew. Henri Koya, Callum, of course, Jakub Kowalski. We did see Lee Russell briefly in qualifying as well. We didn't see Jeff Van Halen. That's a long way past your marks. And what on earth is that pit stop in the background? What kind of parking is that, Michi Hoyer? Michi is one for giving us entertainment. Like I say, he was the one that came in backwards burning after the end of qualifying 1 yesterday. And now he's made his pit crew go completely off the marks. It does look like Zescher now is starting to pick up the pace in the Azatec car, as Carl Liekegaard has brought the Corvette in. He should lose the lead unless he has a very short stop. No, he hasn't got moving, and the two Audis are now coming down the start-finish straight. 30.8, so a new class best then for the Azatec car. 130.834, a 31.581 for Callum Wilson. So that gap suddenly opened up to 2.1 seconds as they came down the centre S's, with the Juices car in between them. So Robert Pound is now right in the midst of the two. But and there we go. So he's found his way on the inside line of the Azatec Audi. Keeping an eye as well, if any of our team members are watching, if they want to come and have a chat to us, they are more than welcome to do so. We won't just randomly drag them out of their team rooms. That would be a little bit awkward. So the 777 has changed hands, I'm being told. Yes, it is Matthias Harvig, the man with the... he's updated his hat. Oh, that's brilliant. So not only is he being very patriotic to the glory of Denmark, but he's supported. Look at that. Although the frog picture, I'm not quite sure what you're trying to indicate there. But excellent. Well, that we are indeed GTR24H. I can assure you, none of us are sat on the load right now. Well, I'm certainly not. Well, maybe yeah, give us. You concentrate on the racing, but we appreciate you waving at us, Matthias. Magnatak. So thank you very much, Matthias Harvig, for giving me something to smile about. There's Callum Wilson, still trying to stay in touch with Alexander Zescher. So two of the fastest drivers of those teams. And that's what 3 seconds looks like in these Audis. About 2.7 seconds by the time they hit the braking zone for the Desida de Lago. And Matthias finds himself about 33 seconds behind this particular pair. So the Corvette, again, not well suited to the twists and turns of Interlagos. They're a bit more comfortable in the likes of Sebring and Monza, where it's got enough space to get the horses galloping. Whereas the Audis and the Porsches do enjoy the twists and turns and undulations of Interlagos. That's the 7.9 axle car coming past. Is it still Mr. Aslan? Yes, it is. That car hasn't changed hands. Michi Hoyer's handed the car over, I see. So Michi is no longer in the driver's seat. Jesper Pedersen now has the number 18 car. There is Nakib Aslan. He finds himself about 12 seconds behind Peter Vagapov in the now leading, or now class leading 17 Unison car. As we just saw the Azatec car come in there. So Alex Escher, or it looked like he was coming into the pits, or he was just getting out of the way of Nicky Bias. Oh no, he wasn't coming into the pits, he was just getting out of the way. The car coming out of the pits now should be, or it's still saying he's pit out, but I think it's actually an outlap with Matthias Harvig. We know he's on track in the 777 Gadget Hitter car. There's Callum Wilson once again. And that gap has increased, as you can see, about 0.8 of a second lap time difference between the two Audis last time around. Oh, weather forecast. Has anyone got any rain in Brazil? Well, not right now at least. Not a lot to worry about there. Well, that tiny patch of rain in the northwest of that particular image is still kind of looming, but I think that would take some quite drastic weather changes for that to affect what we are doing, as Callum Wilson gets a little squiggly coming out of Larangina and towards the essay, but keeps it on the black stuff nonetheless. So let's see, who else is pitted? Has Peter Vagapov pitted? Yes, I think he may have done, or he's made mistakes. No, yeah, must have done. Yeah, Peter Vagapov in the Unison car has pitted. So now the LMP2s are 1, 2 and 3 at the front of the race ahead of the two DPIs. Speaking of DPIs, there is Jesper. In something a little bit quicker than what he has mounted at the wall there. So leading the way in the DPI class, that was a 20.4 last time around for Jesper. So straight onto the pace that Michi Hoyer put down. And again, very, very difficult man to match pace with is Michi Hoyer. Unbelievably quick. So yes, we're doing the best he can to keep the lead for the number 18 car. Well, I mean, they have it's about a minute's difference between themselves and Unison at the moment, so they don't have to push too hard to maintain the DPI lead. They do have a bit of a battle with their LMP2 brethren, as he just works his way past Angel Benegas in the MCM Motorsport number 27 without too much fuss. And back up the hill for Jesper, up towards the Bico once again. No one immediately ahead of him, so this is just all down to concentration and rhythm. This circuit very much needs a rhythm to get into and do well at. So once you've established that rhythm, you can then be suddenly snapped out of it. So you know that can cause trouble if you're not expecting to have that rhythm broken. But that is the team ready to do battle in the number 18 car. Of course, we saw Michi Hoyer earlier on. We've got Jesper Pedersen in the car right now. So those are the four drivers that are ready to do battle. We didn't really see anybody other than Jesper and Michi. Well, we didn't see anyone at all other than Jesper and Michi during the qualifying sessions. So they know the car the best out of the four. Again, we don't know who is going to drive the car. They don't have to necessarily use all of their registered drivers every single race. That's just who is registered to take part, so they can take part in any given race. They couldn't pull in somebody that isn't registered for that car. Is basically that. They couldn't borrow a driver from the LMP2 contingent, for instance. Oops! As Jesper gets a bit squiggly getting behind. That's the number 53, the Musto Pescara car. Ricardo Perez still in control of that Porsche. Now finds himself about 10 seconds behind Maki Galpi in the Deuces car. There's Callum Wilson again in the Glam Racing 4x4. That gap was extended to about 4 seconds, 4.5 seconds between the two Audis. So the pace advantage still very much sitting with Alex Escher. But of course, as we've just been talking about team drivers, we don't know whether, you know, we get an idea on who the fastest drivers are, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're fastest here in Interlagos. So, you know, different drivers may have different skills for different circuits. As we look at Ricardo Pera in the fourth place Porsche, as I said, he's got around about 3, 10 and 11 seconds to close down if he wanted to get involved in the battle for third. That is the 5 drivers currently registered to take part with the 53 car. And Ricardo Perez had that car since the beginning. Continues on his merry way. No, he didn't qualify the car, so we've got a bit less track time with the vehicle in whatever setup that they're running than certain other drivers. We'll see how he's able to do as the race goes on. Who else can we have a look at? So the battles we were enjoying earlier on have dissipated a little bit, unfortunately, but that's the nature of the beast. Does not mean that we will not enjoy some more racing from them later on with more driver changes to look forward to. There's Marky Yelpy again. Third now in the GTEs. Around about 8.5 seconds behind Max Bidovic. Oh, we got someone to chat to, I wonder. We do. We have got someone that's willing to have a chat to us. None other. It's the good man that had a chat to us yesterday. Tom Olmeninger, can you hear us? Okay, so
hello?
I think you can hear us, but we can't necessarily hear you. Tom, come in.
Yes, you should be able to hear me now.
Yes, we can. Hello, Tom.
Hi.
Thank you very much for taking the time to come and have a chat to us. Why do you have a rain mac on? What?
Well, it's all part of our race preparation. It's Brazil, so you can expect rain. So I thought, let's wear this.
Okay. Well, I'm hoping you're not having rain in your home, because we're certainly not having any trackside at the moment. Loving the GTR24H emblem in the background. Thank you very much for that. So how's the race going for you guys so far?
It's really, really tight. We kind of expected this, but it's very much about track position. So basically we decided to go for single stinting the softs and use the pure pace, because that on paper is faster. And Deuces opted for the double medium, which is slower, but as you could see, well, they were able to defend for a long time. So we got ahead, but we need to make sure we pull a gap. And then there's also Sam 9, who I think, if I saw correctly, did a single medium stint, which is apparently another way to go. So yeah, currently we're looking at what the best way to go is to at least well, preferably hold track position, and then see if we can put a bit of a gap and be safe as the hours progress.
So when are you taking over the number 94?
So I'm currently testing how warm this raincoat is. But initially it should be Cameron who takes over from Damien, and then afterwards it's time for me to well, try and be fast.
So when will Damien give the car over? So I can see Cameron is ready and raring to go. So how long will Damien be in control for?
Looking at the time, it shouldn't be too long before his pit stop. Yeah, so I guess in a couple laps time you'll see him coming to the pits, and then you'll see Cameron at the steering wheel. Excellent
stuff. Well, we'll hopefully have a chance to chat to you or more members of the 94 crew a little bit later on. Thank you very much. Hopefully you don't need to test the raincoat out to its full extent. Otherwise you would have a bit of a problem, I dare say. Maybe you'll play us a tune with one of your lovely guitars in the background as well. But either way, best of luck. You're obviously doing well, leading the race overall, let alone just in class. We look forward to having a chat with you later on. Thank you very much. Tom Olmeninger. Excellent stuff. The raincoat was definitely a bit of a surprise to me. Robert Pound, he's decided to bring the car in. So yeah, this rather backs up what we were thinking earlier on with the tyre strategy difference. So that's why or part of the reason why the 94 has been so quick, and now the Deuces car has had a 53-second stop. So that's been a tyre change on their car. It's interesting to see as well that he mentioned the Sem 9 that Niki Aslan has gone for a very different strategy choice to the rest of them, and the 94 car is actually in whilst we've been talking. Damien Scott One has brought the LMP2 car into the pit lane then. So we'll see what they choose to do as Nakib Aslan actually takes over the LMP2 lead at the moment. The 15 car has now changed hands. Jansen Bintz has taken over the Deuces car, the Deuces LMP car. So more driver changes going on as we approach the bottom of the hour. And Nakib still just kind of plodding on. Now does the number 94 car change hands. Now again, I can see in production that Cameron Roger is ready to go. He's fully in his Burst Esports livery, as in his t-shirt. So he's ready and raring to go. And yes, he does. So Cameron Roger is now in the car. Damien Scotron has decided to share the toys and is now out of the car. That's I'm fairly sure we didn't see Cameron during qualifying. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do. 1:20.341 is the fastest time that car has set so far. The fastest class lap still actually belongs to the car we're looking at, Nakib Aslan, in the same 9 axle car. So there's definite pace out there as he now very squiggly brings that car into the pits. Could he have left that any later? I shouldn't think so. And bang on his marks. And a stop now in place. Does he hand that car over? We don't know. Now, in the car for about 53 seconds seems to be the length of time they need to do the stop and change the tyres in the same breath. There is Cameron Roger in the number 94 car, just getting past the Deuces GTE car, which is still in the hands of Maki Yapi. Again, still rather lonely, about 11 and a bit seconds behind Max Brunevik in the 717 Unison BMW. Now, does Nakib hand that car over? It's still stationary. Doesn't seem like it's going anywhere. So that looks like it could be a tyre change for them, as now the DPIs have got back up into the top spot. Jesper Pedersen has not long stopped actually in the number 18 car. I think that, yeah, Nakib Aslan is still in control of the car. So now the 79 axle car back underway after a new set of tyres for them. There's Jansen Bintz just dancing around the outside of the ID SimSport car. Michael Pedersen still in control of the number 166 car. We'll see how Jansen is able to wrestle the car forwards. As we are approaching, as I say, the bottom of the hour, so 1.5 hours now done, or shortly to be done, I should say. There's Nakib. Just such a face of concentration. Again, I've mentioned before that I have a huge amount of respect for endurance drivers. I could not maintain how quickly, how quickly they drive for as long as they do. Race control to give car number 21 a drive-through penalty outside the white lights. That's Nakib Aslan again. So, oh dear, he hasn't learnt. He's now just caused a drive-through penalty to be issued to the M9 axle car. That's really going to hinder their charge towards their fellow LMP2s, because they were within about 10 seconds, give or take, of the Deuces car. So they've actually whittled that gap even further down. But sadly, that drive-through penalty is going to drop them quite some distance back. They do have a couple of laps to serve that. And there we go. It's now been officially issued. So drive-through penalty given to car number 21. And that brings us to the bottom of another hour. So we will, in traditional form, we will have a word with our corporate sponsors.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Aztec SimSports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Stengolm, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the fourth round of the EEWC in Interlagos. We still have Jesper Pedersen for Burst in control of the DPIs, and Cameron Roger now for Burst in control of the number 94 car, leads the LMP2s. The DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche is now at the top of the tree, or has been at the top of the tree for a little while now in the GTEs. And GT3s is still being led by the Azatec 585 car, currently being piloted by Alexander Sesha. We are looking at the Sem 9 Axel car, Naki Baslan, who's not long taken a drive-through penalty. Costs around about 10 seconds at Interlagos. It's not a huge loss compared to certain other tracks. So, yeah, if you were doing that at Spa or, let me think, Silverstone's not as bad. Monza would be a little bit painful, but I think Spa in particular would be horrendously bad if you had a drive-through penalty there. But Interlagos is a bit shorter just because of where the pit lane kind of filters back out on track, and you're coming straight off the racing line, which in itself can be a bit of a worry, but it hasn't caused any issues so far. This has confused me on when people are coming into the pits or not. There's Callum Wilson on the main picture there. He's 5.5 seconds behind Michael Zescher. Was slightly quicker than him last time around. But I think we're in the kind of management phase. So judging by the lap times, they've had quicker laps than this before. The GT3 class lead lap still belongs to Zescher in the 585 car with a 130.834. And the best of Callum Wilson being 131.143. Last time around, oh no, actually, last time around, Zescher was actually a couple of seconds quicker. I thought that was the other way around. My mistake. So class fastest lap for GTE is now in the 29s. That is the DIS car in the number 45 Porsche. There's a 29.954 on the board. The only GTE to manage that thus far. LMP2 fastest lap is in the hands still of 79 Axel, who now find themselves just under 20 seconds behind the Deuces car. So they're still actually, Naki Baslan, despite the fact that he's now had that drive-through penalty, he's still one of the quickest consistently LMP2 cars out there, and they were 5/10 quicker than Jansen Bitts and 6/10 quicker than Cameron Roger. So Naki Baslan is doing a great job out there. Just needs to keep all four wheels on the black stuff. Now DPI's the fastest lap is not as big a gap as you might think. Yes, with Pedersen now in control of the 18 car, Michi Hoyer started the burst DPI car with they've got 119.763. There's only 2/10 difference between themselves and Peter Vagapov still in control of the number 17 Unison Racing DPI. Who should we have a look at? We are looking currently at the Deuces car. Who's got that? That's still Juha Mäki-Jalpi, who started the number 74 car. And he now is about 25 seconds behind the DIS Sim Racing Porsche. So that's a mixture of kind of pit stops. There's probably a mistake or two in there that explains that particular gap. But everyone's still pressing on. Now there comes that looked like the ID Simsport car coming out of the pits there. I hadn't spotted that Michael Pedersen had brought the 166 car in. It's been a struggle for them. The 717 car has changed hands. So that is no longer that is now in the hands of Nikolai Bezhikov. We saw him qualify the 717 car I think it was the daylight session that he did that. So the BMW now in hands of Nikolai. As at the blinding pace we saw from the 717 earlier on. And we'll see if they're able to see if he's able to match that earlier pace. So it's about 53 seconds if they have a full service, or between 53 and 56, somewhere in that kind of region. They have all the fuel and the tyres done. You can get it done in around 40 or so if you keep the tyres on there as well. But of course the GT cars have much bigger tanks than the LMP cars, the LMP and DPI cars. So that's why you'll see the LMPs and DPIs in the pits more often than the GTs. But you'll also have that's why, because the GTs will hold, it's around 120 litres you can get in a GTE tank, around 100 litres ish for the GT3s. I think it's around about 60 or 70 for the LMPs and DPIs, there or thereabouts. Riding on board then with Bezhikov in the 717. He's just coming to complete another lap. Let's see what his lap time is. A 31.427. So it's a little bit off the raw best, but again, sometimes that's slipstream aided. The car's probably going to be quite heavy at this stage because it's not long been refueled. So that's why you would see kind of longer lap times at this point. Who else can we look at? Some of our LMPs and DPIs have been through the pits again. Our DPIs are back up to the top of the tree. With, as I said, Jesper Pedersen in control of the number 18. The gap between our lead LMPs has come down. So Cameron Roger last time around was a 23.173 and Jansen Bintz a 21.271. So my goodness me, that gap between Deuces and Burst is really coming down to Sem 9, Naqib Aslan. Let's see what he manages to do. He's about 20 seconds further down the road at 20.8. So we are looking like we're going to have a battle for the top LMPs very soon. A very brief yellow flag there. I think it was Ricardo Pera in the number 53 car, but oh, no, there it is again. So I think Ricardo Pera has just maybe wandered off the road a little bit. And a bit of a moment. It caused a very brief yellow flag. Nothing too more drastic than that. As we're continuing to ride on board with Nikolai Berzikov. Now he is closing in on Callum Wilson. There is the 404 Glam Racing Audi being honed in by the BMW. Oh, yellow flag again for Ricardo Pera. So, and now that is one that he has caused him to stop. So that is in around. I say, judging by the tracker, that is somewhere around the Bico de Pato, I think. What has happened to him? So here's the 53 car. We'll have the replay come up shortly. That's Callum Wilson. Ah, is it a disconnect? Have we lost our first competitor? Because now that car is in the garage. So let's have a look at what happened to the Porsche. So that's the MCM car ahead of him. Alright. Oh, it's the ID Sinsport car, big pardon. So that's coming down. Peronino. Oh, that's a disconnect. That's your good old-fashioned disconnect there. As it sends the camera absolutely bananas. Because the server suddenly doesn't know where they are. So, oh no. First of our GTUs have fallen. Now that car can rejoin the race if they're able to either change the driver or Ricardo is able to reappear. Whoa! That was a bit wayward there, Mr. Bint. As he's caught the back of Peter Vagapov in the Unison Racing DPI car. And just ahead, that's Cameron Roger actually, just ahead of Peter Vagapov. Now nothing stops the DPI and LMP cars racing each other, or either of the GT categories, or any combination thereafter. But the championship is decided on their class positions, not race positions. As we just saw a bit of dust being kicked up there by Cameron Roger. Now, for those that didn't catch what we were saying before, or didn't see us in qualifying, the DPI cars certainly have a bit of a pace advantage in sectors 1 and 3. Whoa! As Cameron Roger really does go off. That is Cameron Roger in the picture-in-picture. In the team colours. As Vagapov then just works his way past Cameron Roger. But it's in this. Oh my goodness me, the Unison car all over the place. So he's trying to slow down for the S's there. Now, the LMP2 cars have about half a second or more advantage in Sector 2, which is basically this section here. The power of the DPI just cannot be deployed. And the LMP2s are much, much quicker than the DPIs through that section, but it's in the rest of the lap where the DPIs can get all the horses galloping. That evens out the lap time all in all. Here comes Peter Vagapov again, so he did manage to keep the car on the road just about. There's the GTE leader, the DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche. That's getting a bit close. As Jansen Bintz gets very up close and personal. The DIS Porsche just needs to hold its line. It needs to stay predictable, and there we go. There's now the two lead LMP2 cars are together. It's unfortunate timing there for the Porsche to be involved in that particular battle, but the DIS car did absolutely the right thing, as someone's kicked up a bit more dust on the exit of the Desida de Lago. As Michael Pedersen briefly caused a bit of a yellow flag there, but that disappeared very quickly. Now Jansen Bintz is getting very, very close to the back of Peter Vagapov again, as Cameron Roger got back ahead of the Unison number 17. And even though they're in different classes, if someone was being lapped, then yes, you do have to think about the fact that they're a lap ahead of you, but nothing actually stops. Like, you know, Jansen, it would be challenging Cameron for on-track race position. That would be second overall. Even though they're in different classes, nothing actually stops you racing that other class. And there you go. Look at the advantage that DPI now has, as now all the horses get galloping. and wow. Now from there it did look like they came to grief, did Vagapov and Cameron Roger there. That was either an impact or very close to impact, but Cameron Roger definitely lost some momentum and probably needed some new trousers at that point, because goodness me, that was close. That was going to bring Janssen Bins right involved. But of course now we're getting into the point of the lap where the LMPs had the advantage. So coming through the Descida de Lago up towards the Ferradura into Larangina, and this is where the DPI advantage stops. And the LMPs can now start to gain an advantage, but that's not gone well for Cameron Roger. Janssen Bins could well have tried to force his way through on the inside line, but opted not to. As the picture-in-picture, that's the GT3 car, Callum Wilson in the 404 Clan Racing car, with Nikolai Bezrikov in the 717 GTE car right behind. So it's exactly the same situation there that we're looking at here. Two different classes having an argument for the same bit of tarmac, although this time it does look like the Vagapov has stayed ahead of the LMP2 cars, but Janssen Bins is really looking to take the LMP2 lead from Burst at the moment for Deuces Motorsport. Now, what is Callum going to do? Callum could, strictly speaking, defend and make Bezrikov work for it, but he's probably more wise to that. He doesn't need to. It's not going to gain him anything. It's only going to lose in time. And Callum Wilson would prefer to use the slipstream from Bezrikov to help him close in on Alexander Sesha in the Azatec car. But the LMP battle continues, and Bins might now just stay in the tyre tracks of Cameron Roger just to save a bit of fuel, maybe keep the tyres a little bit more in check. And there is the that's the exact battle we've just been talking about. So the two duos are now right together. Oh, this could get a little bit complicated. No, the GT cars are wise to that. They let the LMP and DPI cars through. They do let the DPI car through because, of course, Peter Vagapov is just ahead of them. So the GT car's nicely done. And no one came to grief. All four classes represented almost in one camera shot there. Oh, listen, Janssen Bins. Oh, is he going to have a move here? No, he's forcing the outside line coming through Mugello, but does not get it done, though. As now, there's the Azatec car. That's the GT3 leader that Bezrikov and Wilson are wanting to get up close and personal with. Well, certainly Wilson does. Bezrikov just wants to get past him. Here comes the two LMP cars again. Yeah, nicely done. Zesha staying to the outside line, letting the LMP cars come through. And Bins is a bit too far back to try and make a move on the LMP lead. Bouncing over the curves, coming down through curve 1, turn 1, now into the center S's. The longer into the race they get, the more I'm going to trip over my own words. The warning has now been served. Vagapov doesn't seem to break away by too much of a difference there. Oh, that's very wide for Cameron Roger. Oh, side by side now coming up to the Ferradura. Can Janssen Bins do anything about it? He's still going to be forced to the outside line as they come up to the S's. Oh, Cameron Roger can't outbrake him, but still holds the inside line. Now the advantage is going to go to Bins, but no! Cameron Roger does manage to keep his head and the position. Well defended there for the 94 car to hang on to the LMP lead. Oh, bit of a slide there coming into the Bica de Pato. My goodness me, that was fantastic from our LMP leaders. The grid may be a bit smaller, but like I said earlier, the racing is just as amazing from our competitors. Fantastic stuff. Is Janssen Bins going to do anything this time around? Deuces versus Burst has been this way all event long, really. And this is allowing Nakib Aslan to destroy the gap between themselves and, of course, the number 21, who's lapping. Well, put it this way. The two cars we're looking at are in the 22s. Here's a replay again of that move. So briefly, Bins does get up into the class lead, but then Cameron Roger just nails it on the run down towards Peronino. Brilliant stuff. And Bins, I don't think Bins quite anticipated that defense from Cameron Roger, but well driven from both of them. But like I was saying, Nakib Aslan is decimating the gap between himself and these two. And of course, this is class lead. Yes, I know there's only 3 of them, but that doesn't really matter. Oh, can Janssen Bins box in. Oh, he did as well. He used the back marker to box in Cameron Roger. Oh, Cameron gives a bit of a smile to that one as well. That was excellently timed from Jansen Bins, utilising the back of the back marker to box in. Was that? No, it wasn't Pedersen. It was Angel Benegas, I think. Oh no, I think it was Michael Pedersen. Either way, it was the one of the Aston Martins to box in and to box Cameron Roger in so that he had nowhere to go. Oh, what a fantastic move from the Juices number 15, and takes the lead of the class. And that's actually allowed Nakib Aslan to be within 10 seconds of Cameron Roger now. So that gap has absolutely disappeared. Here it is again from a brilliant drone camera. So the GTE car is doing absolutely everything right, and Bins perfectly positions himself so that Cameron Roger just couldn't quite muscle his way past without risking spinning Jansen Bins. Absolutely superb. Great camera placement there, production. Love that one. That perfectly highlighted exactly how that move came about. It's great stuff. Callum Wilson is behind Bezrikov now. We did see that move a little while ago, but Bezrikov's not been able to run off into the distance, and indeed the Audi is within a few thousandths of matching, well, he's matching the pace of the GTE car to within a few thousandths. So, you know, Bezrikov is not quite able to match the earlier pace of the 717 car, and the Audi is able just to stay in the tyre tracks and keep right with it. Wow, great racing from the LMP cars, and Callum wasn't doing a good job just staying with Bezrikov, but Zesha is still the fastest of our GT3 competitors. The only man in the 31s at the moment, again bearing in mind that they are quite heavy at the moment, there is Vagapov. So the Unison Racing number 17 in for another pit stop. And there was a brief yellow in sector 3 there, but I didn't see who that was. And that's the gap now at the top of the LMP2s. And there is Cameron Roger. Again, he would have to concede that was a pretty good move from Jansen Bins, as Cameron runs a little bit wide and kicks up the dust on the exit of the Desida de Largo. And so he got to a point where he could not defend that any further. Absolutely awesome stuff. That's taken us almost to the top of the second hour here, 12 hours of Interlagos. Wonderful stuff there. Time's just ticking by very, very nicely indeed. There's still plenty of time for things to change. Of course, we will be going into the darkness before the race falls on. Here it is again. So you can see on board with Cameron Roger as he's behind. Well, this is actually a bit earlier on. So this is quite earlier on in the hour. So this will be, again, the Juices and Burst still arguing aimless for the class lead, but like I said, you know, Nakib Aslan is really homing in on them quick, and Nakib Aslan is still the quickest car out there. Well, big pardon, last time around he was Bins, but Aslan has been really flying. He's now only 5 seconds behind Cameron Roger, and you can see the in the highlights picture there just where the Burst car was just piling the pressure on the Juices car, and that's where he first tried to make the move, but couldn't quite get it to stick. But we've just witnessed how that's changed around again. There's where's Scovron then? There we go, on the inside line. That's where the Burst car took the class lead, as now Cameron Roger is just catching up to the other Juices car, the GTE car that now leads the class, the number 74, Juha Maki Dalpi. In lead are the GTEs. That's where we were looking at Alex Zesha in the highlights reel there, who leads class by, that's about 5-ish seconds, give or take, as Callum Wilson doing what he can to try and close in. I actually took nearly a second out of Alex Zesha last time around. And as you can see in the highlights reel, that's where we were looking at Cameron Roger. As that's when they were dancing with Peter Vagapov as well. The three cars caught the DIS car. And then soon after that was when the Duty's car decided he'd had enough of being the tail of that particular trio. Peter Vagapov is... Peter Vagapov is no longer in the car. That's the Unison car. Is now in the hands of Artin Shurlev. So that the number 17 has changed hands. See if that helps their pace. They've been a little bit off the back of the burst car, which is again nothing to be too upset about, with the likes of Miti Hoyer and Jesper Pedersen, some of the best in the business. And yeah, look at the highlights moment where you had 4 cars all very, very close together. Then you had that side-by-side moment initially between Cameron Roger and Jansen Bins. That eventually went the way of... Well, that's where it went back to Cameron. And then the next highlight reel is going to be where Bins boxed in Cameron, I'd have thought. Car number 15 has now earned the race control warning. Oh, that is Jansen Bins. So he doesn't want to drop himself 10 seconds by earning the Stogo penalty. And then you've got the move that sealed the lead, class lead for Jansen Bins. That's a fantastic one. I'm going to enjoy that highlights moment for quite some time. But he's just earned the ire of race control. He's now been warned about track limits. So bearing in mind that serious wanderings off the road will be handled by the server itself, but race control do monitor when cars go all 4 wheels outside the white line, and if it happens too regularly, a warning is issued, and then a drive-through, and then a 10-second stop go, 30-second stop go, and 60-second stop go, and then each subsequent penalty is another 60-second penalty. So race control will get involved if they absolutely have to. We do like the racing to, flow and be natural, but we do need to make sure the rules are observed. Now look at Nakib Aslan, less than 1.5 seconds behind Cameron Roger. There they are. My goodness me, that 79 Asso car has been flying for lap after lap after lap. Following their drive-through, Nakib Aslan has been has had the heaviest right foot in quite a while. He was only slower than Jansen Bins by 0.04 of a second the last time around, and he gains another 0.6 on Cameron Roger. So Cameron doesn't quite have the pace of his teammates at the moment, but that can easily change, and bursts of some of the very best drivers out there. So Cameron is still doing a very, very good job out there. All of our drivers, top to bottom, are doing a fantastic job. I couldn't keep anywhere near the kind of pace they are doing for as long as they are doing it for. I'm also glad to say, I had noticed this earlier, but I hadn't got around to mentioning it, but the number 53 car, Ricardo Pera, who had that disconnect, is back with us. So here we are again. We are at the top of the hour, and we've got another battle going on. And again, Cameron Roger is boxed in behind the Ernesto Pescara car. My goodness me. Oh, not again, not again. Oh, no, it's this time Aslan that got caught behind the back marker. There is the returning number 53, as just mentioned. So Ricardo Pera did get back in the session, but Nakib Aslan has really hustled for that second place. So Cameron Roger is under a lot of pressure again and could well drop to the back of the LMP2 field. Wow, he's not going to go from that far back. Goodness me. That's, you can see just by the body language of the car, he is wringing the neck of that thing. Oh my goodness me, hugging the inside line of the exit of the Senna S's. Straight, you could see that Cameron Roger tried to shut the door, but he couldn't do it. Nakib Aslan was already alongside, and that is second place to the 79 Aslan car, and straight away being counter-attacked by the burst car. Now, Cameron Roger was able to reclaim that position he lost earlier on, but not this time. Nakib Aslan stays to the inside line of Laurangina and claims that second place. But that car is very, very squiggly. It might be fast, but it looks really, really loose. So that could come a cropper a little bit later on. Truth alive. So Cameron Roger wasn't able to keep Nakib Aslan back behind him as long as he did Jansen Bins. But as I say, we're now at the top of the second hour. 2 hours done, 10 to go. That's a word from our commercial sponsors.
2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flicks, Motorvision.tv, Sten Goldman, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN. Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the EEWC round number 4, 12 hours of Interlagos. We are 2 hours in, and there is your GTE leader on screen. The DIS Sim Racing Man Porsche leads. Oh, have we lost one? Oh no, what's happened to the 717? Nikolai Bezrikov seems to have had a disconnect of some description. We'll come back to him in a minute. The number 74, the duties car, has changed hands. Joel Barbosa now has hold of the 74 car. What can he do in the mighty Aston? We will see. But there is Bezrikov. The car is not in session. Oh no, that was qualified so well. When Sunyo led the GTEs. Hopefully we'll see the 717 return to us. Nikolai Bezrikov with a disconnection issue of some description. There's a Ricardo Pera, who also had a disconnect earlier on, but as you can quite clearly see, is back in the 53 Mustang Pescara car. Leading GT3 is still Alex Zescher for Azatec Sim Sports in the 585 car. He's got a couple of GTEs in between himself and Jakub Kowalski, who now has the 404 Glam Racing car. Callum Wilson started that one and has now handed that over. Leading the LMP2s is Jansen Bentz in the Juices car. Oh, something that's hard. So this is what happened to the 717 car. So that's the Azatec Audi already ahead. What happened to Bezrikov? Oh, too hot, too hot, too hot. Yeah. Ah, it's going to hit the wall. Oh, huge hit to the wall there. So too deep into Decido Delaco has caused the car to be returned to the garage. Oh. Knee-jerk reaction here, escape. Is that car not able to rejoin us then? Oh dear. We may well have lost the 717. There are rules against doing that sort of thing. You can do it in practice, you cannot do it in the race. So that car may not be returning to us. Following that mistake from Nikolai Bezrikov out of pure habit, then his escape that could well take the car completely out of the race. That is the rule. That's always been the case. So it's only all season that's been the case. So oh no, that's just great shame. That's great potential in that 717 BMW. So you never want to see it, and that is very much our first victim. We thought the Master Pescara car was out, but they, as you can quite clearly see, they had a lag moment, and that was a disconnect rather than a voluntary action. So they are back with us. The first to fall looks like it's going to be the 717 of Unison Racing. That's a great shame. Great shame indeed. But still plenty for us to talk about. Jesper Pedersen in the Burst Esports number 18 leads the way in DPIs by a long way. He's a good 40 seconds ahead of the LMP2s. That is now being led by Sem9 Axel. Nakib Aslan now actually has the class lead. Now we saw Cameron Roger in the number 94 car get passed by Nakib just before we went to the commercial break. That gap is now 25 seconds because Cameron Roger is in. So the Juices car has been handed over. That's now Darius Andre, who was one of the qualifiers of the car. The Juices car is now in the hand. There it is, number 15 car in the hands of Darius Andre. He's caught the back of the sister car. That is Joao Barbosa. Excuse me, Joao Barbosa in second place in GTEs. There's Cameron Roger in the picture-in-picture for Burst. And I can't quite read the number on the sides. I'm not sure. I think it's about 30 seconds he's been stationary for. So we'll see if that's a longer stop. Is Darius Andre going to get ahead of Burst? I would say so. Yes, he's... Oh, that's close between the MCM, not the MCM car, that's the Master Pescara car. But now Cameron Roger gets underway, so a full service for the Burst number 94. And Darius Andre back up into second position then, with Nakib Aslan signalling to come into the pits. Yes, he has come in, so now Sem9 Axel have come into the pits, but they have been absolutely rapid for quite some time. What can Darius Andre do? So fresh driver behind the wheel now. Better see what they are capable of. Bit of a gap to close in, but certainly nothing insurmountable. There is Nakib Aslan. Now the yellow number on the side of the car is how long they have been in the pit stop for. In the pit lane, that's how long they've been in the stall for. So if it hits around about 53 seconds plus, then they've had new tyres on. If it's anything substantially less than that, it's only fuel. We'll keep an eye on what he's able to do there as we see Darius Andre working his way through the lap. He's on his way. He's gone through Junshao. That's a fresh set of tyres going on the LMP2 leader. 53 on the nose. And Darius Andre should come out ahead of Nakib Aslan, which he does, but how much by is going to be the question. Now Aslan is off the pit lane speed limiter. We are going to have, not at the moment, we are going to have an LMP2 fight though, because they are not far apart at all. There is Andre, look to the right, there is Aslan. My word, that is close. Considering that Nakib Aslan didn't qualify, sorry, the Sem9 Axel team didn't qualify the car, And at the start of the race, once Nakib had worked his way through the GT field, he was some 20 seconds off the class lead. Now, with a similar pit stop strategy to his contemporaries, he's only 2.5 seconds behind. That's only just because he got caught out by the Azatec Audi, which, again, Alexander Sesha did nothing wrong. He just happened to be awkwardly placed for the LMP car to come through. Once again, the LMP2 lead is going to get fiery, and Darius Andre, he's straight into the 120s, 120.888 for him last time around, which is very much in the lap time realm of Nakib Aslan. So, that's going to be a challenge. Damien Scovron now has the number 94 car, so Damien was one of the main qualifiers of that car. Yellow flag. Zasha! That's Alexander Sesha's in trouble. It's him that's caused the yellow flag. Our GT3 leader has had a moment somewhere. I'm guessing that's going to be around Peronino, or in between Peronino and Bica de Pato, looking at where the tracker was. So a bit unfortunate for him. We'll see if production's able to catch up with what happened with him. But Aslan now dances around the Gadget Hooter car. There is Alexander Sesha, so coming through turn 1. So obviously well after his issue. What's the lap time difference between our LMPs? So, well, that's it wouldn't be fair to read into that, as of course that's Nakib Aslan's outlap. 1:21.0 for Andre though. So this is what happened to Alexander Sesha. So it was after where I thought it was. Oh, nothing too dramatic. Half spin? No, it would have cost him a fair amount of time though. No impacts, fortunately, just a tiny bit of lawn mowing on the exit of Mugello, then put him off a little bit coming through Junshout. Cost him time, but did not cost him position. He's still comfortably ahead of the GT3s by, quite some distance, but I think that's because Jakub Kowalski in the 404 Glam Racing cars recently just taken that one over. So the pit stop strategy is a bit different in our GT3 field, which is fine. Of course, each team has their own plan on when to pit and how long for. It doesn't always match their competitors. But Nakib Aslan on the right hand side, so that's the LMP2 lead, with Alexander Sesha on the left hand side, our GT3 leader. In he comes, so that's why he's got a comfortable lead in the GT3s, because he's pitted slightly later than his classmates. So I wouldn't be surprised actually if Alexander hands that car over. He started in that Audi, so it could be a time for a driver change for the Azatec car. But look at Aslan, right on the case of Darius Andre. With the 404 car, just minding his own business. That's getting very, very close. Jakub Kowalski, again, doing the right thing, just staying predictable, just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. There's Angel Banegas, who's been in the MCM Motorsport car since the start, and still continuing on his merry way. There we go, there's our LMP2 lead with the DIS Sim Racing Porsche. That's the GTE leader. They've just gone past. Good 47-second lead for the Porsche. Now what can Aslan do here? He's hustling, and he's hustling hard. Thought about an inside maneuver coming into turn 1, but the door just got closed by Juices just in time. Down through the center S's. Now this is a great opportunity for Aslan. He's got the run on Darius then, as the GT3 lead now in the hands of Jakub Kowalski. Juices still hold on to the LMP lead, and now Aslan going wide there. That's decided to Lago just to prevent an issue from arising, but Jakub Kowalski for Glam Racing now takes over the GT3 lead from Azatec. That's now in the hands of Adesio Neto, who was in the evening qualifying session. There's about 17 seconds to the 404's favour, so there's been a pit stop difference there or thereabouts, because Azatec have led that class all race long thus far. But Aslan is very, very keen to get into the lead of the LMP2s. For Sam 9 Axel, and you can't blame them, they're the LMP2 championship leaders at this point in time, but only 1 point ahead of the burst car that is behind them, and 15 points ahead of the car they're hustling, Deuces. So You can see why that Aslan is keen to get on with the job. He's done a fantastic effort in that car to start right at the back and now be challenging for the class lead. Great stuff there. He's too far back to do anything this time, so he's just going to have to just bide his time this time around and see what he is able to do. Just looking to see if we have any other close battles. The Gadget, Husa and Azatec cars are close together because Neto... Whoa, that was close. Aslan didn't even flinch. That was amazing. There's no change in his facial expression whatsoever. I'd have a face of someone sucking a lemon if I was that close to someone. I would absolutely go, whoa, complete panic. Absolutely nothing phasing Naqib Aslan, even kicking the tail out slightly on the number 21 car there. Brilliant stuff. Are they in Destiny for the pits? No, because they've recently been through the pits. So this is just an all-out war for the top spot. And you've got to think that whilst the 79 Axel car could afford, strictly speaking, to come in second, they'd still be championship leaders. No team ever settles for second if they, certainly this early in an endurance race. But fair play to Darius Andre, doing exactly what he needs to do to keep Aslan behind him. And it doesn't look like that Aslan is just going through the motions. He looks like he's trying to hustle for the position. Although that time around, coming down to Tito Dargo, does look like he was just biding his time. Didn't look like he was wanting to make the move. So continuing on his merry way quite nicely there. Ooh, it's from that angle it looked like the tail got loose there on the 21. We've seen that 79 Axel guy get very squiggly at various points. Oh, I just had a message. That message coming from Alexander Sesha. He wants to come and have a chat to us. That would be fantastic to do. We did have a chat with Alexander yesterday. And there he is. Alexander, are you with us?
Yeah, I think so.
You had a lot of fun in the Azatec car. So how's the race going for you for the 585 so far?
So far, I would say it's going quite good. Sadly, I made a dumb mistake on the second to last lap. That costed a lot of time, but yeah, other than that, the pace is definitely there.
I'm sorry to say, but the replay did show it. But I mean, of course it would. And so it's now Alicio in the car. You've got about a 16-second gap to close in on Glam Racing at the moment, but it's very much the battle of the Audis so far. When are you coming back to the car during the race, or are you now done for the day?
I will come back a little bit more later, probably towards the night. So yeah, I will be in again.
Excellent stuff. And when you approach an event like this, the likes of you and Alicio, do you just concentrate on how well you can get to where you're going as a team, or is there a little bit of driver rivalry? Do you try and get the better lap time in a session than Alicio does?
Of course, you will always try to see if you can be the best. I think Alicio actually just did beat my time, so already there it's it's him leading. But yeah, no, it's mostly about winning, and then we can look after the race on who was the better.
Awesome stuff. Now, in the championship, of course, your main rival CKR isn't here, so that it's going to change the face of the championship. But Glam Racing aren't far behind; they're only 6 points behind. Do you ever think about that sort of thing, or do you just concentrate on getting the best you can in any one event? Do you ever kind of think about, if I make a mistake, this could change the championship?
Oh yeah, I've definitely been thinking a lot about that. I know Glam Racing is a really fast team as well, not to be underestimated, and we definitely went into this race thinking, okay, we are not gonna try to make any mistake and just see if we can win this race and beat these guys.
Great stuff. Well, thank you very much for spending the time to come and have a chat with us. It's very, very much appreciated. And we will look forward to having a chat to you as the event goes on. Thank you very much, Alexander Zasha.
Hey.
Very much appreciated. It's great to catch up with our drivers and seeing who does what. Our LMP2 pair are still arguing. And Alex is right. Alicia Neto did indeed beat Alex's time. 30.788 is now the team best and class best as well. So Alicia Neto doing a great job in the 585 Audi to close in on Jakub Kowalski for the GT3 lead. It's got about 13.4 seconds-ish to close in. But our LMP2 pair are now... they're swapping around because... Has Darius just made a mistake or was he coming to the bits? No, they've swapped round. So let's see what's happening there. There they are. That's how they swap round. So whilst we were chatting to Azatec, Nakib Aslan managed to get the inside line coming down to Tacito Delago on Darius Andres. So those two, they've swapped round again. So whilst we were concentrating on... there we go. They've swapped round again repeatedly. So Nakib Aslan and Darius Andre are having a great old scrap for the LMP2 lead. And of course, the more they do that, the more they're allowing Damien Scovron to eat into the gap, as Nakib Aslan did when Deuces and Burst were having an argument. So last time around, Damien Scovron was 2 seconds quicker, well, 1.5 seconds quicker than than these two. So you expect all three of our LMP cars to be having a great scrap at some point in this race. Certainly these two are really enjoying having a good argument. And Damien's not that far behind either. So is Nakib going to make him... is Darius going to make a move this time around? No, that's how the lead changed. Now, the picture-in-picture is where they currently are. That's how the lead changed in the main image. So that was a big banzai move on the inside of turn one. So the picture-in-picture is live. The main picture is a replay. And Nakib just slammed the door shut on Darius. But the lead did change. Oh, and a bit of a tap on the tail there between the two cars. Now Darius got alongside Nakib on the run up towards Larangina. Unfortunately, we lost the replay there. Apologies for that. But that was the real great battle that was going on between those two at the time. And there's still very little distance between them as we see Jesper Pedersen serve a pit stop in the number 18 car. There they are. There's the LMP2 pair. So Darius now still behind just the 79 axle car, and the gap back to the burst car is this is where we got up to in the replay. So now Darius did get the move done, and the burst car, the Deuces car is slightly ahead. But as we saw, Nakib did indeed get the move back done again to reclaim the LMP2 lead. Oh, the replay got stuck there, so apologies there. But that's where Nakib was back in the lead, and that's how he returned the favour to the number 15 car. And they're still less than a second apart. There's Jesper Pedersen leading the DPI class. Now it does look like Nakib is able to just stretch his legs a little bit. There we go. The Azatec Audi in between the two. But one tiny mistake from Nakib, again, very easily done, especially in the second sector where LMP2, the number 21, does seem to be very, very loose. As we see the other burst car of Jesper Pedersen. Oh, someone's caused a yellow flag. Oh, Ricardo Pera in the 53 Mustang Mascara car, somewhere around turn one, has caused a yellow flag. Oh, this is a replay again of our LMP2. So it is unbelievably close. It is. That's a small mistake there from Darius Andre. A little bit of a flick up of dust from Nakib Aslan. That's live now, so it's now just over a second. It did climb to about 1.4 between the two. It's now 1.1 between Nakib Aslan and Darius Andre, as they've got a few more back markers to deal with. That is the ID Sinsport car and the Glam racing car. So the Glam car being driven by Jakub Kowalski, and the ID Sinsport car being driven still by Michael Pedersen. Oh, that's getting a bit close. There was a slight impediment there on Nakib Aslan, but taking to the grass, Darius Andre, making sure he gets past the GT cars without colliding into them. Cool, that was close. My goodness me. But still, the LMP2 lead belonging to Sam 9 Axel. And now, well, actually, in fairness, I was going to say that Damien Scovron in the burst car, his progress towards these two has certainly slowed down, but it's still going on. He's still the quicker of the three LMP2 cars at the moment. And there's Michael Pedersen with the Glam car actually putting a lap on him. So Pedersen needs to get out of the way there, as they're not on the same lap as Jakub Kowalski gets out from the tail end of the Blue Aston. There's the Azatec Audi. It's second place in the GT3s. Alessio Neto now driving that one. We spoke to Alex Escher previously on. There is the Juices car. Darius Andre starting to lose a little bit of ground on Akib Naslam, but not too much. So that gap has grown a little. They come down in towards turn one. It's hovering between a second and a half as they come through braking zones. Oh, there's the DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche, still leading the GTEs by about a minute or so, or just under, actually about 51 seconds between themselves and Joel Barbosa in the Juices number 74. So still a bit of lead there, but again, that's probably down to a pit stop difference. As good as they've been, they haven't been quite that much faster, to be fair. That's just a pit stop strategy difference. As that gap is now just over 2 seconds. So there has been a bit of a mistake from Darius Andre. He probably got caught slightly behind the DIS car, who was just someone minding his own business. But that's allowed that gap to go up to over 2 seconds now. And see how they're able to counteract, or if they're able to counteract that. This just further accentuates how well Rakib Aslan's done from starting at the back of the grid to now lead the class with the class fastest lap as well. And let's have a look. Who else should we have a look at? Artem Shulev in the number 17 Unison car. The second of our DPI cars. 21.9, so a little bit off the pace of Peter Vakapov, who had that car previously. There is Artem. He's now staring at the back of the GTE leader, the DIS car, who's been very much minding his own business. In the 31.1s is the GTE Porsche. Which has been, looking at the lap times, that's been the fastest GTE car out there. So they're very much minding their own business and continuing to build the lead. They have to about 54 seconds over Joel Barbosa in the 74 Juices Motorsports car. Last time around for them was a 31.761. And still, the DIS car is the only GT car to be in the 29s at this stage of the race. And there it is, just as I mentioned it, there it is. Artem Shulev is now got to find a way past it. There's no point the Unison car doing anything silly. Try and get past the Porsche. You know, it's got insanely much more power and grip than the Porsche does. So he didn't need to worry about trying to force his way past. And along his merry way he goes. Another lap complete for the DIS car as we are fast approaching the bottom of another hour. So 2.5 hours now done as Jesper Pedersen nearly introduces himself very, very harshly to Michael Pedersen there. And there is Alessio Neto in the Azatec car, who's still doing his best to try and close in on Jakub Kowalski, which he has been doing. Last time around, about half a second favour to the 585 Azatec Audi. 7.5 seconds, give or take, between the two Audis now. Let's see what the lap times were. 32.3 for Kowalski, a 33 dead for Alessio Neto. So now the 7/10 going back towards the favour of Glam Racing. As we hit 2.5 hours complete, let's have another word from our commercial sponsors.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Azatec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Stengolm, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online. Or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info. Or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN. For Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to round 4 of the EEWC here at Interlagos. And a penalty has been issued. Another one is to the same recipient. Car number 21 has got themselves a stop-go 10-second penalty. For the same reason they got the drive-through penalty. We did say this would happen. Now, Nakib Aslan apparently was going outside the white lines to pass a slower car, but you're still outside the white lines whether you like it or not. So that's a stop-go 10-second penalty for car number 21. He's determined to make the job as difficult for himself as possible, and in he comes. So, of course, you can't do anything in the car. You can't refuel it, can't change tyres. That is a pure penalty, and there we go. These come to a stop and should get going now. Spot on. And of course puts Darius Andre and the Deuces car back into the race lead. This will cost around about 20 seconds, give or take. We think the pit lane loss going through it without stopping is around about 10 seconds or so. So this should drop to around about 15 seconds maybe. We'll see what the distance is. 13 seconds, give or take. So but I know that's between Skovron and the leader. I beg your pardon. So yeah, Nakib is about 17.5 seconds behind Damien Skovron. who is now up into second, who himself is about 11.5 seconds behind Darius Andre. So now we are going to have to see the 7.9 axle car do exactly what it did in the first stint and just absolutely floor it, which could really upset the strategy if they're running light on fuel or pushing the tyres quite hard. You'll have to push the tyres quite hard to regain that, but there's still plenty of time left. We still have just under 9.5 hours to go of this race, so the urge might be, oh, I've got to make up time. You've got to bear in mind how long you have to make that time up. If you do something silly at this stage of the race to make up time and then cost yourself more time in the long run, you haven't lost anything. Let's have a look at some lap times, shall we? Whilst our field continue along their merry way. So, in DPI, the fastest class lap of 1:19.361 sips with the number 18 Burst Esports Simplexity car. As we'll display the graphics showing our DPI competitors, there it is. You can see the fastest lap on the best column, it's so labelled. 1:19.361 for the 18 car, which is currently being driven by Jesper Pedersen, and Artem Shuleev in the number 17 Unison car. They have the best of 1:19.937, and their last lap 21.2 for Jesper, 21.8 for Artem. But the Unison car does find itself behind the LMP cars. For LMP2s, the fastest class lap just about sits with Naki Baslan in the 21.79 axle car, but it's very, very close in best lap times between the three. Last time around, it was a 20.967 for Scotland. Oh, they've just crossed the line, actually. It was a 21.033, 21.584 for Darius Andre. And of course, Naki Baslan's just served his stock grid penalties, just about to cross the line, actually. 21.105. So some of that will be having exited the pit lane. So give him a bit of due for that. Was getting back up to speed, but Damien Scovron for Burst is doing what he can to regain the LMP2 lead. In GTEs, the best lap time sits with, I think it's still with DIS. It is indeed. Who now sits second in the GTE tables with the pit stop still going on. 29.807, the only team to get into the 29s is the DIS car. Joao Barbosa for Juices leads the GTEs overall. Third is Ivan Aguado in the MCM car. Then Ricardo Perez still in the number 53 Mustang Pescara Porsche. Michael Pedersen still in charge of the 166 ID Simsport car. We've lost the 717 Unison Racing BMW Nikolai Bezrikov after that incident he was involved with. Sadly, the car is not turning any further. And the GT3 contingent, the fastest lap with them sits with the 585 Azatec car. Alessio Neto in charge of that one. He's the one that set that time, 1:30.788. Last time around, I think he was the fastest GT3 with a 31.938. Just as I was saying, he came over the line. He's only 4 seconds behind Jacob Kowalski, so we do have a GT3 lead battle forming with Karl Liekegard in the 777 Gadget Husik car, 31.445 best lap for them. So I think we need to be looking at Alessio Neto, the 585 car. Looks like the Audis are going to be having an argument in the next few laps. Actually, right on cue. They've just gone through the shot. Initially the 404, the purple car comes through. Now riding on board with Alessio Neto. And the car directly ahead is not the car he's directly targeting. The next one down the road is the one he wants. That's the Gadget Husik car, so they're about to put a lap on it. Again, it's always confusing, the Gadget Husik cars, because it's red on one side and blue on the other. So the three GT3s are actually right with one another on track. It's just the Gadget Husik cars are not on the same lap as the Audis. It was a bit of a shame. Oh, that's the Corvette kicking up some dust, coming down towards Jinshaw. But certainly Neto has been the quickest of the GT3s for quite a number of laps, and he's bringing that gap down very, very nicely. So we are going to see a lead battle in GT3, or potentially it really depends how hard they fight at this stage in the race. As through came, that was Jesper Pedersen in the lead burst car. I've had a message. Wow, Maria from Glam Racing has just said, but he will not get us. Mwahaha. Whoa, bold statement from Glam Racing. Love it. Love it, love it. Jacob Kowalski, you got some pressure from up top. You know, you've got to keep, you've got to keep everybody behind, frankly. But, well, in fairness, the Azatec car has been closing in. But we'll see. It's all good being able to close in on your competitors. It's being able to pass them that is the important part. So, our three GT3s are fairly close together, but not in terms of position, as we've mentioned. Kowalski could really use the rear gunner services of the Corvette at the moment. Carl Ikegaard, depends who's he on better terms with, Glam Racing or Azatec. We will see. There's one, there's two, there's three. Jakob Kowalski kicks up an old big amount of dust straight into the face of Carl Ikegaard, coming through and past Jun Xiao. And let's have a look at the lap times this time around between the two Audis primarily. 32.2 for Kowalski, 31.7 for Neto. Well, half a second gain for the 585 car. I hate to say it, Maria, but you may well be forced to change that stance. That is true. No matter what, you'll get at least third. Of that you are guaranteed, my dear. Of that you are guaranteed. But plenty of time for things to play out. We will see how well Alessio can do in challenging for the GT3 lead. Meanwhile, GTE, former frontrunner, the ID SimSport car, the DIS Sim Racing Lab car, 31.831 for them last time around, couple of tenths off the last lap of Joao Barbosa in the now GTE leading 74 Juices car, 11.3 seconds as they came through, or as the Porsche came through the City de Largo. There is Joao Barbosa, a gorgeous Aston Martin. Now, he's just gained a couple of tenths last time around. 30.404 is the team best so far in the Aston. A little surprised, actually, the Aston is doing as well as it is. I did not think that it would suit well here in Interlagos, but I'm being proven wrong. Glad to see. Back on board with Alessio Neto. Hasn't gained an awful lot on the back of the Corvette, in fairness. But he was still a couple of tenths quicker than Kowalski was. And obviously a couple of tenths quicker than Ikegaard was. But still some distance behind. Won't be getting any kind of slipstream. Now under 3 seconds between the two Audis now. But as soon as Neto gets into the slipstream of the Corvette is when you'll see him start to really close in that gap. At the moment, Alessio Neto is just biding his time. He's still pushing on. It's quite clear that he's not just being slow, but it's very easy to overdrive when you can see the person you're chasing right ahead of you. You know, the whole, the bigger the carrot kind of story, the harder you'll chase it. More dust being kicked up into the air. Yeah, who's going to peel off into the pit and ruin this battle? How many times has that happened? Certainly, yeah, Alessio Neto does have his pit marker on. But is he going to obey it? We've seen that before, where they've put their pit marker on but not gone in. Nah, like so. Did not come in this time around. He's changed his mind on that. I've been caught out by that too many times. his pit crew aren't going to be ready for him when he does come in, so that is going to cost him time in the pit stop. So, or potentially cost him time in the pit stop. How much? Who knows? Interesting that Liquiard is just staying there. He's utilising the slipstream. The problem kind of is he would need to gain an entire lap to actually be involved in this battle, but it's a shame in a way because he's clearly got the pace to stay right with Kowalski. But is that because Kowalski is not pushing as hard as he potentially could? We don't know. We don't entirely know what strategy that Glamrock have got into play. He could be just biding his time, could be just going at the Glam... I knew I'd do that. Glam Racing. I've had Glamrock in my head all day. They've been called worse, I'm sure. But Glam Racing, Glam Rock Racing, yeah, we'll combine the two, why not? If I say that, you'll know who I'm on about. The 404, I think that was a Corvette that kicked up that big amount of dust there. It's Alessio Neto, 1.5 seconds as they come over the ridge from Junshao. Let's see what the lap times are this time. So 32.4 for Kowalski, a 31.7 for Neto, but that's not going to help. Really uncomfortable run through turn one. Nice, Truth! And a wild Artem Shurlev appears. That was close. Crikey, Alessio Neto could have struck a match on the side of the car, and my goodness me, Neddy takes the Glam Racing car with him. Wow. That was very, very close. Now, Alessio would have known, I would think, that the Unison Racing DPI was coming up, but of course we can't see it from this particular view. We've got no rear view mirrors. We don't have anyone spotting for us. So just suddenly this car appears out of nowhere. There is the Glam Racing 404. Jakob Kowalski. With the Corvette acting as a bit of a buffer to Alessio Neto, but strictly speaking, Carl Liquegaard will be under blue flag conditions now. He will have to get out of the way fairly soon. It's a shame that these three GT3s aren't actually fighting for position. Because wouldn't that be fantastic? Just 3 GT3s taking part in this race and all 3 of them fighting for position. That'd be brilliant. But sadly, the Corvette is the one that's out of position. Let's see what happens here. 31.5 for... Oh no, beg your pardon, that's too well, but both are. 32.6 for Kowalski. 32.6 as well for Liquegaard. 32.3 for Alessio Neto. So didn't get an awful lot. Now at this point, Carl Liquegaard should really be getting out of the way. And not just for the DPIs and LMPs coming past. That's the burst car that's just gone through. Damien Scovron. It doesn't look like Liquegaard's wanting to go out of the way. And you can see that Liquegaard's using the triple monitor setup there. Oh, there he goes. He bled out of the throttle and passed when the Azatec car. So now it really is a battle between Kowalski and Neto without the Corvette in the way. And Carl Liquegaard's done a good job to only be a lap down after 3 hours, considering those are not convinced the Corvette is naturally suited to the track like this. So the Gadget Huset team have done pretty well between Liquegaard and Seas Harvey to maintain the pace they have done, but it's very much been a day of the Audis for the GT3 class, which I'm not surprised about at all, as this is a great track to accentuate the advantages of the German marque. Less than a second between the two Audis now. Alessio Neto for Azatec Sim Sports and Jakob Kowalski for Glam Racing in the 404. It's kind of ebbing and flowing around about a second now. But again, Neto a few tenths quicker as the tail gets loose, coming down through turn 1 and through this NRS's. Oh, you don't want to be binning it though at this stage. He's just out of range to be gaining slipstream. It's around about it is a second, strictly speaking, but it's 8 tenths when you already notice it. as through comes the Sem 9 Axel car. Darius Andre, no, beg your pardon, that's Damien Scotron in the second place. No, it's not. It's Sem 9 Axel. That's Naki Baslan. I'm muddling up everyone's name. Naki Baslan, bearing in mind he's had a 10-second stop-go penalty, is now leading the LMP2s again by nearly a minute, and that will be down to pit stops, of course, but you can't take it away from the raw pace that he's had. Now, what is Neto going to do? Now, is Eliseo Neto going to stay in the tyre tracks of his fellow Audi? Unlikely from what we've seen leading up to this stage. Replay here of Elite. Oh no, it's not, beg your pardon. That's so that's our GT3 contingent on the left hand side, and there's our DIS former GTE leader, now only 4.5 seconds or just under that behind Joao Barbosa and the Deuces number 74. So the GTEs are potentially, or the GTE leaders I should say, are potentially gathering for a bit of an argument themselves. Ooh. Oh, that looked like Likegaard got a little bit squiggly coming through turn one. He may have been a little bit put off by the next car, which will be, I think that's Tom Olmeninger. Oh, that's Naki Baslan. He's brought his car into the pits. Tom Olmeninger now in charge of the number 94 burst car. Oh, there's a bit more dust being kicked up. No, he's not close enough this time to make any kind of move, is Neto. And how long is Naki Baslan going to be in the pit lane for? It looks like it's another tyre change. There's Neto right under the rear wing of the Glam Racing Audi. Yep, 53 seconds for Naki Baslan, still in the number 21 car. He was the starting driver for it, and he's still there. He hasn't handed the toys over, and now is at the back of the LMP2 field as a result. What have we got here? That's where face full of dust was kicked up there from Kowalski for Neto to enjoy that. And that loop's a bit odd, I find. I've never seen anything used. I think it's either stock cars or bikes that use that kind of odd loop part just after Jun Shao. Over the line once again for our GT3s. And within a tenth of a second as their respective lap times. Oh, not another penalty for the 21 car. No, but I haven't been informed of it. But I can see on the timing screen, it does look like he's been given a penalty. That might be an automatic one. If he's done enough cut tracks, then the server will give him a penalty automatically rather than race control doing it. So, oh, more dust being kicked up. Need to keep it on the road. Kowalski. Doesn't look like Neto has got an answer at the moment, but it has taken him this long to get into that position. Again, that's not a disrespectful comment, just that's how close the pace has been. And the car may feel very, very different when it's in battle rather than in clean air. He's now got all the dirty air coming off the back of the Glam Racing 404, rather than just lots and lots of clean air that he can enjoy and keep his very heavy right foot down. No change in the GT3. It's just every opportunity that Jacob Kowalski can to kick up some dust to try and put Eliseo Neto off is exactly what he's doing. Now this is an opportunity for Neto to try and challenge for the top spot. And again, he's just not gaining enough to be able to challenge. At the moment, Kowalski has got an answer for Neto, or Neto is biding his time. Again, we don't know. We have no idea what strategy that they're putting in. No, Kowalski, that got loose. Going through turn one, or looked like from that angle they got very, very loose. Now, there is an element of slide that goes on. As the Corvette, you can see, is just beginning to fall away from the back of the Audis. Carl Likegaard's hung on to that slipstream as long as he could. I think it's going to start to fall away. Oh, I thought he was going to barrel into the back of the Aztec car there. It's that gap just loitering between 2 and 3 tenths between the two Audis. But this is just Eliseo hovering behind Kowalski, keeping the pressure on. Oh, having a look on the inside line coming into the S's, but no, can't commit to that. what about our GTEs? Yes, there we go. There's the DIS car. Getting very, very close to Joao Barbosa. Close indeed. So 2 battles. Our GT contingents are giving us the battles for the lead, and I can't believe this. We're 5 minutes away from commercial break, and yet again we've got battles. So we have, you know, some time off from battles, and then half an hour later, because that's the rough gap between our planned commercial stops, is when we have another fight going on. It's giving me plenty to chat about. I'm not arguing that, as Neto looks like he got very loose behind Kowalski there. Coming down through the center S's. Surely this is an opportunity now for the 585 to get ahead of the 404. Side by side, not quite. Coming down towards the seat of the Largo. Is Neto going to try and banzai that one? He's had a look. He can't commit. The door gets closed in his face. That's going to help keep Leakegaard in that particular part of the circuit, but not in this battle, sadly, as he is a lap down from the 2 ahead of him. As the picture-in-picture shows how close the DIS car is to Joao Barbosa in the Juices car. So the GTE battle is of a similar distance, actually, as the DIS Porsche has been closing in slowly but surely on the 74 Aston. So what a great amount of battling we've got going on here. Thoroughly enjoying this. And we're not up to the point of the commercial break yet. We will hold that off if we've got, or hold it off for a few minutes if we've got some great battle, which we have had several times in our broadcast so far. We were nearly a quarter of the way through the race, nearly 3 hours down in this quarter of the way through. Can't even add up. Oh, it was right. See, my brain is actually doubting myself. So we are a quarter of the way through, or just about to be. Fantastic stuff. But it does, like, I wonder if Neto's biding his time. I wonder if Alessio Neto's just not wanting to send himself up for counter-attack to Kowalski. It looks like he's just hovering behind rather than trying, or rather than unable to make the move. He's now just biding his time. That's what I get the impression of, unlike the DIS car behind Barbosa. That looks like a great battle going on. Well, they're both decent battles, but I get the feeling Neto's not trying to force the issue. He wants to force a mistake. But at this stage in the race, you can totally understand. 9 hours still to go. We're not in the final few laps. If we were getting close to the checkered flag, I would expect to be seeing punch and counter punch going on, which, judging by how close we've seen these cars time and time again, we are going to have when the checkered flag is close to falling. As DIS Stroth alive, that's getting very close. You've got, is that Sem 9 Axel Burst? They're very similar liveries from the front. That's Sem 9 just coming past. Naki Vaslan, following his last penalty, has just worked his way past them. Oh, now the Porsche versus Aston, as well as Audi versus Audi. Difficult to know which one to look at because they're both very close. Trying to keep an eye on both of them. Now, what is the DIS car going to do? Again, we're not certain who's in it at any given time. We don't get the heads up on that one. Unfortunately, as the tail gets loose on the Porsche, that could compromise his attempt to get past the Aston Martin coming down towards turn 1. Can't do it this time, or can he? He's closed back in on Joao Barbosa. Is he going to have a look on the inside line? Does Barbosa defend it? He does. Forces the Porsche to the outside line as Neto has to let through one of the DPIs. That's Artem Shuleyev. Ooh, bit of a kick up a dust there from the 404 car. Oh, DIS being forced to the outside line. Coming down towards the City de Largo. Can he get it to slow down? He does indeed. What a move from the DIS Porsche. It's not often you see an outside manoeuvre going through there, and that's exactly what he's managed to do. This is it again. You see the picture-in-picture is the GT3 he's having an argument. Well, what a move. I wonder if Barbosa braked a bit early there, because his line would have been compromised. The Porsche was able to brake that a little bit later than the Aston Martin. Fantastic effort. Well done. As the GT3 still all bunched together at this stage in the race. I've no idea on pit stop strategy at this stage, who's due in and what have you. That's the burst car coming through, I think. No, was that the Sem 9 car? No, it'd be the Sem 9 car coming through. And in comes the Glam Racing 404. So that battle has finally relented. As now it'll be up to Neto, if he's got anything left in the tank, to absolutely floor it, to try and do an overcut on the 404. So we'll see if that's what he's able to do. And that gap does look like it's in DIS's favour. So I think it's now safe to cut to commercial. So let's have a word from our commercial sponsors.
2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flicks, Motorvision.tv, Sten Goldman, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN. Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to round 4 of the EEWC here at GTR24H. And we are 25% of the way through this 12-hour race. 3 hours down, 9 to go. And Alessio Neto now leading the way in the GT3s when Jacob Kowalski pitted the 404 Glam Racing Audi. Jacob still in command of the 404 car. He's back out on circuit. Is Neto going to be coming in this time? Let's have a look. No, he is continuing along his merry way. There's Carl Liekagaard in the 777 Gadget Husik car. He is unfortunately a lap behind the leading Audi. Sadly not involved in that particular battle, but he's keeping pace with him, in fairness. Oh, that's getting a bit lively. My goodness me, Michael Francesconi recently taken over the 4th place from number 53 car. My word, that is all getting very, very close and up close and personal. And absolutely none of that is for position. The two Astons are trying to unlap themselves from the Porsche here. So, other way around, beg your pardon. The ID Simsport car is the one that's technically out of position, as he's a lap down from both of them and trying to unlap himself from. The MCM car, which is Ivan Aguado, is actually 3rd and the Porsche's trying to unlap himself from the MCM car, and the ID Simsport car is trying to unlap himself from both of them. So they're all GTE cars, all 3rd, 4th and 5th, but that's not the order they're on the road in. So Francesconi is 4th. Marcus Steyer has now taken over the ID Simsport car. That's in 5th and a lap behind. And Ivan Aguado is at the back of this particular train, is actually leading the 3 of them in 3rd. So a bit uncomfortable for the 3 of them, but they do manage to survive. The 2 Astons now behind the Porsche as Michael Francesconi continues along his merry way. Highlights from the last hour in the top left-hand corner. And blimey, there's been quite a few things that we've enjoyed again in the last few hours. But the GTE lead now very much in the hands of the DIS team. Wojtek Polesny, the qualifying ace for Deuces, is now in charge of the 74 car. So he's now in 2nd. He's got 82 seconds to close in because the 74 car's just come in. As there's the unfortunate spin we saw from Alex Zescher that he wished we hadn't seen it, and unfortunately we've shown it again. Sorry, Alex. So DIS leading the way in GTEs, but with Wojtek Polesny now in the car, his pace was unrivaled during qualifying. But DIS still the only GT car in the 29s, so we'll see if Polesny can close in on that. In LMPs, Darius Andre leads the way for Deuces Motorsport by about 20 seconds over Tom Aldermenger in the burst car, with Nakib Aslan picking up the penalties that's dropped into the tail end of the LMPs, and Jesper Pedersen is leading the DPI pair at the top of the tree for burst. We've got a couple of more messages to go through, I think. It's a warning for the 585. That's the Azatec car. That's the Azatec Audi that has now earned themselves a warning for corner 10 outside the white line several times. Oh dear. So it would seem that Nakib Aslan is not the only one to earn the ire of the stewards, as now the 585 has been warned. So after that, it's a drive-through. After that, it's a 10-second stop-go, and then a 30-second stop-go. Then every penalty thereafter will be a 60-second stop-go if they keep on misbehaving themselves. You would have thought they'd have learned by then, but when you're pushing as hard as these guys will be doing so, particularly when you've been going for 12 hours, tiredness is certainly setting in, etc., etc. Fatigue is a difficult thing to fight at the best of times. As we look down on Alessio Neto, who has not come into the pits. We did see Jakub Kowalski pit earlier on from when the 3 GT3s were together. I think we can actually see that in the picture-in-picture. Yes, we can. That's when Glam Racing was still right there, arguing for the GT3 lead as the GTE lead was then being contested. That was shortly before we were due to throw to commercial break. But Neto can't be too far behind for pitting. Let's see, does he do so this time? Doesn't look like he wants to. And indeed he doesn't. As you've got... there was that burst coming past. Yes, it was Jesper Pedersen, the DPI car just coming past. So where is... so Nakib Aslan is pressing on again. So despite the fact that he's had several penalties, he's still the quickest LMP2 car by a bit of a distance. 0.6 of a second quicker than Darius Andre. And he's 8 seconds off the back of Tom Aldermenger in the burst car. So Tom had a bit of a rough lap last time around, a 123.113. There's the GTE odd situation. I won't say it's a battle because none of them were actually battling for position. Oh no, Neto's gone off the road. That's going to cost him the time he would have gained on trying to overcut the Glam Racing 404. So just a small mistake, wandering a bit too wide, and that's allowed Carl Liekegard to get back into his tyre tracks. But as we've said, Carl Liekegard is a lap down from Alicia Neto at the moment. But the slipstream will be certainly doing the Corvette a load of good. The dust into the face won't be doing him any good whatsoever. We'll see if Marcus Steyer is able to improve the fortunes of the... Marcus Steyer is ID Sunsport. I beg your pardon. And we'll see if Carl Liekegard is able to improve the fortune of the 777 cars. We look at the DIS car, the Porsche. They need to be coming into the pits soon. We think they need to come into the pits soon, as various other GTEs have done. So, namely the Deuces car behind them with a 30.5. The DIS Porsche was a 31.3. So they could do probably coming in. So they are losing nearly a full second a lap over the Deuces car, with Wojciech Polesny pressing on now. So I would imagine the DIS car will want to be coming in fairly soon to get rid of those tyres. As we look at GT3 leader Alicia Neto just getting back into his rhythm, and Liekegard has made a mistake, has suddenly fallen off the back of the leading Audi. There he is, right behind. That's not the... I was wondering if that was the 404, but it isn't the 404 right behind him. Jacob Kowalski is back out on track in the second place Audi. And then you can see the DIS leading GTE has caught the back of the MCM Motorsport car, the number 27, Ivan Aguado, is still in command of that Aston. Again, keeping an eye on Alicia Neto. He hasn't given an indication to his pit crew that he's coming in. And that will be why, because he continues along his merry way. What does DIS do? Again, no indication of pit stop for the Porsche, and continuing along his merry way. So the pit stops now, or the pit strategy is now very, very diverse between each particular category. By this stage in the race, it's you're not seeing each class coming in en masse. Everybody's had long enough to kind of exercise their own strategy, but we keep finding every half an hour, particularly, the groups of cars battling for position, because it kind of happens to clash with our commercial breaks. But either way, our GT pair, or GT leaders, just kind of going through the motions. As Carl Liekegard really has fallen off the back now of Alicia Neto in the GT3 category, and the DIS car is losing time quite badly to the Deuces car. So surely they need to be coming in soon, either for a driver change or for tyres at least in that Porsche. I'm just looking at the delta, and it's dropping by at least a second. It was half a second last time around, and as we saw, the DIS car had to get past the MCM car. Oh, has there been a problem? Oh, it's a yellow flag for 404. It was Jacob Kowalski. That was early in the lap, so he's had an error somewhere down by the center S's, I think. He's gotten going fairly quickly again, but that would have cost him crucial time following his pit stop. It was quite a bad one, I'm being told. So we'll see if we're able to get a replay of that as quickly as we can. But not ideal for Jacob Kowalski. That won't please the boss. But like the boss said, at least they're guaranteed third. Now, this is what happened. Oh, the tail's getting loose on the way into the center S's, and then just culminated. Oh! Wow, how close was that? It didn't look like you hit it because the trajectory of the car didn't just dramatically change, but that was close. But no such trouble for Alicia Neto. now with no Corvette in his rearview mirror. Not that he needed a defender in it. That's the Glam car with the Juices car. So that's second GTE and second GT3 together. Wojciech Polesny jumping out from the back of the Audi and carrying on his merry way. I'll say that wasn't what agitated the Audi, because this is a different lap. So Wojciech Polesny continuing his march. Now, did that disrupt his lap time too much? A 30.7. He was a couple of tenths quicker than the Porsche, but I think that's because the Porsche's been quicker more than the Aston was slower. So DIS are maintaining a decent pace, so this will be why they probably haven't come in any earlier. 31.0 as they've just come across the line. I mean, there's still, you know, 3/4 of a lap difference as now the DIS car comes past Carl Likegaard and the GT24H car. A spit of flame from the Corvette on the way down towards the Descida de Largo. And a face full of dust again, Wastarata. He's been fairly used to that as Carl Likegaard. He's had someone kicking dust in his face for quite a while. Something has just made me chuckle. I've just seen Cameron Rogers' camera, and he's got a background going on right behind him. It confused me for a second because he was reaching forwards. It looked like he was actually in a pit lane somewhere. You know when you count something out the corner of your eye and your brain's just not quite managed to put the right pieces together. It just caught me out slightly because Cameron's not in the car, so it caught me out. He's actually his background is the burst car, so it looks great. It just caught me out very slightly. So nice job there, Cameron. DIS then, continuing the merry way. Is that Alessio in? No, I thought that was Alessio Neto coming in there. But no, he's opting to carry on. His pit strategy very, very different now to Glam Racing. That gap is about 75-ish seconds. No, a bit more than that actually, because there's an MCM car in the way. So there's about 82 seconds between Kowalski and Neto. So if Alessio were to come in, he probably would retain the GT3 lead upon exiting the pit lane. Breaking about our GTEs, still into the high 130s for Wojciech Polesny. 31.4 for the DIS Porsche last time around. I'm sure I don't really need to look at our DPIs because the DPIs have all three LMP2s in between them. Denis Yashenko now in charge of the 17 Unison car. Still Jesper Pedersen piloting the number 18. As we look at Alessio Neto with the DIS Porsche on his tail. Two different classes, two different leaders. So the Audi's not going to keep the Porsche behind him for too long. Oh, big button, that's not the DIS car. Completely wrong Porsche. That is the Mastaro Pescara car. Michael Francesconi in that one. There's the DIS Porsche. You wasn't too far behind. Is this now Neto coming in? Yes, it is. Alessio Neto in the pit lane for the 585 Aztec Sim Sports car. Is he finally going to hand that car? Oh, no, hang on. He wasn't in it at the start. What am I saying? That's already changed hands. So, no, he's not going to change. He's not probably going to change driver in that car, but it is now a pit stop for him. Where can Kowalski? Bear in mind, he had that part spin. And we don't think he hit the wall. It looked like he was just, but not quite there. Now coming down to Peronino, then up towards Biga de Pato. I think that Neto is going to come out in the lead. It was around 82 seconds-ish between the two, so nearly I say minute and a half. That's a lap in these things. It wasn't quite that far, but it was fairly close. Two being a lap between the two Audis. And there goes Neto. Yep, he's going to retain the lead then. But Kowalski will see the Aztec car as he now comes over the line. Now down to the pit lane exit, which bypasses turn one. And out in front of the 404 car comes Alessio Neto. So it was indeed that one. So it won't be a huge amount. There they are, look. So it's not going to be massive, but Neto indeed, I think he was basically down to that spin, or that half spin that Kowalski had. That lost him more than that much time. So the 404 would have been in the lead were it not for that mistake. Easy for me to say, and that again, that's not a you should have done better, because it's so easy to spin these cars in the first place that I certainly can't do what these guys are doing. So again, no disrespect meant, but that unfortunately was the mistake that has handed the GT3 lead back over to Azatec for now. And again, we still have, we've got 8.5 hours just over to go, so plenty of time for things to change and for the whole strategy to play out, don't forget. So plenty to go on in between the checkered flag and now, but it does seem that Neto has got slight pace advantage over Kowalski at the moment. We will see if that continues to be the case now the pit stop has taken effect. That is around about 2 seconds between the two Audis now, and Kowalski would have lost more than that in that one moment. What have we got here? Oh, this is the spin. How close was he to the wall? That's a very brown trouser moment going on. Oh, you are talking about pixels of gap there. My goodness me, that's barely the width of a hand. So it's conveyed he didn't hit the wall, but he could have reached his hand out and given the wall a high five. Struth, that was incredibly close. Tell you another close battle we've got is our LMP2s. Nakib Aslan is within 2 seconds of Tom Aldermanger. And yet again, that same 9 axle car has been blindingly quick. Tom does seem to be a bit off the pace at 23.0 last round. There you go. Look at that. That is unreal. And no, he didn't go backwards. I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to get a few frames forward. Look at that. Oh, wow. Great as a showpiece, as a Brazilian version of the Goodwood Festival, but not ideal for an endurance race. Can we have a look at these production at car 94 and 21, our LMP2 second and third? Very good. And there you go. Less than the second, or was until that little moment there from Aslan. So Tom Aldermanger has been, every time I've looked at his lap time, it's been a bit off. Now, again, he's probably caught by traffic or what have you, but he doesn't seem to be quite as much on the pace as we've seen before. 22.1 that time around, as it was indeed for Aslan, but we did see that bit of a loose moment from the tail end of the 10.9 axle car just as we cut to them. So have we got another battle? Yeah, we do. We have another battle looming within the next 5 minutes of the commercial break. Of course we do. And Tom Aldermanger is sporting the dual glasses look again, as he was doing from qualifying last night. We do, when we get the opportunity of it, production, we need to have a look at Matthias Harvig's camera again. As not only is his glasses are upside down, but he's changed his hat again. Well, it's the same hat, but he's changed the poster on top of it. So we'll have a look at Matthias Harvig's hat again. But Tom Aldermanger is going to be very, very popular with Nakib Aslan soon, as that's less than 1.5 seconds. So that gap did increase just as we cut to the 7.9 axle car. But yeah, when you can, production, bring up Matthias Harvig's camera, because yeah, he's giving me a thumbs up there, so he's listening into us, and he's changed the poster on the hat there. So I had noticed Matthias. We just needed a moment to bring that one into context. So much appreciated, sir. There it is, GTR24H Sao Paulo. Love it. And upside down glasses completes the look perfectly well. Oh, Aslan Giddings quickly coming down through the center S's. And again, Nakib Aslan's face has not changed. His pace has been unbelievable. There's the 404 Audi now becoming popular. Oi, that's a bit unfortunate, a bit of a hairy moment there for Kowalski. Is not only did he get on the grass, but he's then got two screaming LMP2s coming past him. Now Aslan starting to close in again on Oldemanga. Oh wow, close between the two LMP2s. So Burst now has got to fend off the advances of 79 Axel, and Burst are 30 seconds behind Juices now, so that gap that Darius Andre has built up is pretty big now. There's the Azatec Audi that the LMP2 contestants are now catching. Oh, I think the Azatec car just turned in. I think Alessia may not have realised the LMPs were quite there. Is this an opportunity for Nakib Aslan to come past? Tom may not fight it too much, as we're still well before halfway. Oh, whoa, a late lunge there from Nakib Aslan. But Tom is battling it. He's not just going to let the 79 Axel car have it. But as Nakib Aslan tries to cut back underneath Tom Oldemanga, with the Juices Aston directly ahead of them. We're seeing boxing in again. That was brilliantly done by Tom Oldemanga there. There's Nakib Aslan. The top of those two images you can see is the Juices car. Walter Polesny gets a bit put off by the two LMPs. When I'm laughing there, I mean no disrespect at all. I'm really appreciating the audacity of the move, as Tom Oldemanga perfectly positioned his car to use Walter Polesny's Aston Martin to box in Nakib Aslan, and Nakib knew he had nowhere to go, so had to bow out of it to prevent a very nasty mess for the pair of them off into the dust. But on it goes Nakib Aslan, and still, in fairness, it's still the only one car we've lost. I've just realised. I was just thinking if we'd lost anyone else. No, it's still only the 717 is the only car off into the sidelines. Now, what can Aslan do here? Is he going to try and push into turn one again? Into the slipstream? Not this time. He opts not to go for the move. Maybe it's odd that they've had the front lights on for a while. Maybe it gives them a horsepower or two. I'd have thought using electrical energy like that would have drained power from the car, but never mind. Maybe I'm overthinking that. Proceeded to Largo. No, he thought about it, but opted not to go for it. He's going to stay behind Oldemanga for now. And Darius Andre in the pits. So now this is a battle for the LMP2 lead. How quickly things change. The Juices car was 30 odd seconds ahead of these guys, but is now pitted. So, like the rest of the classes, the LMP2 pit stop strategies are very, very diverse. There is the Juices car, so it's now Robert Pound back in the car. Pound or Pawn, I'm not entirely certain how it's pronounced, as Aslan gets very squiggly. I've always said it's Robert Pound, but I'm sure he's heard 101 variations. Oh, no, it could be. Yes, that's one I hadn't thought of. He's probably heard 101 versions of his own name anyway, and probably by us Brits in the first place. Robert Pound, if he was French. Moving on. Now, Nakib Aslan still keeping Tom Oldemanga straight and true, coming down towards 7-1 once again. Still only half a second between the two. It was a 21.4 from the Burst car this time around. Now, I'm keeping an eye on the time. We're near the bottom of the next hour. And again, we have a battle raging on. And that 79 Axel car, I've said it several times, it's so loose. It's particularly loose when it's chasing someone. So this again could be a reason why Aslan's not been able to get past Tom Oldemanga this time. And again, we don't know how long those tyres have been on there. But with that car being that slidey, it's probably chewing its tyres to absolute death. And Starface hasn't changed all race long. Oh, goodness me. Oh, look, he has moved. He's not a golem. Goodness me. Again, no disrespect, but the look of focus is intense. He must be really feeling it. He's been in the car since the start with, what, 3.5 hours in? He's got to be feeling pretty tired by now. I'd be long since dead if I'd tried to drive this long. I don't like driving that long in a road car, let alone in race conditions. Goodness me. It still remains behind Oldermenger. Completion of another lap. Oh, I speak too soon. Banzai's the inside of turn 1, but can't get it done. Tom Oldermenger stays ahead of him in the LMP2 lead. Now Naki Baslan on the outside line coming through the center S's. That's going to force him to the outside line at Descida de Lago. Both LMPs side by side. Foot equally pinned to the floor. Who's going to win out on this one? Naki Baslan. No, touch between the two. Keep it under the wall. He does indeed. My word, that got so close. Just a tiny tap on the side of the burst car was enough to send the Z9 axle into a half spin. My goodness, I'm glad we caught that before we went to commercial break. And on that note, let's have a word from our commercial sponsors.
'22 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flicks, Motorvision.tv, Stengolm, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
For Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the EEWC round number 4 in the 12 Hours of Interlagos by GTR24H. We look at Tom Oldermenger in the number 94 Bercy sports car. Now, Aslan has still not... oh, yes, he has. Sorry. Naqib Aslan has handed the number 21 car over to Nabil Aslan. So I got caught out there because it was N. Aslan that was sitting in the car. No, it was Nabil Aslan in the number 21 car. So that has changed hands. Nakib has finally handed the toys over that he's been in since the start, has led the class from starting last in the field. Absolutely brilliant stuff. And there is the second Aslan. There is Nabil Aslan in a cave, what it looks like there. Prefers to be in darkness. I can appreciate that. That's clearly not the UK. As you can see on my camera, it's pretty light here. Or he's got the best blackout curtains in the world. Oh, Indonesia, yes, of course it is. So yes, that would explain why it's dark. So yeah, great effort there. So let's see if the Aslan pair are as quick as each other, which again, Nakib did a brilliant effort there, setting the class best of 120.209. In fairness, the best laps between burst and deuces are only 9 thousandths apart, 20.341 and 20.350, which in themselves is only a tenth and a half slower than the same 9 Asso car has done so far. So great effort, Nakib Aslan, in starting the 79 Asso car. Great job there. Hello, Jacob Kowalski. We haven't seen you for a while. That's the Glam Racing 404. Was challenging Alessio Neto for the GT3 lead. He now finds himself about 15 seconds behind the 585 car. We did see that incredible spin that almost resulted in rearranging the 404 car, but by mere pixel difference managed to avoid hitting the wall. So did it cost him about 15 seconds? Probably. It would have cost him certainly most of that. Pit stop time difference, whatever the cause is, he now finds himself about 15 seconds behind the class leader, but he finds himself 5 seconds behind the MCM Motorsport Aston of Ivan Aguado, the number 27 GTE car. So you could close in with Ivan and have a bit of a battle there. But either way, the 777 car, the Gadget Husa car, now in the hands of Matthias Harvig, who now has no hat. He's decided not to race with the hat on, fair enough. He's given us enough entertainment with the various decorations of headwear. So Matthias Harvig now has the 777 Gadget Husa car. In fact, let's have a bit of a rundown on how our classes are doing at this point. There's... I've caught production slightly unaware there because I hadn't said that's what we were going to do. I've caught him at an awkward moment. I've caught him in the middle of doing one thing and I've just told him to do something else. How discourteous of me. Here we go. So DPIs, let's have a look at how they are doing. Well, not a lot to talk about there, but other than David Mrocek has taken over the number 18 car. So Jasper Pedersen has stepped out and Darren Mrocek is now in. And still with the fastest lap of the race, 1:19.361 on their time chart. Whereas Denis Yashenko in the number 17 car, 1:19.937, their team best, but does find himself some distance behind, at least a lap down from the DPI lead. In LMP2, well, this has changed hands numerous times, or the lead of this class has numerous times, by far the closest class on the field at the moment. Robert Pound in charge on the number 15 Deuces car with the 1:23.50 as the team best so far. Then about 37-ish seconds back is Tom Oldermenger in the Burst Esports number 94, 1:23.41 as mentioned, their team best. And Nabil Aslan in the 79 Axel car has been the quickest of the three LMP guys, but sadly has had a few penalties to contend with. Although Denis Yashenko and Nabil Aslan are getting very close to the tail end of Tom Oldermenger, so we'll keep an eye on that when we finish the review. Now our GTEs, DIS Sim Racing Lab currently have the top spot there, and that's changed hands quite a few times as well, the lead of class. Still the only car in the 129s as far as best lap is concerned. The last one was a 1:30.3, so that DIS Sim Racing Porsche is going great guns at the moment. Second is Deuces in the 74 car, Wojciech Polesny in charge of that, with Ivan Aguado in third in the MCM car. And our GT3s, Alessio Neto currently leads the way in the 585 Azatec car, Jacob Kowalski in the 404 Glam Racing, 404 Audi, and a lap down from them is the 777 Gadget Husa Corvette in the hands of Matthias Harvig. All right, let's check in then with Tom Alderminger and his impending company. There's Nabil Aslan, who's the trailing car of the three that I've been mentioning. So he's a couple of seconds off the back of Denis Sashenko. Now they're two different classes, but directly ahead of the Unison number 17 is Tom Alderminger. So again, it's a 1-2-3. We had this before with two LMP cars with a DPI in the middle. And again, Denis Sashenko finds himself in the midst of two LMP cars having an argument. So whilst it's going to take a few laps for that to kind of close in and become a proper battle, you can absolutely bet that it will. We're looking forward to how that comes down. There's Ivan Aguado, the MCM Motorsport Aston Martin. Third in the GTEs. He's about 6 seconds behind the GT3 leader of Alessio Neto, but unfortunately he's some distance behind Wojciech Polesny in the second place GTE car. There's your crew for MCM Motorsport. 4-driver team that are registered to take part in that car. We saw Angel Benegas at the beginning of the race. He was the main qualifier of this particular car, along with Ivan Aguado. I think did some laps in it as well. I'm just going to look up something here. Okay. So I was just looking at what the time was in Indonesia. Noticing how dark it was. It's about 11:15 at night. I'm in Jakarta, Indonesia. Again, I don't know how many they do have different time zones, so it could be nearly midnight over there, and we've still got 8 hours of this race to go. There's Darren Murchak in the burst car, and that's the lineup for the number 18. And such a strong, it's not just on paper that's a strong team, considering how much they are dominating the DPI Championship. Have won all 3 rounds that we've had so far. The only point they haven't scored is the pole point for Monza. That didn't go to burst. That's the only point they didn't get. And they could very easily secure the championship, well, here. After this point, there'd only be 50 points left on the board, and they are, 33 points ahead of Unison? Could they seed it now? Well, it depends where... Well, Unison can only finish second. So Unison are guaranteed to get the 18. So no, they can't quite do it. Yes, they can. So Burst could well take the DPI Championship with 2 races still left. Such has been the domination of the series as Nabil Aslan dances around one of the GTEs. I think that was the MCM car. No, it wasn't the MCM car because that's only just gone over the line. Unfortunately, I didn't spot which car that they'd just gone past. Where's Nabil Aslan? It would be... That was probably Marcus Steyer in the ID Senswell car that he's just gone past. Now we're riding on board with the 79 Axel car. It was less than 2 seconds now off the back of Denis Sashenko. Because what we're really looking for is Tom Alderminger, which is ahead of the Unison number 17. So a 21.8 for Tom, a 23.3 for Dennis, and a 22.1 for Nabil. So Tom is stretching his legs a little bit from the Unison car, but Nabil could well get into a bit of an argument with Denis Sashenko for what would be a track position rather than a class position. It would be 4th on track, but it wouldn't gain them a class in LMP2. And he'd be perfectly entitled to make the move, even though it's not the same class. He would be absolutely allowed to make the move as long as he doesn't shove him off the road. But that's general racing etiquette. That's nothing to do with the different classes. A slower class, try that sentence again. A slower class can absolutely overtake a faster one if the slower class has proven to be quicker than the driver in the faster class car. So in this particular instance, if Nabil Aslan feels he's being held up by the likes of Denis Sashenko, he absolutely can make that on-track overtake, which would give Nabil Aslan 4th on the road. Where it becomes a little bit more tricky is if there were different laps involved, if one was unlapping himself from another, which again you can do. A slower car can unlap themselves from a faster one, And that is the darkness that Nabil Aslan finds himself in. This is absolutely determined. That's a true gamer face, isn't it? With complete darkness around and determination in the face, with the only light in the room being the monitor. We do have a bit of a technical hiccup going on here. There we go. Stay calm, production. It'll come good. So apologies there. Not sure quite what happened there, but we will move on nonetheless. That is David Mrocek. Is who we are looking at the moment in the DPI car. Blasting past, I think that's the Deuce's car. Yes, it is. That's Robert Pound, still leader of the LMP2s by about 37 seconds over Tom Aldermenger. And that's mainly pit stop difference that scores up. There is Nabil Aslan. Well, I thought that was Denis Ashenko he was going around the outside of, but no, not quite. So actually Nabil's falling off the back a little bit of Denis Ashenko. Or did that lap. Could well have been aided by traffic as David Mrocek gives Robert Pound an absolute face full of dust. There's the DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche. So the DPI leader with the LMP leader, it's catching up to the GTE leader. It's a shame that Alicio Neto's not in that shot as well. And then we'd have all four leaders together. It can happen, it's just exceedingly rare to have all four class leaders together, unless it's like the very early part of the race. There's Darren Mrocek, just dancing his way past. I didn't quite see who that was. There's Nabil Aslan. Oh, that's the guy he's just gone past. That was Michael Francesconi in the Misto Pescara car. It looks like next up down the road is the 404 Glam Racing car, Jacob Kowalski. There's another one there as well. That'll be Denis Ashenko that's just ahead. So Nabil then got to settle into the rhythm. And then just gain the car from brother Nakib. Nicely done between himself and the 404 Glam Racing car. That will affect his lap time a little bit. There's our GT3 leader, Alicio Neto. Just minding his own business, rather. So over the line he comes, and still leads the class by. Well, he's got 3 seconds between himself and the next car down the road, which is Ivan Aguado in the MCM Motorsport GTE car. Oh, has there been someone in the pit? There's Denis Ashenko. The number 17 Unison car is in the pits. That's why suddenly Nabil Aslan finds himself ahead of him. As Alicio Neto carries on. He's got a lead of about 17 seconds over Jacob Kowalski now. Oh, that's close. And that's Mateus Harvey. Apologies there. There's Alicio continuing on his merry way. As you can see in the tower actually what the gap is. Around, just shy of 17 seconds. Or around 17 seconds, I should say. And in between the two is Ivan Aguado, who's a couple of seconds behind Alicio. There is Ivan Aguado. So again, Aguado could well make the move. He would, again, there would be an on-track position as well as being a faster class, but equally Alessio could well make it, make it difficult for him. Oh, here comes a burst. Which car is that? No, it's not burst. That's 79 Axel. That's Nabil Aslan just coming over the line. Oy! Oh, crikey! I thought the 79 Axel car was going to bury itself in the Audi then. He was barreling towards the apex of turn 1 rather quickly there. It's no incident there. They managed to get past each other without any drama. Nicely done. Mrocek and Robert Pound are fairly close together, but no, of course, nowhere near on the same lap, the DPI and LMP2 leaders. And everyone is fairly now spaced apart. As we are 10 minutes from the top of the hour, we might actually get to an advert break without a battle ensuing. I've said it now. I wait to be proven wrong. There's Nabil Aslan again. Ivan Aguado is slowly getting closer to the back of Alicio Neto. And that's a battle for on-track position more than anything else. Aslan has, now that Denis Tichenko pitted in front of him, he's got just under 11 seconds to try and close in to start to challenge Tom Aldermenger in the Burst Esports number 94 for class position. But how quickly the LMP class position changes, that could quite easily happen, though the Bill's a little bit off the pace at the moment. So needs to find a few more tenths to start to get onto pace with Aldermenger and Robert Pound ahead of him. And far easier for me to say than is to action. There's Michael Francesconi wanting to get past the Glam Racing 404. Again, not on the same lap. But Francesconi is perfectly entitled to unlap himself from Kowalski if he was able to do so. The basic ruling is you can unlap yourself as long as you do not impede the car from which you've unlapped yourself from. As Michael Pedersen has caused an incident or caused a yellow flag in Sector 1. That's somewhere around the center S's where that's happened. That's quickly cleared away, so probably a bit of a wide moment, maybe a half spin. And they've gotten the ID Sinsport Aston back underway again. And there we go, Francesconi has gotten ahead of the Audi now. It's absolutely fine as long as you do not impede the car you've unlapped yourself from. You are perfectly allowed to do that. The problem would be if you unlapped yourself and then you ended up racing the person that's trying to lap you again. That's where difficulties start to arise. But the GTE car should be, faster enough than the GT3 Audi to be able to pull away. But it's not always the case. Sometimes some of the GTE cars struggle to match the pace of the GT3s. Sometimes the NMP2s are on pace with the DPIs, as we've said before. Particularly a track like this, where the raw horsepower difference of the DPI to the LMP and the GTE to GT3, which isn't huge to begin with, in fairness, is nullified because of the nature of the circuit. There's Matthias Harvick in picture-in-picture and in car. Minus hat this time. In the Gadget Huset Corvette. He's unfortunately a lap behind his fellow classmates, but carrying on nonetheless. Guaranteed a podium if the Corvette can come home. What was a glorious colour scheme on that. I mentioned before, it reminds me very much of the BIR Arrows colour scheme that was blue on one side and white or something like that on the other. I can't remember exactly, but they had a two-tone livery. I'm sure they got told off for doing that. Not Gadget Huset, they're perfectly allowed to do that. No ruling against it. They can't change it now. It's locked into the season, but there's nothing stopping them having this awesome colour scheme. I've always been a fan of this. But on the go. Looking at Gadget who's in class. This will be... I was going to say, will this be their best finish of the season? Not quite. They were third at Monza. So it'll match their season best. It will certainly help them against obviously Mugen and B32, because neither of those cars are here. So they've got 38 at the moment. Adding 15 to that gives them 53, which will put them ahead of CKR as well, the Brazilian blazing McLaren. I'm gutted that car's not here, because other than the opening round, we had a Matsusaka. That car's been going really, really well. I would have thought here, potential home advantage, they do them pretty well, but alas, that is not the case. But hey ho, that's the nature of things. Again, having racing during the holiday months, some people might criticise it, but you don't just shut down just because it's a popular time to have holiday. You might stop for a little while, but bearing in mind it was a couple of months from when we last raced at Sebring. We'll always kind of try and make improvements to scheduling, what have you, for season on season. But you can't just completely ignore the summer holidays, I'm afraid. We do publish our calendar at the end of the previous season, so we don't spring it upon our drivers as a complete surprise. Oh, by the way, Christmas Day, you fancy having a time off? No, we're not that bad. Looks like Neto and Aguado are still very close together. The MCM Aston still behind the Azatec Audi. And they're getting blue flagged themselves because they'll be joined by the DPIs. DPIs and LMPs. We are fast approaching the top of another hour. This will be a third of the way through. 33% done, 4 hours down. When we get to the top of the hour. There's our highlights reel from the last hour now beginning to roll. And there was plenty to talk about. We might actually get, as I prophesized earlier, we might actually get to this ad break without having a battle to work around. We will see. It looks like position-wise that is going to be the case. On track position a little bit different, as I say. Neto and Aguado are pretty close together. Otherwise, everyone else is rather in their own strategy and minding their own business at that moment. Is Nabil Aslan closing in on Oldermenger? No. A couple of tenths slower than the burst car this time around. 12.5 seconds separates the second and third LMP cars at this stage. You'll see on the highlights reel that was the DIS car, getting squiggly coming through. Was it Jun Xiao as they're on the back of the Juices car? Wojciech Polesny in control of it by the time. But we have been treated to some fantastic side-by-sides. There's the DIS car doing a great outside manoeuvre on the Aston. And kicking up some dust when he did it. Nicely done. There's that wrong game. GTE three-way sort of fight, because none of them were actually on the same lap. It was interesting to see the two Astons and the Porsche having a small fight amongst themselves. There's the on-track battle I was talking about. Ivan Aguado in the MCM Aston. He's now right with what has been actually fairly close to Eliseo Neto in the Azatec Audi for a while. But the 27 is a GTE, the 585 is a GT3, so there's completely different classes. But this is for 8th overall in the race. So, again, they could perfectly have an argument. As through comes the Unison DPI car, Denis Sashenko coming past. He's been in that car a fair while now, so he may look for... And there's that miraculous slide from the Glam Racing Audi that was just a few pixels away from the ball. Could have struck a match off the wall as he was coming past it. It was that close. So it was very lucky they didn't rearrange the nose of the Audi there. That would have very much, I suspect it would have not made Maria very happy there. And there you go. There's the, that's how close it was. Just almost like a record, the needle on the record player just coming down to start. I'm still blown away on how close he was. And there's Aqib Aslan when he was in control of the LMP car for Sem 9 Axel. So keeping a look on them. And I'm not seeing anybody in the pits at the moment, although I think Eliseo Neto, the 585 car, has indicated to his crew he might be coming in this time. That would certainly free up Ivan Aguado, who might be benefiting from the slipstream here in the MCM Aston. He finds himself about 70 seconds behind Wojciech Polesny, who has started to close in a little, but still a pit stop difference between himself and the DIS car. He closed in about 6 tenths last time, no 8 tenths indeed last time, a 31.2 against a 30.4 between the DIS Porsche and the Deuces Aston. And you can see in the highlights reel, as out came, it's the Sem 9 Axel car. Is it coming out? No, that's Oldermenger coming out. There was Aslan. But Eliseo Neto doesn't look like he's willing to just let the Aston come past him. And still, no, he doesn't come in this time. He actually hugs the inside line. That's probably for the DPI car coming past. The LMP car. So that's Tom Oldermenger that's just gone past. So that'll be why he was hogging the inside line there. He wasn't trying to let the Aston through. As we are heading to the next commercial break, the first one of the night we haven't had to avoid a battle about, as Alicia Neto now lets through Aguado. Let's have a word from our commercial sponsor with 4 hours down and 8 to go.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flicks, Motorvision.tv, Sten Goldman, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN. Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the EEWC round number 4 with the 12 hours of Interlagos here at GTR24H. It's Alicia Neto doing a bit of lawn mowing on the outside of Jun Chow, now behind the Aston Martin of Ivan Aguado, who's been keeping the MCM Aston company for quite a while. Now, Maria Rinhack did mention to me at the break something about sticker gates between Burst and Glam Racing. I did see something about it in Discord, but I don't know what it is, so hopefully I'll get some details on what was going on. I think, wasn't it that I think Burst offered to put some stickers on the Glam Racing car, or the other way around? I forget now, but so one of them offered to put stickers on the other car, I think it was. Speaking of Glam, we just spotted them going out of the shop there. Callum Wilson is back in control of the Glam 404. But he is nearly a lap behind Alicia Neto now. There is the second place GT3 being caught by the GT3 leader with the MCM car right in the way. Then the MCM car finds itself nearly a minute and a half behind Wojciech Polesny, next in class in the GTEs, who has been taking away some of the lead that DIS Porsche now has over the Duties Motorsport GTE entry. So later on we could well see a GTE battle going on. Also, during the break, a warning given to car number 17. That's the Unison DPI car, Denis Sichenko, for going outside the white line. So the warning has been issued to the Unison DPI car for that one. And the ever-exciting weather update. Is the rain still up there in the top left? No, even the rain's had enough and gone. So no. Blue skies and burning hot for Interlagos. Of course, the temperature will drop as we get towards the dark hours, as David Mrocek has brought in the number 18 car. The Eastwell Simplexity car has just been brought in. What's... Oh, it's coffee. I'm assuming it's coffee. Why not? Seemingly that's his partner that's looming in the background of the shop. So it's nice doing racing for the team and being supplied with refreshment in the course of his duties. Good job. Robert Parron has been in control of the LMP2 contingent for quite a while, as we ride on board with... Who are we riding on board with? Not actually sure which car we're on board with at the minute. Oh, it's Aslan. Yes, beg your pardon, Nabil Aslan, the 7.9 axle car. Couldn't quite tell from that angle. As I couldn't see enough of the livery, but yes, there we go. So, been doing his best to get up to speed in the LMP2s, but unfortunately has been a little bit off the pace of the other two LMP2 entries, Robert Parron and Tom Aldermeyer, for Deuces and Burst, respectively. That's been a little bit unfortunate because the first Aslan of Nakib Aslan was doing a storming job in that car. But Nabil's a little bit off that pace, but plenty of time for that to change. So again, no disrespect, men. I certainly couldn't do what they are doing. That's why I go for the commentary box seat. Yeah, much easier as far as I'm concerned. There's Tom Aldermeyer. That has got, what's he got? 37 seconds gap between himself and Robert Pound, which in itself is not actually too bad after 4 hours of racing in Interlagos. Yes, the lap is fairly short, but it's still not a bad gap at all. It's Denis Sichenko. Well, he doesn't have to do anything with the warning, just has to try and not wander wide too many times. And GTE still led by DIS as mentioned, and the Deuces car is in. So Wojciech Polesny has brought the number 74 car into the pits, as we see. Just watching there, Tom's dual spectacle wearing efforts again, and the raincoat in the background. Again, I question not the raincoat. Wojciech Polesny, as I say, in the pits. He's not been in the car too long, so he shouldn't be handing that over to anybody. Ivan Aguado, I think, has been in the MCM car possibly since the start, actually. So out comes Wojciech Polesny, the Deuces car back on the road. Still second in GTE. I think that's the Musto Pescara car. That's Michael Francesconi. He's just coming past. Is Tom going to come in? No, he's got no indication he's going to do so. Right further down. Well, speaking of Francesconi, he's actually setting some pretty decent lap times in the Porsche. 1:30.695 last time around. There's Wojciech Polesny, right with the aforementioned Musto Pescara number 53. That's getting a bit close. And the Porsche lets the Aston through. Is absolutely correct. And the Porsche will just loiter behind the Aston, get a bit of slipstream where he can. But the pace from that Porsche has not been too bad. So he's got some distance to try and close in. but Michael Francesconi has not been doing a bad job in that number 53 car at all. And also, third of the way through the race and still only one casualty, which was from a mistake, hitting the escape keys out of frustration, which was Nikolai Bedrikov in the 717 Unison Racing BMW. It's the only one we've lost thus far. And we've had a few spins, a few attempts to rearrange the ball, but nothing horrendously bad. Nothing that's seen anyone stay in the pit lane for hours on end, which is always good to see. Who else can we have a look at? Just looking at the times. Alicia Neto and Ivan Aguado are still really close together. Now the GT3 car behind the GTE, but they're the closest kind of on-track positions we've got, and there they are. So Alicia will gain nothing by challenging Ivan Aguado other than slipstream. That's the only thing really the Audi's going to gain. But if Alicia Neto felt he was being obstructed or slowed down by Aguado, he could make that pass. He could regain that position again. Perfectly allowed to do so. Still waiting to hear what the sticker gate was between Burst and Glam. Hopefully, I see Maria is providing me an update on that one. So I'll be able to report on what that was about earlier on. I did see something in Discord, but didn't I saw that it was mentioned. That's all I noticed before we got underway. As they've now got... they've just been passed by the Burst car. Nothing they need to worry about. Okay, so it was not messing around. I'm trying to make things a bit more exciting today. Well, in fairness, the on-track ratings have been pretty good thus far. She's picked up a lot of Glam Racing stickers that he was going to put on the Burst cars. Nice. Why not? Good effort there to add a bit more to the stream. Oh, another message popping up. What's happened here? Oh, it's a warning to our lead DPI. Car number 18 has got themselves a warning. So that is the Burst Esports in the hands of David Marocek. So race control have said steady on, and they don't need to push hard. I mean, they've got a huge lead up front. They don't need to be pushing particularly hard, but he's doing his best to continue to build that lead. You never know. The safety car could be deployed. They could make a horrendous mistake in the dark or whatever, and that lead could disappear. Yes, I grant you, but they don't necessarily need to push absolutely 10 tenths all the time. And the race control warning has been issued. So it probably isn't going to slow them down by a huge amount, let's be honest, because David Marocek is blindingly fast driving in whatever he's in. As through past us goes after the aforementioned David Marocek over the line to complete another lap, closely followed by Alicia Neto and Ivan Aguado. Was there anything else to report on? Not at this stage. There's Tom Aldermenger in the pits. How long is he going to be in there for? Let's see. You see the yellow number on the side of the car counting up. And Bill Aslan now leads the LMP2 class, so Robert Pound has been in the pits at some point. And Tom Aldermenger is now in the pit lane. How long is he going to be there for? Is that going to be another 53? There he goes. So more tyres on the car. As we see Tom Aldermenger in the picture there, the reason why he's not driving the car is that's gone over to Damien Scovron. He's not driving with the power of his mind. Damien Scovron has taken over the car. Starting to see some shadows out there. I'm not sure. What's the local production? What's the local time in trackside at the moment? So I wonder if darkness is beginning to fall, because I'm starting to see the headlights shining on the road now. No idea. I wonder if we're starting to lose a bit of daylight. I should be able to time. I'm in Sao Paulo. That's not the time we're using, because it'd be 1:15 if that was the case. R18 missed. They need to fix it within 4 laps. Drive-through penalty will be given. Okay. Car 18 missed the number in the front of the name. Not sure what was quite meant by that message. So okay, so right, so yeah, so it is. Yeah, hadn't spotted that, and that's actually a yellow flag for Darren Mrocek. Oh yes, I had only just spotted that. So he's actually, so yeah. Okay, now, so thank you, production, for highlighting that one. So you can see actually in Darren Mrocek's name, he doesn't have the car number in front of the name, which everybody else does. And that's a rule requirement to have that in place, so the race control can easier identify people. So I suspect, yeah, so it's much easier for race control to identify cars and people and what have you. So that's why Darren Mrocek, unless he had a different, a different issue. Yeah, interestingly, Darren Mrocek's camera's off. It's been on all night, or all race long, but that's now turned off. He's probably out of frustration. So unless he had a different issue, but if he doesn't sort that, he will be penalised and will be given a drive-through penalty as per 1.5.2 in the rules. If he doesn't comply within 4 laps, he will then get a drive-through penalty, and if he doesn't comply in another 4 laps, another drive-through again until that issue is fixed. There you go. You can see in Alessio Neto's name, he's got the 585 in front of his name, and every driver has the same, or every team has the same thing. I hadn't actually spotted that Mrocek has the same thing, and that's now been brought to light. So Darren Mrocek will need to sort that. Otherwise, the drive-through penalties are going to eat into the lead that Burst have, and potentially, if that's not served, that could then lead to a disqualification. Darren Mrocek is still circulating, so he could well try and time that with a pit stop. Yeah, we will see what he chooses to do. Okay, so catching up with a few messages there, apologies. Right, so that's something that Darren Mrocek will need to sort through fear of getting a drive-through penalty. So, should be fairly easy for him to sort out. I suspect he's going to try and time it with a pit stop so that he loses as little time as possible on the road. There's still a lap difference. There, right behind them, is the second DPI car. So there is literally a difference between the two. Obviously, he's going to be stationary whilst sorting that out. So, can he sort it and maintain the lead for Burst? We will have to see. I was sort of thinking in my head, will there be an argument of, I didn't know I had to do that, or why have you waited this long to do it? Well, he's literally the only driver that hasn't done it. So, it is a known rule to have the driver number or the team number in front of the driver name. And still no sign of Mrocek actually sorting that out. So, could be trouble for the number 18 if that isn't resolved fairly soon. There's a big collection of cars here, of which Mrocek is right in the middle of. Oh, the Aztec car getting a bit wiggly. That's Alicia Neto just dipping a wheel onto the grass, along with Aguado doing the same thing. With various LMPs around, or the two DPIs and an LMP, I should say. The LMP is Damien Scovron. The burst LMP car that's working his way through the field. Oh yeah, Lisa nearly getting into the back of the Aston of Ivan Aguado. There's Nabil Aslan now having pitted himself. He's now at the tail end of the LMPs with 29 seconds to try and close in. Damien Scovron is less than a second behind Denis Sashenko. So there was a battle for third overall on the road between the LMP and the DPI. There's Scovron. And there's Sashenko. And there is Damien's camera. Oh, Sashenko, that looked very, very deep coming out of the center S's. That keeps it on the straight and narrow nonetheless. And just looking through if there's any other battles forming. Not at the moment. But Scovron then. What's he going to do here? Is he going to try and stay with the DPI? If he can grab a bit of a toe down the straighter parts, or is he going to try and get past him? Last lap around, not even a tenth difference between. Oh no, beg your pardon. No, Damien Scovron was slightly slower. I was looking at Robert Powell and Denis Sashenko there. There's our GTE leader, the DIS Sim Racing Man Porsche. That lead has dropped quite a way down to pit stops though. There's the lead now about 50 seconds between Juices and DIS. And we saw Voiter go through the pit lane earlier on, but that lead has come down to just under 50 seconds between the Aston and the Porsche. So DIS will have some defending to do before the race is done, I would think, at that kind of rate. But between then and now, there's going to be a lot of pit stops, a lot of driver changes, tyre changes, what have you. So it's difficult to be able to predict any further ahead as Nabil Aslan comes over the line again. 21.263 for the 79 axle car. Tiny bit quicker than Damien Scovron and slightly slower than Robert Powell. So he's getting back onto the pace of the LMB2s, which is good to see. There is Scovron. He's still having an argument with Denis Sashenko. Wow, that looked close from that particular angle. So again, this is where the LMP2 is really, really strong compared to the DPI in this sector. Oh, Struth again, very, very close. But now the DPI can start to get the horses galloping. We'll build up a little bit of a gap between the two cars. And a face full of sparks. And Scovron's gone to the inside line on Sashenko. Oh, no. And Denis Sashenko's gone for a spin as a result of that. Oh, dear. Scovron was... it was for an on-track position, so strictly speaking, he was allowed to do it. But that didn't look a very clean overtake, unless Sashenko kind of panicked and made the spin on his own. That was very, very unfortunate for the Unison DPI car there. And the penalty has been issued to the number 18 car. He still hasn't fixed. Darren Mrocek has not fixed the naming issue. Oh dear. So Denis Sashenko has now come into the pits following that spin and is now dropped behind the LMP2 cars. As Damien Scovron has now found the burst DPI car of Darren Mrocek. He's not going to have the same argument with the sister car, is he? Well, we'll see. But what does Marocek do? That's going to be the burning question. He can't keep earning himself drive-through penalties. You'll be disqualified eventually if you just keep earning penalties just because you don't want to solve a particular issue. What does he do this time around? Does Marocek come in? Answer is, he does not. Oh dear, oh dear. We will see if he's going to come in at some point as we see Skavron right behind Wojtek Pelesny, who's maintaining the gap to the DIS car. It's just over 50 seconds now. It's gone up ever so slightly. If any of the teams want to come and have a chat to us, we'll happily have a natter to any driver that wishes to come on the stream with us and have a chat. We are always happy to have a chat to our drivers. We've spoken to a few in the run-up to now. But by all means, anybody else who wish to make yourselves known, then by all means do so. We'd be glad to have you with us. It's ideal if you have a camera, but it's not absolutely necessary. Just need to join us on TeamSpeak and we'll bring you in. Let's go run up to. So there's the DPI car just going out of the shot. There's Nabil Aslan. It's ever so slightly quicker than Skavron last time around. So he's now getting regularly into the 21s, which is good to see. He's catching the back of it's now Maciej Kasperczyk in the Azatec car. So the GT3 lead car hasn't changed hands. And past the Audi goes the LMP with a face full of traffic now waiting to greet him. Well, the Gajah Husik car is on the back of the MCM's car, which Ivan Aguado still has possession of. He doesn't want to hand the toys over. Oh, there's the Musto Pescara Porsche, Michael Francesconi. Stay there. There's the DIS Sim Racing Porsche. Sim Racing Lab Porsche, I should say. Still leading, as now 51 seconds, so that gap has increased a little bit since we last looked to 30.150 for the number 45 Porsche. And there is David Marocek, still yet to serve his penalty. You only have 3 or 4 laps to actually serve the penalty itself. Otherwise, a disqualification will loom. So, what is he going to do? Surely he's got to come. So we've got a replay of the 17 Unison DPI car coming up. So this is as they're coming through Mugello into Junshao. Oh no, it kind of looked like the pass was done before the spin happened. So it could, I mean, he certainly got a bit of a squeeze and then came into the pits anyway. So it could be that it wasn't Artem Shulev. Artem Shulev's the one in the car now, I think. Yes, he is. So that wasn't Shulev that had that happen too. Yeah, so it was a bit of a poke, bit of a punch in the face there, but it wasn't a very big hit at all. There's Matthias Harvick being closed in by the GT3 leader of Kasperczyk. Now, will Marocek come in this time? This could, I mean, you do not want to disqualify the team because of the name being slightly incorrect. But you can't just keep ignoring the penalty. He's got to come in and deal with it soon, or face a much bigger penalty, as mentioned. There's Ivan Aguado. So I'm pretty sure he started that Aston, so he's been in there. What's coming up to what? 4.5 hours now. That is quite some way he's been in there. There's the DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche. It's continuing its merry way. Still 50 seconds ahead of the Juice's Aston. So that gap is just maintaining itself at this point in time. And Marocek has he come in, or has that penalty been he's just gone through. He's gone through the pits, but of course the issue isn't resolved because of course he didn't stop. But I wonder whether he's just going to carry on going until he hands that car over to, I believe it's Yanni Simoncic. That's why I think Garrett has not come in to stop to sort the issue, because he's handing the car over soon, because I can see that Yanni Simoncic is limbering up ready to get going. So that is why I think that issue has not been resolved. Yeah, they maybe couldn't have changed driver any earlier because there was no one ready, but now there seems to be, is, like I say, Yanni Simoncic is ready to roll. Oh, it looks like he's ready to roll. We'll see if he comes in to see if Darriot hands the car over fairly soon. Otherwise, there's going to be another drive-through penalty incurred. We look at Artem Shualev, number 17 car, still turning the miles, still sending the laps. What was it, 120.541 last time around. Who else can we look at? Well, the rest of the field are, as we say, just kind of minding their own business at the moment. As Shualev is close to the back of... Trying to work out who that is he's close to. That's Skowron. That's the Burst LMP2 car he's close to. Now Damien Skowron is ahead, on track position wise, than Shualev. So there's no blue flag rule going on here. Skowron doesn't have to just jump out of the way just because there's a faster class of car behind him. That one, however, will need to kind of get out of the way as, or really, stay predictable so everyone can go past him at least. That's exactly what the DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche does. Make sure he realises that Shualev is on the inside line. That's close. You can really now start to see the sunset taking effect. So the shadows are becoming much more pronounced. We are heading into the dark hours. And we're also, I've just realised, we're a couple of minutes past our usual commercial break. So absorbed so much in the racing that we completely missed it. So let's have a word from our commercial sponsors.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Sten Goldman, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider, peeking at what you do online. or a cybercriminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry, NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the EEWC 12 hours on Interlagos. It's round 4 of the season here at GTR24H, and darkness is beginning to descend, or the sun is at least setting in the sky. You can see the shadows are becoming a bit more pronounced, which means the sparks become much more lively. On board with the GTR car, the 777, currently in command, or being commanded by Matthias Harvik. They are a little bit off the back of the GT3 field, but still pressing on nonetheless. Being only 3 GT3 engines in this race, they are on course to match their season best. That is, of course, assuming the car makes it to the end, as we've got, what, 5.5 hours remaining? 5.5? No, 5.5 hours done. 7.5 hours remaining. Beg your pardon, I'm wishing the race away. So let's have a look at who is where and who is commanding what in the race, shall we? In our DPI class, it's the number 18 car of Best Eastward Simplexity, now in the hands of Jene Simoncic. They'd not long earned themselves a drive-through penalty as David Marocek had incorrectly not put the number 18 at the beginning of his name, as everybody else has done, as you can see. And Artem Shulev, I keep getting the right letters wrong order, for the number 17 Unison car. Just two DPI entrants in this race, unfortunately. And in our LMP field, again, this has been chopping and changing all race long. Robert Pound in the Juices car has the top spot. Actually, is the race leader at the moment, as the number 18 car had earned a drive-through penalty because of the naming issue. Damien Scott over on in the Burst number 94 car in second, in glass with Nabil Aslan in the 2179 axle car, currently in third, in fourth in the race overall, third in class. For the GTEs, it's still being led by the DAS Racing Lab Porsche. They've maintained between 49 and 51 seconds over Wojciech Polesny, well, ahead of Juice's Motorsport a little more accurately, but Wojciech Polesny in command of the number 74 car at the moment, and doing what he can to try and whittle that gap down. Ivan Aguado in third in the MCM Motorsport number 27 car. There's Michael Francesconi in the 53 Musto Pescara Porsche, and then the 166 ID Simsport car of Michael Pedersen at the tail end of the GTE field. We sadly lost the 717 Unison car a little while ago, following a big spin on the exit of the Desida del Lago. And the GT3 offering, it is Marcin Kasperczyk in the Azatec Simsport by Valanti Racing number 585 Audi. Callum Wilson in the 404 Glam Racing Audi, about 17-ish seconds behind at the moment, but similar kind of pace between the two, with the Matthias Harvik, as we saw earlier on, in the DSR GT Corvette. That is our field, and they've given us some fantastic racing over the last 5.5 hours. We are getting into the realms. We're getting halfway through the race. We're well over a third of the way through now. And we've spoken to 102 drivers, and which has been good. Hopefully we'll have a chance to catch up with Maria Hinwak a little bit later on, who is part of the Glam Racing squad. So You mentioned earlier there was a bit of a Stickergate controversy going on between themselves and Burst, mainly down to Tom Olmenegger causing a bit of trouble. We spoke to Tom as well in his raincoat. Not quite why he was wearing the raincoat indoors is anyone's guess, but that's what he was doing. And so we look at Robert Pound. He's been in that car quite a while. He's been in the number 15 for quite a period of time. He is about 24 seconds ahead of Jene Simoncic. So a bit of a gap then between on-track positions between the two. Then the next car down the road is the Burst LMP2 car. As we look at Michael Francesconi with aforementioned Burst car. That's Damien Scovron just going past him. There's Robert Pound for duties, somewhat on his own. With the Gadget Hooted and Glam Racing car directly ahead of them. There with me, just sending a message there to Maria for lining up to have a chat with her a little bit later on. It would be great to see. There's Robert with the 404 right behind him. I fast get to the end of my first drink of the night. The quit with two, but I knew I was solo in the box tonight. All credit to our production and race control teams in the background. Or literally couldn't do it without you. Our production man flying solo, Peter, who's been singing the samba at me every time we've gone to break. We've both gone samba. And of course, race control keeping an eye on everybody. Robert Pound keeping the Deuces car, trying to point forwards. There's the other Deuces car, Wojciech Polesny in the second place GTE car. Did he gain anything that time? Let's have a look at some lap time, shall we? No, because again, the DIS car has been able to match anything that Wojciech Polesny has been able to put forward. Now, Wojciech Polesny was the one that qualified that car on the top step of the GTE lineup, and he destroyed the qualifying laps, and he did it with very little time left in each session. He barely did any laps and just nailed the qualifying times, but hasn't quite been able to rediscover that raw pace, or just DIS has had an answer to it. Either way, they find themselves still in second, so still in a decent position as the LMP2 leader working his way through the traffic. Whoops, as Azatec kick up a bit of dust, which is quite a few times that's happened at Desida del Lago and on the exit of Desida del Lago as well. On the way up the hill, why not? So coming up towards Ferradura is where that dust just got kicked up. There's our GTE leader. Catching the back of the Gadget Hooset car in the GT3 class. DIS Sim Racing. Again, we're not sure at any time who's in command of the car. Oh, that was close between Michael Francesconi and Robert Pound there. Certainly looked close from that angle, but I'm sure the Porsche was well aware of what the LMP car was doing. They could have backed off if he absolutely had to. The DIS car is very much on its own. It leads the class by 51 seconds now over Deuces, who in turn are over a lap ahead of the MCM Motorsport car. So, they themselves are really pressing on. And, there's Ivan Aguado, who has also been in that car a long time. I'm inclined to say he started that car, but he's certainly been in it for a fair period of time. So I'm sure they're overdue a driver change at MCM. Of course, we don't know when the driver changes happen in DIS, as they happen in the racing lab. They're the only team where the drivers are gathered in a central location, and they hop in and out of the same rig, rather than everybody else, of course, being in their own homes and connecting remotely to the session. Now, as we hit the halfway stage in the races, when the light will start to fail, start to disappear, I should say. You can see the shadows beginning to kind of grow, and those that are running the headlights of the moon, you can see the effect being a bit more prominent on the floor. What that primarily means is the track temperature is now going to start to come down. It's around 26 degrees at the moment, which isn't particularly high in tracing. Ooh. Okay, let's have a look at that then. Good call, production. So we've got, if the race ended now, this is how the championship would look. Let's have a look at that whilst the race continues along its merry way. DPI then, let's have a look at how they stand. Well, Burst are still at the top of the standings. And there you go. That's how the championship currently looks. Oh, well, we can have a look at these anyway, because these are still relevant. So, taking the whole points, all bar 1 point so far is Burst. They will take the pole point for today as well. And some 32 points back is Unison. Now, they'll gain another 10 points. Well, no, actually, won't be quite as many as that, because, of course, if the race finishes now, another 25 points, actually 26 points, 27 points, beg your pardon, because they'll, of course, get the race participation point. So 27 points will go to Burst, assuming that, or if the race ended now, they would take that. So it would be 107 for them and 16 for Unison. So that would make that gap. Would it be enough for them to claim the title? I'm terrible at maths, so I'm not actually going to guess that. Oh, there we go. That's the point standings that they are now. So whilst I was trying to figure that out, the points standings have updated. So it would leave 40 points deficit with 50 points on the table. So Burst wouldn't take the top spot tonight. It'll be close, but not quite there. They could pretty much ignore either Spa or Le Mans, and whoever wants to ignore those two tracks. So, LMP2 then. If the race ended now, Burst would be ahead of 7-9 Axel by 4. 7-9 Axel were in the lead of the championship barely. No, beg your pardon, 7-9 Axel and Burst were level coming into this race. That's right. They were level on... Well, they were until Burst earned the point for pole. So, Burst technically were 1 point ahead. So, Burst would be 4 points ahead if the race ended as it is now, with Juices up. They were in third before, so they would maintain their grip on third position, as we haven't seen the Iris cars or the Cyberlynx car. GCE, let's have a look a little bit further down. So Juices leading the way by quite some distance in that category over the DIS Sim Racing Lab, but that lead will drop a little bit. But again, would it drop enough? Well, there you go. It would be 30. There'll be 29 points between the two. So DIS keeping themselves very much in the fight. MCM up to third ahead of Newgame, with Unison. Now they had started the race, so therefore they would still earn points for finishing. Well, they didn't finish the race, but they would still earn points because they participated in it. So therefore they would jump up. They jump up ahead of the absent Mastaro car, the number 54, and the 53 would be ahead of the ID Simsport car by just a single point. So lots of battling still going on in the mid to lower part of the GT field, and that championship still very much alive. And the GT3s are still very, very close. Volante would still have the top spot, as they're of course leading the way, and they would extend that lead over what would now be Glam Racing, as CKR aren't here. But the Gadget Huset squad would go from 6th up to 3rd by scoring themselves 15 points and putting themselves ahead of all 4 absent teams. So a big jump up for DSR, whether they finish or not. Essentially, they've taken part, and they would be on for 3rd as an absolute minimum. But if disaster befalls our other Audis, they could climb up. Equally, if Volante have trouble, they could overhaul Glam. Glam could overhaul them. etc., etc. So we will see another penalty being worn. So car number 18, that's our lead DPI. All four wheels outside the track several times. They've had their warning. They've earned themselves a drive-through penalty. Oh my goodness me, Jone Simoncic, you have a drive-through to serve. Oh goodness me, and that's also part of the problem. You could kind of take over the penalty score of your previous driver. So, goodness me, Simoncic now has a couple of laps to bring that car through the pits for a drive-through. He'll still lead. It's a couple of laps ahead of Unison in the DPI class, so it's not going to cost them that much time, but they don't want to keep on scoring themselves penalties. That will very much add up and bring Unison very much back into the DPI fight, and in comes that's Robert Powell, our race leader, our LMP2 and race leader, coming in now to serve a pit stop. And is Jone Simoncic going to come in as well? Stop, Robert, there we go. Straight up on the jacks and a pit stop to serve. There is Ivan Aguado. Now all the visual references start to really subtly change. The shadows aren't in the same place. The colours aren't quite so vibrant. And these little subtle changes you've used for subconscious braking points all begin to change, and you don't necessarily realise how much of a difference it makes. And there you go, you can see the skyline starting to darken as somebody kicks up dust there, coming through Junxiao. That sun is certainly setting now, starting to dip below the horizon, and started to descend below the horizon. So the shadows start to grow, the headlights become more obvious, the sparks start to get brighter and things like that. So like I say, all the shadows aren't in the same place they've been all race long. So we are heading towards the darker times. I look forward to that. Our drivers might not, but I certainly am. There's Jone Simoncic, still has yet to serve his drive-through penalty. That's a Nabil Aslan in the picture-in-picture. So Jone Simoncic, is he going to come in this time? We will see, as there is Nabil Aslan's car, right behind the Deuce's car. Is that a battle for position? It is! Okay, so that is actually a battle for second. So that's how quickly the pit stops can make things happen. So now a battle for second place between Darius Andre in LMP2 and Nabil Aslan. And now the 18 car is now serving its drive-through, or has now served its drive-through. Let's keep an eye very much then. Oh, the Gajahutsi car is right in the wrong place. That's great English for you. He's just been caught out there. Nabil Aslan has managed to make his way through, but that definitely cost him a few seconds. Again, no fault of the... it's not Harvick anymore. It's back to Carl Likegaard. Carl Likegaard did nothing wrong. He just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time as far as Nabil Aslan was concerned. And that has potentially diluted the battle for second in the LMP2s a little bit. But we will see if he's able to get back on the case, or if Darius Andre gets held up by somebody else. Who is that? I think that's the Mastaro Pescara car that is there, and Aslan just dances around it, keeps himself within a second of Darius Andre. Now, can Nabil close in? That's the big question here. As we said, Nabil Aslan has taken a little while to get up to speed, or get up to the general LMP2 pace in the 7.9 axle car. And again, that's not meant as a derogatory comment. There's no disrespect meant. And it's unfortunate fact that he's been a little bit slower. Not been by much. It's only been by a few tenths a lap. But he has been a little bit off the LMP2 pace. But now he's certainly got something to chase, depending on how much longer he can stay out of the pit lane for, as he dances past Ivan Aguado in the MCM Motorsport car, third place in the GTE class. Let's see now. And again, that's the ID Synsport car, I believe, that is directly ahead of us now, that Andre has now gone past. And Aslan hugs the inside line, gets past the ID Synsport car. Does he come in? No, he's remaining out. So, again, because the pit stops are so diverse in this field, it's difficult to know who is due to come in. either way, what's the lap time last time around? A little bit kind of skewed, you could argue, because of the presence of back markers. They were only 100th apart, or 18 thousandths apart even, between Darius Andre and Nabil Aslan. Very nicely done indeed. Oh, we've got someone in the pits. Ivan Aguado has actually brought the 27 MCM car in. Is he going to hand that over to someone, or is he going to carry on his merry way? I'll keep an eye on that to see if name changes. Nabil Aslan trying his best to close that gap down. And into the pits comes Damius Scavron. The Burst Esports Gooder Sunglasses car is now in. So it's Burst 1 and 2 again, as we had at the beginning of the race. It does look like that Darius Andre's got the pace advantage here in the LMP2 class, or of these LMP2 cars, I should say. Ooh, Aslan was nearly too deep coming through Junchao there. Any sign of pit stop? Well, there's not going to be a pit stop for Darius Andre because he's not long come out of the pits. But Nabil Aslan continues on his way. And Scovron is still in the pits, so now Darius Andre will take over the LMP2 lead for the number 15, the Juices Motorsports. Now, there's a nice slow-mo of the sparks being kicked up of our LMP2 leader indeed. And there's the 79 axle car. Doesn't do the sparks, so disappointer. Does the Azatec car do it? No, but he spits fire at us, that'll do. Putting on a bit of a show for us. And Nabil Aslan now has fallen a little bit off the back. That's now 3.5 seconds between himself and Darius Andre, so that's he really has lost the tail end of the Juices car. But in fairness, the Juices car is really starting to press on now. A 20.688 for him, a 21.816 for the 79 axle car. So Darius Andre has picked it up a gear, and you can see him still directly ahead, but sadly Aslan is not able to hang on to the back. There is our former LMP leader, Damien Scovron, in the Burst car. He's, what is he, 32 seconds behind. And what have we got here? I'm just being highlighted something here. I'm not sure what it is I'm being highlighted to. Okay, I'm not sure what that is. I'll let race control argue that one. I don't think it's a message from me particularly. So I can see what the race control messages are, but they're not always something I need to broadcast. But of course, I need to look at them to figure out which ones are and are not. There's Yane, who again remains unchallenged at the moment. He's on very similar pace. Actually, both Burst cars are within half a tenth of each other as far as pace is concerned. The DPI and LMP cars are very, very closely matched. There's Michael Pedersen back in command. Oh, it has been for a little while actually. The ID Simsport car, the 166. 32.994 his last lap. So back into the rhythm if nothing else. There's Yone again coming through Desili de Lago. There's Nabil Aslan. He's coming back out of the pits, so he's now served his stop in the 79 axle car. Or served his next stop, I should say. And there he is, just coming out of the pit lane, right behind the Juices number 74. Wojtek Pelesny still in command of that. It's now a full lap behind the DIS car, so it's a bit of a shame that Wojtek's not been able to rediscover that pole setting pace that we saw in the qualifying sessions yesterday, although I think the number 74 car now has the class fastest lap of a 29.536, and that must be fairly recent that we've seen that. So upon mentioning that, let's have a look at how our classes stack up. As always, I was at the Porter trying to start up Sparks. Well, no, they didn't do it either. It only really seems to be the LMP and DPI cars that are able to bottom out there. The darker it gets, the more obvious that becomes. As we are very nearly at the top of another hour, would you believe? 5 hours is just about to expire. Absolutely unbelievable. The great action that our slightly smaller field has put on for us has been absolutely fantastic. As Yene Simičić maintains his grip of the lead, now 50 seconds ahead of his what is now the duties car of Darius Andre, as Damien Scovron is now having pitted, is now 37 seconds behind him. There is Nabil Aslan, as we saw not long going through the pit lane himself, 20 seconds behind Artem Shuleev in the Unison Racing number 17. As another hour is concluded, 5 down, 7 to go, almost halfway through. It is time to have another message from our commercial partners.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Stengolm, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN. Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
5 down, 7 to go as we now look at Yene Simičić. Looks like he's wrestling the number 18, continuing along the dominant performance of Best Esports. 5 hours down, and we are fast approaching halfway in this race. And the sun continues to set in the Sao Paulo skyline. Let's see who is doing well. Let's have a look, shall we? Well, the number 18 is, despite having a drive-through penalty due to Darren Mrocek not having the number 18 at the beginning of his name, is still pressing on absolutely miles ahead of fellow DPI Artem Shulev in the Unison car. LMP's being led by Darius Andre for Deuces Motorsport by about 36 seconds from Damien Scoffron for Burst. GTE is still in the hands of the DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche by over a lap over the Deuces number 74. And there's Callum Wilson. Good to see Callum Wilson back in the 404. And the GT3 contingent being led by the 585 Azatec Sim Sports by Volante Racing Audi by about a lap-ish over Callum Wilson in the 404 Clown Racing. Callum Wilson's only just taken that particular car over and is behind that reel for the last hour. A few close moments in quite strange places in some places. Well, for some people, I should say. But all in all, the field have remained very well behaved. Still, the only casualty we've had is the number 717, Nikolai Bezrikov, in the Unison Racing. Oh, lots of dust being kicked up there by the Unison DPI car. Oops, and that's where they had a little bit of a tangle with the Burst LMP2 car at the time. Now, how is Callum doing? Let's have a look at Callum Wilson's progress. He's 22 seconds behind Angel Benegas, who's now in the MCM Motorsport car. That car's just changed hands. But they are some 76 seconds, three-quarters of a lap behind Maciej Kasperczyk in the 585 Audi. So if we look backwards from the 404 car, we'll actually see, or we might see, I should say, the GT3 leader. We didn't quite see it actually in that shot, but it's getting close. It's actually closer to the tail than it is the nose. So it's up to Callum then to exercise his heavy right foot and see if he's able to do that. That was someone coming into the pits. Who was that? It was Frank Asconi, the number 53 car. Thank you, production. The Porsche then coming in for their next stop of the night. I can't remember how long Frank Asconi's been in the car for, so not sure if we're expecting that to change hands. Nabil Aslam, his brother Akid Aslam, did a storming job starting that car at the back of the field and hustling for the lead of the class. And he sees Nabil's not sure whether to put the lights on or off. You can see they are starting to have a bit of an effect on the road, so it's probably better to leave them on at this point. As Nabil continues his merry way, with about a minute between himself and Damien Scoffron. What lap does he set this time around? Let's have a look. 21.498 last time, 24.795. So a few tenths difference, keeping nice and consistent in the LMP2 car, in the number 21 car. And coming to a stop is Jone Simoncic in the number 18 car, and he's just brought that one in to the pit box. There's Callum Wilson, or we saw Callum Wilson briefly. And Damien Scoffron in the second place, or second in class, LMP2. There's Jone. That seemed a relatively short stop that time. They may well be using less tyres as they're heading down. Oh yes, that's changed hands. So it's not Jone Simoncic now. It's handed back over to Darren Mrocek, who has corrected his name, I'm glad to see. So he now has number 18 at the beginning of the name. So it could be that that's been a kind of out of sync driver change. Well, I would suspect so, as Darren Mrocek now back over, has taken over the car again, now sits behind the fellow burst car of Damien Scoffron and LMP leader Darius Andre. There is the burst LMP2. I think it's fair to say that Damien's not going to be holding up David too much. It's not like David needs any help to be fast, but he shouldn't be getting in the way. The two burst cars, I'm sure, will work together. Even though that Artem Shulev is now on the same lap as Mrocek, having with the 18 car having to serve an extra pit stop. Oh, wow, that was close to the back of the 404, catching a bit of the apex there coming out of Jun Xiao. You can really see the sparks now starting to really show themselves over the line. 11393 for Damon Scovron, so still the fastest LMP that time around. But again, there's only a few tenths in between the lap times of the LMP2 cars. They still remain very, very close as a group, even with all the driver changes going on. Riding on board then with Mrocek. He's staring at the back of Damien Scovron. Well, Scovron's not just willing to let him go past. It looks like Mrocek is going to have to earn the position, and it is a race position, even though they're not class positions. You know, Scovron is still second in the race, and Mrocek is third in the race, so they're absolutely able to fight. It won't really benefit either of them if they do. It's just going to cost them time, but yeah, it's something for us to look forward to, if anything else. I would think at the tail end of the race we might see a bit more of that, but at the halfway stage, unlikely. But of course, as we go over the halfway stage, the sun is only going to continue to fall, and as I keep mentioning, we are heading towards the darkness hours, and it really does make a difference. So, of course, the track temperature drops, and all those visual references that you subconsciously use all completely change. So how much time and practice have these guys put into the dark hours driving is really going to be shown. And I wonder if Scovron went to let Mrocek pass, and then suddenly Mrocek had a huge moment. I just catching up with a couple of messages there that I don't need right now. Oh, Scovron a bit wide coming through to City de Lago. With, trying to see which, I think that's Benegas. Oh, Benegas is caught. So yeah, it is Angel Benegas. Just caught Scovron slightly off rhythm there. Not that Benegas did anything wrong. But now, well held. You saw how much effort Mrocek had to put in to hold on to that one. That took some effort to keep the car from just spinning off into oblivion. Whoops. And again, the tail getting twitchy coming out of Jun Xiao. And no, you can't go over the wall and cut some of the corners out. But that's the view from high above and looking down our field. We can have a look at there's Darren Mrocek again from the outside of the circuit. Ooh, catching to the back of the Musto car. Well, the LMPs and DPIs will kind of handle the traffic in a very similar way because they've got the most amount of downforce. And as we said before, the power difference is not so extreme because the DPIs can't utilize all the power that they've got certainly in the twisted sections where the LMPs can really give themselves a bit of a gap. But how much is Scovron trying to get away from Mrocek? They could be having their own battle, they could be just completely ignoring each other for all we know. The picture-in-picture is the onboard for Mrocek. And again, you get an idea of just how close they get. Now the DPI's got its horses galloping, and yeah, as I thought, there's no point in Scovron defending that any further. Mrocek now up ahead of the number 94 car to claim second in the race overall. The only car along the road is Darius Andre in the number 15 Duties Motorsport LMP2 car. Just keeping an eye, we might be having Maria Ringhack join us as well in a little bit. It'll be good to catch up with her to have a team boss perspective on how the race has gone thus far. You see the featuring pictures there. So Artem Shuleyev in the Unison car is the second of our DPI entrants, along with Damien Scovron, who we've been looking at for a while, and how close he's remaining to Daryl Mocek. It could benefit Damien to try and stay in the tyre tracks of Mocek, to try and close in on Darius Andre, as there is still about 35 seconds between them. But, I mean, let's face it, Daryl Mocek is not exactly an easy guy to stay on the back of. But Burst could do well to try and work together to see if that is the case. Is anyone else close to anyone else? Not at this stage. So not many cars are actually on the same lap as each other, unfortunately, which is the nature of endurance racing. As you know, we've been going for 5 hours now, 5.25 hours indeed. So yeah, at this stage, having cars even just a couple of seconds apart is quite amazing. There's our GTE leader, the DIS Sim Racing Man Porsche, that has been going absolutely superb and set a new class. Oh no, not quite a class record, but certainly a new. Record for them of a 29.543. But we do have potentially. I hope to be able to get her to join. Yes, it is. We have got the team boss of Glam Racing with us. Maria, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Hi.
Thank you very much for spending the time to come and have a chat to us. Well, I mean, your boys have been going great guns in the 404 Audi. How are you? How do you feel their race has gone so far? Have they been behaving themselves?
Yes, they have. They've been doing great. I wasn't here for the first couple of hours, but so far what I've seen, they have been doing great. And I'm just gonna excuse myself. I have a cat down here in front of me on the screen, so if anything happens, that's because. So yeah.
Oh, present the cat. Yeah, let the cat. Let's have a look. Oh, look at you. My dogs are shut out of the room, otherwise I'd do the same, but they're not in here. That's Callum Williams just... Oh, we just cursed your car! Callum Wilson's just gone off backwards and then just got a bit of a tap in the face. Oh, my goodness me. We've cursed your car by mentioning them. Oh, my goodness me.
Yeah, I'm looking because I can see live over here, so...
Whoops.
Yeah, no worries.
So Callum's in the car now. I think you told me yesterday that Callum had cramp during the qualifying session.
Yeah, he got a bit of a cramp just before handing it over to Cooper. He got a cramp and he was like, oh, shit. So yeah. And his foot was, he couldn't really do anything, so he needed just to get out there.
So it's been great to see when we had the two Audis really close together. They really were very nip and tuck for a while. Unfortunately, they're a bit of a distance apart at the moment, but we still have another 6 3/4 hours left. Is it just Jacob and Callum that's got the car for this race?
No, we also got Henrik and Lee.
Ah, excellent. So are they taking the darker hours, are they?
Yeah, they are. Lee is gonna end it like always because he's a beast with that, so.
Yeah, we did see Lee actually a little bit in the night qualifying session yesterday. So looking forward to seeing what he can do. How do you manage a team of drivers? Obviously, from being a remote location, you can't see them, you can't smack them on the head when they don't do very well or don't do as they're told. So how do you manage the squad?
Well, I'm the kind of boss. I trust people do the work that they have to do to be as precise as possible. So I really let them be up to them, but I also demand that they do practice. So try to be a cool boss, but also be with a bit of female touch in there, a bit of softness.
Fair enough. So you cover the implement you hit them with, you cover it with feathers. Also, I love the notice on the door, by the way. Games don't make violence like that.
So don't mind the sticker right there.
And I take it the Glam Racing stickers didn't make their way onto Tom Olmenegger's car? There it is. Look at that. Brilliant. Well, hopefully we get a chance to chat. Oh, more of them.
Here's Tom's. It's ready for him.
Oh, it's on its way, Mr. Olmenegger. We had a chat to Tom earlier in his raincoat, so It's great that we're getting a chance to chat to our drivers and our team bosses. It really does give us a great insight, but it's wonderful just to chat to you lovely people all the same. Maria, thank you very much for sparing us your time. You're a very busy person, well aware of keeping your boys in check, and we look forward to seeing the progress of the 404 Audi in the remaining 6 hours and 40 minutes.
Yeah. I will pop on later if you need, so no worries. And
you're
I just want to say thank you. You're doing amazing. So yeah, keep up the good work.
It's our pleasure when your guys give us good racing like this. It is a great pleasure indeed. Thank you very much, Maria Rinhat. The manager of the 404 car has thankfully given us some time. So it's just sod's law, isn't it? Just as we mentioned the 404, Callum is then spotted going backwards towards the wall. At least the rear wing is still on the car this time. They did lose the rear wing a few times in qualifying. So just a small mistake for Callum Wilson. We'll see Enric Hoyer and Lee Russell in the car later on. Now, Lee, we did see in qualifying yesterday. He really was quite sharp in the darkness hours. So good to see. And that'll be interesting to see if we see a complete different set of drivers from the existing teams in the dark hours and how they're going to stack up towards one another. That's the Gadget Hooter car we are riding on board with. That's Carl Liekaert with its glorious triple monitor setup. I don't have enough room on my desk for that. Plus, I have children and pets. You don't want lots of expensive technology around them. Mind you, he says that's a really hypocritical statement because I have a VR headset here. That's a really hypocritical comment. But when the few times I get to do sim racing, I am a VR user, and I make no apologies for that. And my children love it as well, so that's the excuse. That's the justification for it. So, those are big old monitors that Liekaert's got on. And he's carrying on his merry way. What was his lap time last time around? 33.066. Now, as the temperature drops, the lap times will start to come down. The track temperature hasn't changed. It's still at 26 degrees. And of course, we're not having any rain, as the weather forecast has confirmed. And the air... the air temperature that we're currently getting, which is 27 degrees, is actually what it is around Sao Paulo. So if it suddenly becomes very sunny over there, then the air temperature for us will start to rise, and vice versa. So that is also something to bear in mind. Now, we haven't got any rain, and we're not scheduled to get any rain. I'm making that assumption because the weather forecast we saw had absolutely nothing anywhere near it, unless they suddenly have a localized storm, and it still doesn't. No, nothing but birds in the sky of Sao Paulo. And you can see the time. There's a tiny green patch far to the north, but nothing is going to worry us here as Devin Mrocek dances his way around Angel Benegas, the third place GTE car. He's not long been through the pits in the MCM Motorsport car, and then jumps around the DIS Sim Racing Lab car as well. That's now within a lap of the Deuces Motorsport car, or the other way around, I should have said that. The Deuces Motorsport Club car, Wojtek Pelesny, is within a lap of the DIS car. Just about. There's 54 seconds gap between the two, so again the pit stops have brought them a little bit closer. They are pressing on all the same. As we now look at Damien Skovron, our second place LMP2 car. You can see, that was a bit wide from the DIS car, but not enough to cause problem. Yellow flag for Michael Pedersen. That is, they're going to be coming up to that fairly, very soon. I'm guessing by the tracker that is somewhere around Bica de Pato, possibly. And there he is, just starting to get going again. And did I guess that right? Well, now he's getting going through... no, I was a bit wrong in where I guessed that. That's actually more towards Junshao, where that issue happened, judging by where the Aston had recovered. We'll get a replay of what he managed to do in the ID SimSport car shortly. By the way, he's up and running again. What did he do? Production, what did he do? So there he is ahead of Karl Liekagaard and Wojciech Pelesny. Catches the apex and just doesn't turn enough. Then takes out the advertising board and has a mini spin. That is one of those things that then reverses. No, fair point, production. He was facing the wrong way, so he was facing forwards, but he wasn't certain if there was anybody else around him, so he just got out of the way, which would have cost him more time. That explains why he was recovering from the infield rather than from the outside. Getting out of the way, fair enough. And he's coming up to that same point again. Doesn't make the same mistake again. So yeah, that started off as a fairly innocuous mistake, just wandering slightly too wide on the exit of Jun Chao, and then killing the advertising boards when he went through. So it was one of those things that was a really small mistake that became more embarrassing the longer it went on, and I've done very much the same thing many times. I think one of the worst ones I did is I actually span as the safety car. I was actually being the pace car for an endurance race, and whilst I was talking to the crew saying, we're about to slow down to 50 kilometers an hour, I think it was saying, or 80 kilometers an hour, so I didn't notice I was wandering off the road, panicked too much, tried to correct it, and span. And yes, the field enjoyed that one, shall we say. Wojciech Pelesny just being passed by the 79 Axel car of Nabil Aslam. Nabil still in control of the number 21 car. As the 74 carries on its merry way. Just saw the Gadget Husi car in the background there. Track temperature still 26 degrees, so they're not going to be noticing any difference in the feel of the track at the moment. Have we got anybody else within range of anyone else? Not particularly at the moment. A few pit stops still going on. A few pit stops still haven't been completed. Just spotted that one. The Kaspersik in the Azatec car is, as you can see, stationary. Can't see the yellow numbers on the GT3 cars, unfortunately, or certainly not from that angle. So Kaspersik serving another stop then for the 585 car. There's Callum Wilson in the 404. And how close is he going to get? That is the golden question. Is he going to get close enough to challenge? I shouldn't think so, but you never know. You might have an absolute lap of the gods this time around. It's certainly not going to be close enough for challenge for a position at the moment. Or is it? No, it's not going to be. It's not going to be close enough. No. I did wonder for a moment how close are they going to be, but no. Kaspersik is going to come out on track now. Still a way ahead of the 404. But of course the gap is going to come down. It's down to around about 21 seconds or so, or just under than that now that Kaspersik is up to racing speeds. 19.3 seconds between the two now. But certainly not an insurmountable gap. The fastest lap of the GT3 still belongs to Callum Wilson, but that all three of our GT3 cars have managed a 30.7 at some point in the race. So that is pretty impressive for what they're managing to do. Darius Andre still leading the way in the LMP2, so actually leading the race overall indeed, leading it by about 25 seconds over Davor Mrocek. Will that remain to be the case? We will see. No more messages from race control as yet. are we overdue for an ad break? Oh, we'd bang on time actually for our sponsors to have a word. So let's have a chat. I did it again. Let's have a word from our commercial sponsors.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Sten Goldman, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online. Or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info. Or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN. Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the EEWC round number 4, the 12 hours of Interlagos here at GTR24H. Darkness is beginning to take hold, as you can see, as we look at Maciej Kasprzyk in the lead GT3 car, leading the way by about 24 seconds or so over Callum Wilson in the 404 Glam Racing Audi. They themselves are a couple of laps ahead of Carl Liekegard in the 777 DSR Gadget Huset car. That's how our GT3s stack up. And again, Kasprzyk is still slowly building that lead. GTE is still led by the DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche. It has been for quite some time now. Second is the number 74, the Deuces Motorsport Club car in the hands of Wojciech Polesny. It's about 56 seconds gap between those two. And Angel Benegas in the 27 MCN Motorsport Aston is at least a lap behind the Deuces car at this point in time. Now, LMPs, the race was being led by the Juices car, but now the LMP class being led by Damien Scoffron in the number 94 Burst Burst Esports Gooder Sunglasses car. There it is. Darius Andre is about a minute behind on this particular occasion. The two Burst cars were actually very close together at one point. Nabil Aslan is still turn of the laps in third place in the 29.9 axle car. And our DPI is still being led by the number 18 car, Darren Murchak, back in control following the drive-through penalty that he managed to score for not having the number 18 in the name. Artem Shileyev in the number 17 Unison car is actually behind the LMPs, but the Burst squad being very well represented here in Sao Paulo. And at various points, Skovron in the LMP car has been quicker than the DPI sister car. Eros Masciuli, we haven't seen you for a while. He is now taken over the number 53 Mr. Pescara Porsche. We saw Masciuli in qualifying a few times yesterday, so it's good to see him back out there. Oh, he has a spinning car for company. Who's that that's wandered off the road? I couldn't quite see which. I think it was Darius Andre, but I'm not entirely certain if it was. Somebody got very, very squeaky. No, it wasn't Darius Andre. He's about to cross the line. So I am not certain who that was very, very sideways. That's the Juices. No, that can't be the Juices car. Who's just gone past him there? Is that the 79 axle car? Yes, that's the 79 axle car that had a bit of a moment there. That's Nabil Aslan that's got somewhat squiggly coming through behind the Porsche. Who else is close together? Kasprzyk is trying to catch the back of Angel Benegas. So the Audi has been a little bit quicker than the Aston Martin in the last few laps. There's Eros Masciuli. He was pretty decent in qualifying the car, particularly in the dark hours yesterday. So that'll be why we're seeing, or I suspect that's why we're seeing him taking over now that the darkness is descending. And right behind him, and there we go, you can see how low that sun is getting along the horizon. And do we have someone to come and have a chat with us? Oh, yes, we do. We have the multiple glasses Mac wearer himself, Tom Aldermenger. Can you hear us?
Excuse me, I was muted. Yes, I
can.
You
were indeed. Good effort in the car. So you've handed that back over to Damien Skovron.
Yeah, and to be honest, I had to leave home for a while after that, so I'm not sure what happened after it, but it looks like we're still in E2, I think.
You are indeed, yes. You are indeed. Actually, Damien's just handed that over back over to Cameron Roger, I see.
Yep.
So so another driver change has gone on. How are you feeling so far, performance-wise, for Burst? I mean, you were leading the race at one point.
Yeah, until we weren't.
Until you weren't, yes.
It's all right. Could be better, I guess. We were hoping to stay in the lead, but I think just a few too many mistakes, and to be honest, we're kind of chasing our own tails in terms of tires. Like earlier, I was talking about not having the knowledge. So I haven't been taking notes, but I believe we've pretty much tried every strategy. Single stinting this, double stinting that, and we basically tried it all. So now we're all finding our own preferences and different tires in which we're fastest. So I guess from here on, our strategy will be all over the place, but hopefully faster than the first half.
Fair enough. And how much of a difference will the dark hours make? Will the temperatures make any real difference, or how the visuals change? Is there a huge difference at all?
You're talking about the temperatures, and that's one of the things we don't know yet. So I guess we'll figure out. Like if anything, I think the tire temperatures were a bit too high like I did 2 stints and I tried different things, and I'm hoping that the colder temperatures will help us rather than make it worse. But
Rather than hinder
we'll have
you,
to wait
yeah.
and see. But computer performance will also be a thing. In the official practice we did, like normally the computer performance goes a bit down, you have a bit less frames in the dark. But here, for some reason, the frames were alright, but I don't know, it was a bit more difficult to see here compared to other tracks. So to judge your braking point, turning point, for me it felt a bit more difficult, and I know Cameron had the same, so I'm afraid that won't help, but hopefully the others will struggle more.
Fair enough. Well, again, the race continues. You've still got half the race to figure out how best to deploy your forces, and we very much look forward to the result. Thank you again for taking the time to come and have a chat to us, and we look forward to hopefully speaking to either yourself or another member of the team as the race continues. Thank you very much, Tom Aldermenger. One of the pilots of the number 94 Burst Esports Gooder sunglasses cars, as now the sun has set, so darkness really is taking hold. The street lights will start popping on soon, and very much the track temperature should start to drop. It still hasn't, it's still 26 degrees, but certainly the headlights and track lighting will start to become much more prominent as we look at Maciej Kaspersik in the Audi, continuing to lead the way, 30 seconds to the good over Callum Wilson in the 404 car. But now those top lap times are not really going to be challenged, as we're not likely to see the other end of the darkness hours. So glad to see that Matthias Harvig of the Gadget Hooting car has got his hat back on and got it very much centre camera. Very nice to see. There he is. Good on you. Good on you. The GTR24H Sao Paulo race here in Interlagos. Good man. Oh, he's noticed we're talking about him. Love the fact that he was actually looking down at his phone, or was looking down at something, and that hat perfectly put the hat right in the middle of the frame. Nicely done. Nicely done. So who's in control of which car? Let's have a look at that. So in our DPIs, Darren Mrocek is in control of the Burst Esports number 18, and Artem Shulev, speaking of Mrocek, he's actually just come in. Easy handed that over. We'll keep an eye on that. He's not long taking it over, so I don't think he will be handed it over just. Artem Shulev is in control of the number 17 car, and there is Artem. He's got quite a bit of time to gain on Mrocek at the moment, so he's not going to be challenging for the top spot in the DPIs just yet, but still half the race to do yet, so anything can still happen. In our LMP2s, the number 15 car, there he is Darius Andre. He's been in them a while, so he might be handing the number 15 over fairly soon. The number 94, we just spoke to Tom Aldermenger, who's been in the seat for a while during the course of the race. It's now Cameron Roger that has got that one, as out of the pits comes Mrocek behind Darius Andre, so the 15 Juices car now leads the way. And in the number 21 is Nabil Aslan. He's been in there a couple of hours now, I think. Again, I've completely lost track as to when people took over their cars, as we see him get around the MCM car of Anigal Benegas. Nicely done, but carrying on his merry way in the third of the LMP2 cars. In the GTEs, again, we never know who's piloting the DIS Sim Racing Lab cars. We don't know when it changes, but they are currently being pestered by, that looks like it's the Burst LMP2 car that they're just catching. No, that's the DPI car, excuse me. That is Darren Mrocek that's just gone past the DIS car. Botta Pelesny still has the number 74 Juices car to himself, as that looked very slidey coming down through the center S's, as he's still around about a minute behind the leading Porsche, which, let's face it, he's still sitting at absolutely blinding lap times. It's just not quite where we've seen Wojtek Pelesny get that Aston Martin up to. So, bit of a shame for him in a way, but still doing well. Angel Benegas took that car over a little while ago. So, I'm not expecting a change for them for quite some time in the number 27 car. And fourth in the GTEs is the number 53 car, the Musto Pescara Porsche, in the hands of Eros Masciudi. There he is, who was definitely in the darkness practicing hours, or qualifying hours yesterday. So we could well be seeing some very sharp lap times from him. He's already in the 30.8s, so he's not been in the car all that long, and he's already getting some very good lap times on there. The 53 car, beg your pardon, he's behind the GT3s, so has got some time to make up, as that is the Juice's LMP2 car coming past our race leader, Darius Andre, putting another lap on the Porsche. And the ID Sim Sport car, the number 166, is in the hands of Michael Pedersen. He's back in control of the car. I'm fairly sure it was Michael that started in that car, started the race in it, so now it's back in the hands of Michael Pedersen. Some distance behind Eros Masciudi, but it's carrying on nonetheless. In our GT3 cars, Marcel Kasperczyk in control of the 585 in our leading GT3 car. The Aztec car still holding about 33 seconds over Callum Wilson in the 404 Glam Racing car. We enjoyed the company of team boss Mario Reinhack earlier on, and of course the Mac wearer himself, Tom Olmeninger. Had an interesting stickers conversation going on between Maria and Tom earlier on. So Callum in the 404 is, I say, in second position, about 33-ish seconds behind the leading Aztec car. There is the purple and black. Not that you can see it particularly well now as we're into the twilight hours. And Carl Liekagaard in the 777 DSR Getty Husik Corvette is still pressing on, as he's now being joined by one of the Burst cars. I think that is. It gets very hard to tell, particularly the Burst and the 79 Axle cars apart. That is indeed that's the DPI car, I think, it's going past, which would be Mrojek. If it's not, it's the LMP car, which is a Cameron Rogers. One of the two. It was Mrojek. It was the DPI car, I thought it was. And there we go. You can see how little light is left in the skies over Interlagos. And still, our one and only casualty of the race is the Unison Racing number 717 BMW. Again, it's a shame to see them leave on the back of an incident coming down through Desili de Lago a few hours ago. But now you'll really see the sparks fly, which is usually a turn of phrase, but you'll actually literally see them much more prominently now. And the brake disc glowing a bright red as well on David Mrojek's car, going down through the center S's. And not only do the liveries get more difficult to tell, as I was saying earlier, the braking points, those little visual references become more difficult to see. And there we see David Mrojek. He's not trying to be rude to us. That's just how he's hanging on to the gear shift paddle. As he presses on in the DPI car, he's about 5 seconds behind Darius Andre in the Juice's NP2 car, and he was about 2 seconds quicker last time around. So Mrojek might cross swords with the 15 Juice's Motorsport Club car. We will see. You would think that Darius Andre might just let Mrojek go, as the DPI class is the quicker one between themselves and the LMPs, but it's for the race overall lead. He might decide to fight it. Well, again, you really notice the sparks in the dark. Look great from the off-board perspective. On board with Mrojek, you'll see the next car down the road. There it is, Joe. All you see really is the movement of light down the track. Is Darius Andre in the number 15 Juice's car. Let's see what the lap times were. 21.5 for Andre and 20.1 for Mrojek. So 1.4 seconds in Burst's favour there. Pressing on with some determination to get back into the race lead. Just taking race control. No messages there. But nothing more to report just yet. Everybody seems to be behaving themselves. It's not that people necessarily try and go off track. It's just they're pushing that hard they end up wandering off track. But of course the rules do have to be enforced, and if you push too hard too many times, then you will of course earn the ire of the stewards. As we're now catching the back, that looks like the 404, a Glam Racing Audi. That's the only one that's black. The other one ain't that colour. So the other one's black and red. So it is quite clear to tell the two apart. That was indeed Callum Wilson that's just gone past there. didn't really hold up Marocek to any great degree. And that gap is coming down fairly quickly. So even if Darius Andre had the inclination to defend against Darren Marocek, he would not be able to. There's such a pace difference between the two cars. So Marocek should just be able to blast straight past. But we'll see. There's our GT3 leader. That gap hasn't changed a particular amount, but only 5 seconds behind Angel Benegas in the MCM Motorsport Aston Martin. So could Kasperczyk try and claim the 8th position overall from the Aston? He was about 4 tenths quicker last time around, with 6-ish seconds between the two cars. So it'll take a few laps to get there, but he may well try and challenge for that spot. It'll be good to see. Well, we'll keep an eye on that to see if he does challenge for that overall position. Now, normally at this point we'd have a look at who's done what in fastest lap terms, but now the fastest laps are going to be pretty much set, because the track temperature, while it wouldn't have dropped much, it would have dropped enough to make those fastest laps not really achievable anymore. They'll get close, but they probably won't improve now. Not unless whoever takes over in the nighttime house is absolutely godlike quick. But these drivers have been absolutely amazing. Speaking of driver changes, we've just had one for this number 74 Juice's Aston Martin. Wojciech Polesny has stepped out of the car. Is back to Juha Mäki-Jalpi that comes in, who started number 74 car, has now returned to it. Still remains in second position, about a minute and a half, so almost a lap ahead of Angel Benegas. There is Juha. Did he have someone already ahead of him? I couldn't quite see from that angle. We got someone closing behind him. That's the Azatec car. That's Kasperczyk. That is fairly close to him. And Kasperczyk has lost a little bit of time, it looks like, on Angel Benegas. I did wonder whether they were going to get closer, but that gap will no doubt ebb and flow as the race goes on. A couple of cars that are close together is Darren Marocek and Darius Andre, but as I say, the pace difference between the two is going to make it very, very hard for the number 15 to try and defend against the DPI leader, and that's even if he bothers trying, because they're not in the same class. They're only going to cost both of them time if they do try and defend against one another. If they were both burst cars, they might try and work together, but I would think that Darius Andre is going to let Marocek go through and try and stay in his tyre tracks to gain a bit of slipstream to get away from Cameron Roger, who's in the Burst Esports LMP2 car. In case people are wondering, when I'm doing that, I'm not picking my nose. I'm not being rude. I'm itching my nose. Of course, the camera is always on, so you always see that. So no, I'm not being obscene. There goes the Juicy's car. There goes the Burst car. So that was Darius Andre and Darren Marocek has just gone past. So that is what half a second looks like in the LMP entry cars, with a fair amount of sparking going on behind Marocek's car. DPI seem to spark a bit more than anything else, interestingly. But as we saw, in this section is where the LMPs are going to stretch their legs a little bit. They've just got that extra bit of cornering efficiency over the DPIs. But try as he may, Kasperczyk won't be able to stay up with them. But he's far more interested in just maintaining his gap over Callum Wilson, which now is around about 37 seconds between the two Audis. Lap times last time around 0.3 of a second in Kasperczyk's favour. So Maria Rinhat can give all the encouragement she wants. Unfortunately, her boys aren't able to close in too much at this point. A long way to go though, still half the race to do. We are getting towards the top of the 6th hour. We're still a few minutes away from it, so another commercial break will fall upon us in the next 6.5 minutes. We look at Darren Marocek. Now, does it look like Darius Andre is defending against him? Let's have a look at these two. I'm rather expecting Marocek just to breeze past Andre, really. It doesn't look like the Juice's car is just going to let him go, though. And again, there's no particular reason to. This is an on-track position that they are fighting for, but it's not a class position. It's not going to gain them anything championship points-wise. Championship points, as we said earlier, is decided on your class position, not your race position. So fighting would essentially be meaningless. Bit of, they're having a bit of fun. That gives us something to talk about. Don't get me wrong, not criticising that, but it doesn't earn them anything. Maybe a bit of mutual respect, perhaps, but nothing more than that as far as the championship is concerned. And that is the DIS car, I think, that they are now catching up to. As darkness very much has taken hold, it gets very hard to tell liveries at distance. Yes, that is the DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche. It is now back a lap ahead of the number 74 Juice's Motorsports Club car. And there goes Mojek. Andre just kind of pulled over. He's going to bleed out the throttle a little bit, and through goes the burst Esports DPI car back up into the lead of the race. It would have happened inevitably. That was half a second faster for the burst team than the Juice's car was, and that's not because Darius Andre is slow, not at all. It's just that is a slower car over the course of the lap because it's an LMP car, not a DPI. But that said, we've seen numerous times where the LMP cars can lap quicker than the DPI cars, but on average, the DPI class will be a little bit quicker, or has the capability, I should say, of being a little bit faster. Darius Andre, whoops, that looked a little bit squiggly there for Juices. Number 15 car looked a little bit uncomfortable coming through the S's. Through Perigno. It's always these top corners that kind of catch people out, as that's where the car starts to get light as they come over the crest. As obviously the weight changes and things like that, it will agitate the cars a little bit. And we've seen people spinning, what have you. It was the Juices car that got itself buried into the wall during qualifying yesterday, and had to be saved by Tom Oldermenger in the Burst car. So, Burst are already indebted by the Juices squad. There's the GTE car, DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche. Very much a lonely race for them at the moment. They've got no one to play with. That's the three drivers that are registered to take part in this car. So Andy Kurtzen was the driver that Yusuf Binti Hale always thinks is in the car, irrespective of who actually is. And Yannick Gonhardsen and Mikael Lundtoft are the three drivers that have the rule of the roost in that particular car. And I can see on the camera that Yene Simicic is getting ready to roll. And he's also wearing two caps for some odd reason. He's trying to outdo Matthias Harvig in the hat stakes, I reckon. So, I'm not convinced that you went out. He's got two caps. Oh, he's discarded one. Simicic, you lost out there. He was trying to outdo Matthias Harvig in the hat stakes, but don't worry, Matthias, you still had that one. Enough of that. Enough of that. So Yane Simicic getting ready to take over the number 18 race-leading car from Darren Rocek. It's been a bit of a kind of disrupted driver session for them, as those that missed it earlier on. Darren Rocek was in the car for a while, and due to not having the number 18 in his driver name, earned themselves a penalty, as that is mandatory in the rules. DIS Sim Racing Porsche. Oh, nearly tangles up with the 79 Axel car. That was Nabil Aslan. The Indonesian driver still pressing on, still doing what he can in the LMP2 class. Oh, yellow flag for Callum Wilson again. Oh no, not for the Glam Racing Audi. He's gotten back going again, so hopefully he hasn't hit the wall. But the number 404 has lost himself quite a bit of time. Oh dear, what's he done? Hopefully we'll catch a replay of that, of what he did to bring out the yellow flags. It was somewhere in the middle of the lap. Oh, he did the same mistake again, I'm being told. Oh, come on then, production. Let's name and shame him. Well, we've already named him. Let's actually shame him properly and show the incident. So, up to Ferragura, up to Larangina, up to the S's, 2 hearts, and round he went. Well, he spun it slightly differently, I'll give him that. At least he doesn't hit the ball, he's still got hold of the rear wing. Yep, he was exactly the same issue at exactly the same place. Maria won't be happy with you for that. And we are at the top of the 6th hour. 50% of the race has gone, would you believe? So, with that, let's have a word from our commercial sponsors.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Azatec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Stengolm, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the EEWC round number 4, the 12 hours of Interlagos. We are 50% of the way through, 6 hours down, 6 to go. My goodness me. So let's have a quick rundown of who's where, shall we? We are now very much in the grip of the darkness hours, as you can see. So let's head over to see who's doing what. In DPI, we have got 2 entrants. Number 18, Burst Esports Suplexity in the hands of Darren Murraychek, or back in the hands of Darren Murraychek, I should say, leads the way and leads by a couple of laps over the number 17 car, Artem Shuleev, for the Unison Racing Squad. Artem's been in there a little while, so he's due to change over fairly soon. In LMP, it is number 15, the Juices car, currently being driven by Darius Andre. leads the way by a good minute now over the 94 Bercy Sports Good Sunglasses car. It's currently being driven by Cameron Roger, and Nabil Aslan in the 79 Axle car is still plodding on. It's a little bit distance back from the 94 car now. That's doing what he can for the 79 Axle team. In GTE, we haven't seen a change in the lead there for a while, but that is still being led by the number 45 Porsche of the DIS Sim Racing Lab. They lead by about 3/4 of a minute now over the number 74, the Juices Motorsports Club car, now in the hands of Yuhi Maki Jalpi. And in third is Angel Benegas in the MCM Motorsport Aston Martin. And then in fourth is the number 53, the Musto Pescara Porsche, currently being driven by Eros Masciuri. And in fifth is the 166 ID Cinsport car, now in the hands of Marcus Steyer. We saw him in qualifying yesterday. Sadly, our one and only retirement is the 717 Unison Racing car that was at the time being driven by Nikolai Bezrukov. And our GT3 contingent, still leading the way there, is Marcel Kasperczyk in the 585 Azatec car. And Henrik Hoyer now takes over the 404 Glam Racing Audi. So Henrik has proven to be a very strong force in that car in the past. And Matthias Harvig takes over the DSR Gadget Husik car. And we just, as we were going through there, we just had trouble from the number 74 car. Have we just had another casualty? Because I saw the yellow flags come up and now they are deemed to be back in the garage. Have they done the same thing that Bezrukov did? Now, Maki Jalpi not long took over that car. So what on earth has... they've disconnected. Oh no, a disconnection problem for the 74 Juices Motorsport car. There was a Juha Maki Jalpi that had control of it at the time. And they've had a disconnection problem. And we did see that earlier in the race. Apparently he was driving in a straight line and suddenly just materialized back in the pits. So trouble for the number 74. If it is a straight disconnection, they will be able to rejoin the race. We did see that before. I'm trying to remember who it was that disconnected previously. I think it was the Musto no, I think it might have been the 27, the MCM Motorsport car. Either way, we did have a disconnect pretty early in the race, and they did reappear when that issue was resolved. So this is what happened. There it went. Yeah, that's just straightforward disconnection there. Just, and the cameraman's completely lost. Which garage is it in? So yeah, that didn't hit anything, and disconnection has ensued for Juha. Hopefully he will reappear. Here's highlights of the last hour. Now this is going to get particularly difficult to see as we're now in darkness hours later on, but of course at the time that was filmed, the light was still very much with us. As we look in the mainstream, Darius Andre, that is Darren Murchak, you can see in the highlights reel there as he's caught to the back of the aforementioned MCM Motorsport Aston. Now finds itself in second place in the GTEs, as I think this number 74 is rejoining us, I believe. So hopefully we'll get some more laps from the number 74 car. It looks like they've reconnected, but I know sometimes the game thinks they're disqualified when they're actually not. That can be changed. So they are now rejoining, but they find themselves in third place behind the MCM Motorsport car, which Angel Benegas has. Yellow flag for Nabil Aslan. That's the 21 car. That's in the middle of the lap, but that is very quickly resolved. What happened to them? What happened to the 79 Axle team? A small mistake that was quickly recovered from by the look of it. As there, that's when we were talking to Maria Reinhack, just as Callum Wilson then went off, nearly collected the Deuce's car as he came back on. And there you can see how the light then looks in the replay reel. That's what it was a little while ago. But sun very much has set now. So for the remaining 5 hours and 51 minutes, we'll be in the dark hours. So this will be telling on who's practiced for this part of the race, or which drivers they're going to field who are very much veterans of the dark hours. That's going to be interesting to see. Let me look at the gaps to see if anybody's close to one another. Not especially, as far as on-track positions are concerned. As we continue to watch the Juice's number 15 of Darius Andre, catching their sister car, the GTE car that is now properly... Oh no, beg your pardon, that's a Gadget-hooted car. Matthias Harvick, who's actually racing with his hat on this time. He took it off last time before he got going, but he is sporting the GTR24H Sao Paulo hat. Maybe we can put that into production. That's actually a Danish hat that he's re-emblazoned. As Andre catches the back of the DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche. Gets that past that without too much bother. There's our race leader, Darren Rocek, in the number 18 Bertie Spot Simplicity car. Those DPIs really do spark quite a lot. And there's in the highlight reel, you saw the disconnection of the 74 car. But it's good to see that they are back on track with this. Again, making the sole loss being the 717 car. There's our GT3 leader, Maciej Kasperczyk. Now over a minute, actually 2 minutes ahead of the Glam Racing car, but that'll be a pit stop difference that's caused that as well. So even when the 585 car does come in, they aren't going to lose the GT3 lead. There is a Juha Mäki-Jälpi in the 74 Juice's car. So how much? I mean, that cost him a serious amount of time. They were second by around about 45 seconds. They now find themselves about 2 minutes over that, indeed, behind Angel Benegas, who is now second in the MCM Motorsport Aston Martin, who themselves are 66 seconds behind, I think it's Kasperczyk. So they are some distance behind the leaders, but even a couple of minutes behind the MCM car. But as has just been proven, and there's the back of Henrik Hoyer's head. It's a shame that image is reversed, but that post on the list says GTR24H for life. Big respect, Henrik Hoyer for the 404 squad. Love that. It's just such a shame that the cameras reverse that image, because of course you've got the Glam Racing name in the background. You can't quite see the YouTube link, because that's right behind Henrik Hoyer's head. It's a bit of a shame. That's a big monitor. There's no monitor envy going on here at all, I can promise you. I was trying to work out what the number was. That's his gear. And then that's a huge gear indicator he's got right at the top of his monitor there. I've seen some unusual setups in my time, but that's a new one on me. Fantastic stuff. So very much enjoying the view there from Henrik Hoyer. As I said, what's his his previous lap time was a 32.7. He's just crossed the line again, a 32.4 this time around, and that was only 2/10 slower than Kasperczyk in the leading Audi. Oh, the YouTube link is Miss Maria Saya, so Miss MISS, Maria MARIA, and Saya SIYA. Thank you for that, Maria Rinhat. And there is our leading GTE car. So is comfortably into the 32s now, which is going to become more the standard lap time for the GTE cars. Uros Masciudi, with a rear view mirror full of Robert Pound, who's back in charge of the Juice's Motorsport LMP car. He was the one that got unfortunately buried in the wall who had to be rescued during qualifying yesterday. Darren Rocek, race leader, leading away by almost a full lap. Back to the DIS car, DIS Porsche, who themselves is a full lap ahead of the next car down the road, which is Kasperczyk, who's the GT3 leader. There's the 17, the Unison car. You can't see the paint job on that now because it's a dark purple colour. The Artem Shaliev. As mentioned, he's been in there quite a while now. Whoa, Devon Mrocek! Wow, did that get lively for you? Coming down through Desilo de Lago there. And you could throw away a comfortable lead in the blink of an eye in a track like this, where you just a one wrong step and you chuck the car into the wall, which is exactly what happened to the 717 car at that very point of about 140 laps ago. There's Nabil Aslan following that yellow flag moment. We didn't see quite what happened, what he did, as the burst car is grounding out quite well and causing a fair amount of sparks. Who's he catching the back of? Couldn't quite see. There's the 79 Axel car. About a minute-ish behind Robert Pound now, who was really quick in the Deuce's car earlier on, leading the class for quite a while. And in fairness to Nabil Aslan, he did a 21.6, which was quicker than Robert Pound. So is Nabil Aslan maybe a little bit more comfortable in the dark? Maybe the tyres coming back towards temperatures that he prefers. As Tom Oldermenger was explaining earlier, they've tried various different things in that number 94 car. As far as tyre compounds and stints were concerned. So he's going to come down to personal choice. And with the track now in darkness, it should be a little bit cooler out there. As we see Eros Masciuli right behind, actually, on track. Kasperschik. As far as actual laps is concerned, the GTE car is quite a number of laps behind the GT3 leader. Angel Benegas now second in the GTEs. Finds himself on the same lap as the DIS Sim Racing Porsche. What was the lap times last time around? Actually, the lap times for the Porsche is 32.9, or was last time around. Whereas Benegas was 31.5, so it was 1.4 seconds gain. As Mrocek is in. He has brought the number 18 car in. I did see, actually, Yellow Simincic isn't at his rig, so if they are handing over, it's not to Yellow. Well, if they're going to hand over to Yerno, they're in for a bit of a rude awakening, because he ain't there. I'll keep an eye on what the number 18 does as we look at Maciej Kasperschik. That has got a rear view mirror full of Porsche headlight. There's Angel Benegas, with his front view full of the ID Simsport car. That's Marcus Steyer, that is in the 166. Can Angel Benegas do it? There is Mrocek. Looks like he's staying in the car. He had a moment where he was, because he didn't have the number 18 at the beginning of his name, he incurred himself a penalty by doing that. As Artem Shaliev is just caused a yellow flag briefly. But that has been cleared away, so a bit of a mistake there. As now we see Kasperschik behind the Mastaro car. So Eros Masciuli has made his way past the GT3 leader. It's seeming ease, it would seem. Again, not all drivers are going to like the darkness hours. The track temperature, I know I mentioned that quite a few times, but as Tom Olmenegger was explaining yesterday, because the tyre characteristics have all completely changed, all these differences really do magnify themselves in the dark when the track is a little bit cooler, but when the visual references are completely changed. And because there was a major update to R-Factor 2 only a week ago, drivers don't have that kind of inherent knowledge or that your subconscious knowledge of how the car's going to behave now that everything has changed. As we now look at the number 74 car, Juha Maki, we did briefly, as Devon Mrocek is now back out on track. What's the gap for Maki Jalpi? He's 56 seconds behind Henri Koya, who's another 67 seconds behind Angel Benegas. So, yeah, Juha's got a lot of time to make up, as we said before, about 2 minutes. But still, another 5.5 hours, or just more than that, 5 hours, 40 minutes to make that time up. So there's still possibilities, and a disconnect can happen to anybody, quite frankly. That is one of the dangers that sim racers, of course, face. is technical trouble, same as real life racers do. May not be lag or disconnects, but an engine blowout or a diff failure or brake disc exploding is certainly things that endurance racers have to think about. We tend to worry a little bit less about certainly things like that. Do us sim races? We certainly don't worry about the bill. Somebody else in the real life racing world has to pick up the bills for those. Sim racing, not so much. Unless you destroy a wheel or something daft like that. Maybe your chair detonates. Number 74 car carrying on its merry route. Working its way through the center S's. When you've had an issue like that, it can be very demoralising. So fair play to the 74 car for Juha to get back into the saddle and back on the pace. The pace isn't that far away from what it was previously, and he's actually still slightly quicker than Angel Benegas. And of course, if something does happen to either the DIS or MCM cars, it could easily bring the Juicy squad back into contention. Because the longer the race goes on, the more tiredness and fatigue is going to kick in, the more mistakes I'm going to make, the more commentator curses I might even cause. We still haven't ruled out that particular possibility. It's a real phenomenon, As Callum Wilson rather proved as we were talking to Maria Rinhack, and suddenly we found him backwards, but not quite into the wall, though. He did manage to save the rear wing on that occasion. And I can see on Henry's camera, on Henrik Oyer's camera, he's actually managed to flip it the right way round. Now all the text is the correct way round. So good effort there. There's a nice little moment there for us. We'll catch up with Dominic a little bit later on. I hope to catch up with our drivers. Always good to catch up with them. That's any other drivers or team managers that want to come and have a chat to us, make your way to the green room. We'll happily have a natter to you. Speaking of, actually, Paul Lingard might be in the green room waiting for us. Let's see if he is there ready and waiting. If production can drag him over. Unfortunately, I don't have the power to. There he is. Mr. Likegaard, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
Hello.
Thank you very much for spending the time to come and have a chat to us, Carl. It's been a bit of a tricky race for you, it would seem, from our perspective. How were you feeling about how things have gone so far?
Yeah, well, we know we didn't have the pace to keep up with Glam Racing and Azatec, so we just drive our own race and keep it on the tarmac, and hopefully it will go well. We are so few participants this time around that we are ensured a podium position no matter how bad it goes.
That is very true. You are guaranteed to match, to stay on the podium. I think it'll be matching your best result of the season, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I mean, I said earlier on that I wasn't convinced that Interlagos would suit the characteristics of the Corvette. Are there other tracks that work better for your chosen chariot?
Yeah, it did very well at Monza, and we're hoping next time around at Spa it will be much better, because long straights is better than this tricky track we're driving this time around.
Good stuff. Yeah, I thought Spa might be a bit more, and Le Mans, of course.
Yeah.
Our season finale will really be an opportunity for the Gadget Hussert Corvette to show what it's truly capable of. So is it just you and Mateus or for the entire race, or is somebody else coming in for the nighttime hours?
No, we are only two drivers this time around. So it's gonna be a long day, and I was up at 5 o'clock this morning to work for 6 hours, and I have to work again tomorrow morning, so it'll be a tough weekend.
You are dedicated to the cause. We salute you. Bravo. So when are you taking over the car? How long is each stint for you and Mateus?
Until now we are just taking a single stint each. So a stint it's about 1 hour and 15 minutes. The Corvette seems like we can go a lap or two longer than the Audis.
That might help you a little bit towards the end.
Yeah, but not enough.
Not enough.
We are now 2 laps behind, so yeah, we can't catch them unless something very bad happened to one of them.
You never know. Well, Carl Liekegaard, thank you very much for spending the time to come and have a chat with us, and we look forward to having a chat with you and or Mateus a bit later on as we get a replay of what's just happened to Robert Pound. I did see of course a yellow flag. Best of luck then for the DSR Gadget Hooted car. Thank you very much, Carl Liekegaard.
Thank you.
And that's what happened to Robert Pound. That seems to be the common. He's determined to bury his car in the wall. That's where he did it last time. He's reliving the horror of qualifying, it looks like. That's exactly where he got his car stuck. At least he managed to keep it under the wall. But that would have cost him a fair amount of time, I think it's fair to say. What has just made me laugh is Maria Rinhack, who just messaged me, just saying, "Don't jinx it," was what she just told me. I am under orders not to jinx it. I cannot guarantee that. The commentator curse is an involuntary action, so I would say I'm not responsible for it, but I absolutely am, because I'm the only commentator in the box. I can't pass the responsibility off. Can't blame production because they employed me for a start. So yeah, I need to do as I'm told there. Either way, so Robert Pound still very much in the lead of the LMP2 class, still by a good minute. So it didn't cost him a position, but it would have cost him a good 20 seconds to recover from that kind of incident. As we now look at Darren Rocek, and wow, that looked a bit squiggly coming into Ferradura. There's the GTE leader, the DIS Simulating Lab Porsche, leads by well over a lap now. Going on their merry way, being what they are capable of. And my good lady has just brought me food, and one of the dogs has followed it. Both of the dogs have followed it. As my family has just come home, so you're seeing various wavings in the background. So 5.5 hours remaining. So unfortunately, I don't have the luxury of a dedicated office, so I have the family in the background. I apologise for that, but. Either way, that's the nature of the beast. There's Nabil Aslan, still continuing on his merry way. Still a fair amount of traffic right behind him. There's the MCM car, Angel Benegas, trying to get his way past. I think it was the Gadget Hooted car he was getting past there. Mateus Harvig with his GTR Sao Paulo hat ablaze. Blaze? Yeah, definitely wrong word. Very much on show on his head at the moment. As I say, last time he took that off, but he's a fair play to the Gadget Hooted car. Just 2 drivers, 6 hours driving over the course of the entire race. Absolutely, I definitely couldn't do it. I've just about managed 12 hours shouting about it, let alone actually driving for that length of time. Just before we head to commercial break, let's bring up the hat, shall we? Just to show that we're not making it up. He was actually adorn it. So Mateus Harvig in the 777 car. We'll bring that up shortly. He did demonstrate it to us. There it is. He did show it to us before he was driving. He's actually now driving with aforementioned hat on. It says GTR24H Sao Paulo. So fair play to him for maintaining that whilst driving. And still keeping fairly decent pace by looking at the lap times. As we continue to watch Nabil Aslan. Oh, briefly did. Oh, Brocek, that looked like a bit of a slide there. But keeps it on the straight and narrow. Haven't had any further updates from Racing Control, so no further penalties seem to be coming our way at the moment. Cameron Roger back in control of the number 94 car. That's the Burst Esports Good Sunglasses car. Oh, someone's yellow flagged. That was Harvey. Commentator curse. There we go. I said it was an involuntary action. So we demonstrate the hat and he flies off the road at turn 1. Whoops. He's still going, still on for a podium, whether they finish or not. We look at race leader David Mrocek along their merry way. There's Eros Mashuli. We saw him a little bit earlier on. We saw him do well in qualifying in the Musto Pescara car yesterday, particularly in the dark hours. Look how the light just reflects that the bank in the background. Oh, yellow flag then off for Nabil Aslan. That's at turn 1 by the look of that. What's happened to him? Let's get a replay of what has gone on for the number 21 car, if we can. It's stuck. But I tell you what, at this point, we are right at the bottom of the hour. So it seems as good a point as any, whilst production has an argument with the machinery, to head over to the commercial messages.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Azatec SimSports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Stengolm, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online. Or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info. Or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN. Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the EEWC here at GTR24H. Round number 4, the 12 hours of Interlagos continues on. We're over halfway now. 5.5 hours remain. It's an amazing event. As we look at David Mrocek continuing along his merry way, it looks like he's catching the back of the Azatec car. Ooh, where are you going, DIS? You're getting out of the way of... It looked like you were getting out of the way of Angel Benegas there. But he's over a lap. I think he's over 2 laps behind. So he's being kind to... He's being kind to Angel Benegas there. Just letting him unlap himself. Let's have a look at how the championship connotations look right now. If the race to end right now, we did this earlier on. Let's have a look at how they would look right now. So, not really too much changed. But yeah, just getting further away. So they would be taking all the points from today because they had the pole. They of course participated and they're looking to win. So that would put them 40 points ahead of Unison with 50 points remaining for Spa and for Le Mans. Well, sorry, 52 points remaining for Spa and Le Mans. So we will see if anybody other than Burst can overcome that particular deficit. As before we go on to that, looks like there's been a yellow flag briefly for Peter Vagabov, who's taken over the Unison Racing number 17. And of course we don't have Adrenaline, the SEM 9 axle DPI car or the Viaducting car here tonight. Let's move on to the LMP2s. And it's Burst on top again, but only just. They had a 1 point lead due to the pole score going their way over SEM 9 axle, and they would have a 4 point lead. But then only 4 points further back is Juices following, if they take the top spot, which Robert Perron is in charge of that car at the moment, could well be the case. And then it is a bit of a gap down to the Iris pair and the Cyberlinks cars further down the field. But a 3-way fight for the top spot in LMP2. Fantastic stuff. In GTE, a little bit more one-sided, but not desperately so. Deuces in the number 74 car will lose a little bit of lead, but nothing too bad. They will still have the advantage by 29 points, with, of course, 52 still on the board. But MCM Motorsport right there in 3rd position, ahead of Mugen and Unison. Despite the fact that the car is no longer running, will jump up into 5th place, and the number 53 Mastara car will be very, very close to its sister, the number 54 car. And ID Simsport, of course, gaining a few points, but just 1 point behind them as the season continues. And the GT3, we'll bring up the GT3 table very shortly. Let's see how the points look for them. It's Volanti still on top by 13 points. Okay, their lead extends over Glam Racing with DSR Gadgethoos, and then jumping up into 3rd place with our 4 non-participants obviously shuffling down the order accordingly, but still very close between those 4 teams. So if we see them inspire in Le Mans, we are in for a fantastic showdown in the GT3 class. And whilst we were going through that, Race Control have chimed in. Car number 21 still has all 4 wheels going off track on repeated occasions. It's a 30-second stop-go penalty that has been issued. Oh, goodness me, that is Nabil Aslam that is going to be serving that one. So a 30-second stop-go penalty for SEM 9 axle is going to be dished out. Oh dear, oh dear. Now, as mentioned, I did see a yellow flag for the number 17, which is now being driven by Peter Vagapov. We saw him start the car at the beginning of the race course, and he's now back in control of it. There is Nabil Aslan. So the penalty, I don't think has been served yet, unless he served it really quickly after it being issued whilst we were going through the championship standings, but I don't think that is the case. We will see if that is true later on. That's such a great view, isn't it? I noticed that when we were going through the championship standings. It's such an amazing view. That's the beauty of Interlagos at night. Absolutely brilliant. Love that. Evan Rocek, he's caught at the back of the ID Simsport car. Who's in control of that at the moment? It's still Marcus Steyer. ID Simsport has got what I think is the Burst eSport car. No, it's the SEM 9 axle car. That's Nabil Aslan that's just gone past him. There's Cameron Roger in the Burst LMP2 car. Number 94 squad is still, well, they're not far off being lapped actually by Robert Pound, who really has been pumping in the lap times in the number 15 car. And there is Cameron Roger. Whoa, that was close between himself and the that was Yuha. That was very, very close in the Deuces GTE car. Wow, they with the camera blur he's got going on there, they look very thick, those gloves he's wearing. You know, generally the racing gloves are quite thin material with you know, rubber on the inside. They look like winter gloves. Through the same blurring that I have going on this camera, and they almost look like washing up gloves. I'm sure that's not the case. But yeah, his hands are going to be really sweaty if they're like winter gloves. They look at that. They look really padded. It could just be the camera angle making them look really, really huge. But if you look at, I say, a couple of other people had, you know, proper, you know, racing gloves on, or leather gloves at least. Is Zecher back in the car? Actually, it looks like, yes, Alex Zecher is back in the Azatec car. If we cut to his camera, the Happy Racing camera, you'll see what I mean by the kind of thinner racing gloves going on. That now we see Alexander Zecher back in command of the Azatec car. So this is where the car is. So if you bring up his camera, you'll see the difference in glove thickness. There you go. You'll see it particularly when he turns left. It's quite hard to see in the darkness. It's a little bit darker where he is. There's more light coming off of his headphones than there are actually in the room. But you can see you don't have, you know, really big padded gloves on his hands. So next time he turns left, which aren't many left turns in Interlagos and Italy, there you go. There's a bit of light shining on the gloves there. You've got the white stripes on the back of the gloves. Whereas Cameron Roger had distinctly quite a bit bigger gloves than that. I wonder, I somewhat doubt if they're washing up gloves, but nothing would surprise me. Nothing would surprise me. Just going to check any further messages. Not coming up for me. Oh no! That was the Unison car that just came barreling into Decima de Largo and nudged the side of the Kajahusa car. And away from Alex Zecher there, when he had a moment to do that. Well, that was a bit whoops, as Alex Zecher then gets a little bit squiggly coming up into the S's. That was somewhat brutish from. Let's see it again. It just went way too hot and hit the side of Matthias Harvick, who kept it going. But yeah, that was a bit much from Peter Vagapov there. No kind of long-term damage there, at least. That could have been done a little bit better. Yes, it could have gotten worse, admittedly. As we now look at the number 74 car, Maki Yapi coming down to start another lap. As he finds himself 27 seconds or so behind Angel Benegas, with two GT3 cars in between him and GTE lead, which is Alexander Zecher, who's taken over the 585 Azatec car, and Henri Koya, who is still in command of the 404 for Glam Racing. As through goes the Juices LMP car, Robert Powell, the LMP leader, with the DIS GTE leader right behind. They're looking to put another lap on the Juices Aston Martin. It really has been a strong showing from the Porsche, which again I'm not 100% surprised by. I did think the Porsche would reign supreme here in Interlagos, as Henri Koya is side by side with Marcus Steyer, the second place GT3 car, alongside the fifth place GTE, as the Aston just wins out over that one. It's not going to help Henri Koya close in a bit. Oh, that's caused him to go a little bit too deep, right in front of, I can't see which Porsche that is. I think that's the DIS car. No, it's not the DIS car because they've just come over the start-finish line. So that's got to be Master Pescara. That's Eros Masciuli. He's just gone past that. So, the additional challenge of driving in the dark hours certainly being accentuated here. Ooh, keep it, again, the race control still keeping an eye on people. You can't use the excuse was I was tired or no one else was near me. And again, a huge respect for these drivers that go on and on and on and on. Such a long period of time. I could do maybe one stint. That's it. That's all I could manage. So it really does take a lot of practice to do these long stints that these drivers tend to do, especially the likes of 777, the DSR Gadget Huset car, which only has 2 drivers. Well, only 2 drivers for this event, I should say. Oh, message from Race Control. 166 has got a warning for having all 4 wheels off the track several times. That is the ID Simsport car. Marcus Steyer will be served that warning. He doesn't have to act on it. Just stop what he's doing, essentially. Oh no, the Gadget Huset car's had a spin. Somewhere in the infield, the DSR Gadget Huset Corvette has gone for a wander. That's what the cause of the yellow flag was, but they are back up and running again as we ride on board with Alexander Sesha going on his merry way with no one really to keep him company at the moment, as Onikoya is some 70 seconds behind. 2/3 of a lap, give or take, in GT3 machinery at least. Let's see, is there anybody else close to anyone else? Not at the time being. Juha Makiyapi in the Aston, continuing along his merry way. In 3rd in the GTEs, he would have to gain about, certainly about 2 laps, I'd have thought, before he would see anybody else. Although the tower says he's about 20 seconds behind. Oh no, he's 2 laps behind Angel Benegas, beg your pardon. But yeah, I thought he would have to get. So I was looking at the 20-second mark, and that's. No, he is saying that Maki Yupi is 20 seconds behind Angel Benegas, but that's not how I read the. It's not how I'm reading the times. It might be absolutely right. I'm just, might be misunderstanding them. I thought he was a couple of laps behind. There's muddling up the tower there. My mistake. There's Marcus Steyer, who finds himself about 5 laps behind the Eros Mussolini, the number 53 car, but they're still carrying on, so fair play to them. So, I mean, anything can happen. We've seen disconnects happen to various cars. We've seen them happen to 2 cars. So anything can happen as the race continues. Who's he got coming up behind him? Can't tell. It's one of the Audis, I think. Has a guess. Oh, he's just gone past the 404, which is Henri Coy, the Glam Racing Audi. And Marcus there. Whoa, looked like the tail was getting lively there. That's the car he's chasing. He was Masciuli. He's got 3 laps to unlap himself from it, in fairness. But Masciuli is 2 laps behind the number 74 car. It does look like, looking at the tower, that Maki Yaupi has closed in a bit on Angel Benegas. What was the laps last time around? Well, 0.3 of a second difference in the number 74 car's favour last time around. As Eros Masciuli continues, actually, they've just set, amazingly, they've just set the team's, or he has just set the team best time, 1:29.979, which I didn't think was going to happen in the darkness hours, but the track temperature hasn't changed. So it is actually possible that, well, track temperature is static, that's why it hasn't changed. So the darkness hours, other than the visual references being a bit different, the performance of the car should remain the same. The tyre performances should remain fairly consistent, pressures aside, of course. So that's why we've just seen a new 29 on the board for the number 53 car. And Eros Masciuli was one of the drivers that took part in the evening qualifying session yesterday. And still no rain anywhere in the southern coast of, or on the coastline of Brazil near Sao Paulo. Nothing at all. There's that great overview of Interlagos. They look like ants from up here. That's such a great view, isn't it? There's Eros. Continuing along his merry way. And there to complete another lap. How many laps have our leaders completed? 292 is the answer to that. Or they're on lap 292. So we won't quite hit 600, but we'll be certainly in the 500 range by the time the checkerpath falls at that kind of pace. Eros Mashuri is on lap number 256. Again, that just highlights how far you can go in 7 hours, or coming up to be 7 hours. Or with lots and lots of 1 minute 30s. Well, it looks like Eros is going to have some company. We would see that. There is Angel Benegas. He's over a lap behind. Yeah, he's 1 lap behind the DIS car. I think he's not far off being 2 laps behind. Because looking at the track of the DIS car is not that far behind him. That wasn't him. Yeah, at the top of the chart. I don't think it was him anyway. But only 40. That gap is dropping quite quickly, actually, between Makiyopi and Benegas. Yes, the braking zones do concertina's effect. We know that. But actually, last time around, they were both in the 31.7s. So it's the difference is in this lap between the 2 Aston Martins. So let's see what the lap times are when they come over the line again. So has Benegas made a mistake somewhere? Or was it on a previous lap that gap has come down a bit? We will see. It's continuing to fall. It's now under 13 seconds between the 2 Astons. It was close to 20 seconds a few laps ago. So Benegas now comes over the line. This is 31.8, so nothing too drastic. And for Maki Yaupi, a 31.5. So it must have been a previous lap then where that gap has really come down quite a bit. So a potential battle for second is looming in the GTE field. Good, good, good. It's always good to see. There's Robert Pound, who continues to lead the LMP2 class. And into the pit is our race leader, number 18, the best Eastwell Simplexity car. David Mrocek has brought that one back in again as Maki Yopi gets passed by, that's Robert Powell, the Deuce's car. And that's the number 18 car has now changed hands. That is now in the hands of Jene Simoncic again. It was just Mrocek and Simoncic primarily in control, or have been for the last few changes for the number 18. How that continues, we will see. Cameron Rogers still in charge of the number 94. Maki Yopi in charge of the number 74, as we can see. What's the gap now? It's 11.5 seconds between the 2 Astons. So that gap is continuing to fall. Seems to be falling quicker than the lap times would belie. So has Benegas had a problem here as one of the DPIs sweeps past the GTE there. 31.7 for Benegas, 31.6, only a 10th difference. But still, that gap is slowly shrinking. As we are getting close to the top of our 7th hour. Oh, goodness me. Hopefully we'll have a chance to chat to more of our drivers and maybe a few managers along the way as our broadcast continues here for the 12 hours of Interlagos. Now the highlights in the last hour are a little bit more difficult to see as we are very much in the darkness hours now. Number 74 again. Juice's GTE car, which has been, let's say, eroding that gap between himself and Benegas slowly but surely. And now sits, well, now just going to start ducking under 10 seconds at various points. To put it in context, our GTE leader did a 33.3 last time around, so that's actually slower than the two Astons behind, but they've got a seriously big gap. 32.0 for Benegas. What about Makiyapi? 31.4, so 6/10 to Juicy's Motorsport favour there. As Cameron Roger gets straight into the slipstream. And flash of the lights. That's Janssen Bintz that's taken over the number 15 car, so quite why Cameron was flashed of the lights. But that, strictly speaking, is a battle for GT LMP2 lead that has just erupted. And of course, 5 minutes away from when we're about to go to commercial break again. Admittedly, it's been a few breaks since we've had that particular event occur. I've just thought you could make that aerial shot of Interlagos into like an animated desktop, and that would just look brilliant. Just stare at it for hours. But Cameron Roger is now right behind Janssen Bintz, challenging for the LMP lead, but already Janssen has opened up about 1.5 seconds between the Juices and Burst cars. Is Cameron continuing along his merry way? He is indeed. So coming back to what I was saying about the lap times of our GTE contestants, the DIS car's just pitted, and the Benegas is about to come over the line again in the MCM car. And there was the weather forecast we looked at earlier that gave us absolutely nothing. A 32.1 on the board for Benegas, and a 31.5 from Makiopi. So still that gap comes down, and that is now 8 seconds, give or take, between the two Astons challenging for second position in the GTEs. There is Cameron Roger. You can see the amount of effort he has to put in to wrestle that car around. There's so much steering angle they have to put in to get the car around. It can be easy to underestimate just how much effort it actually takes to drive this track lap after lap after lap. Well, look how many corners and braking zones there are. These guys have quite a time keeping their cars on the straight and narrow for so long. That, again, is why I hold endurance races in huge respect. Much like rally drivers, they are a special breed of nutcase to be rally driving cars inches away from a mile-long drop. Let go off tangent. Oh, Musto Pescara, that's the 53 car that got very sideways there. Struth. Eros Masiuli had a bit of a moment there, I think it's fair to say. Goodness me. I got a little lively for the 53 Porsche. But we're getting to a point in the race where we're going to be seeing more of those mistakes down to kind of tiredness, underestimating the darkness and things like that. That might sound like a strange statement, but again, you do so much by instinct when you're racing lap after lap after lap. Oh, good catch, Cameron Roger. The LMP2 car, the number 94 Burst car, almost getting away from him, but he caught that one quite quickly. You do so much by instinct. You don't think about where your braking points are. You don't necessarily think about where your turning points are. But when things like the lighting condition changes, suddenly you have to think about it more. And if you're already tired, that gets a little bit more difficult. Maria Rinhack has just sent me a picture saying, our mascot, aka Ronald the cat. That's a big cat. That's a really big cat. Oh, bless. Well, if we can, we'll get a picture of that on the stream. So they have a cat mascot over there in Glam Racing. Great stuff. And was that the cat that was on your lap when we were speaking to you, Maria? Has kind of caught the top of it, and it looks a different colour in that particular picture you just sent me than the one we saw on the camera. We continue to watch Cameron Roger. wrestle the car through. It's like wrestling the car through. He's not doing massive amount of soaring at the wheel, which would indicate that he was really wrestling with it. It does look that he hasn't got the pace to match Jansen Bent in the number 15 car that leads the LMP2s. It was the same cat. I can confirm the cat that we saw on the camera was indeed Roland the cat. Fair enough. Thank you, Maria, for confirming that one. And we are at the top of another hour. 7 down, just 5 remain here at Interlagos. It's Samba time once again, as we have a word from our corporate sponsors.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Azatec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Stengolm, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the EEWC round number 4, 12 hours of Interlagos. We are 7 hours in, 5 remain, as we still have only lost one of our competitors. Absolutely great stuff. As the race has continued, there were a couple of pit stops whilst we were away. Juha Mikiopi was one of them in the Juice's car, pitted along with Angel Benegas in the MCM Motorsport Aston Martin. as well, but Angel's pit was much shorter. We don't think they took tyres, so now that gap is about 30 seconds, as you can see on the tower. Interestingly, the MCM Motorsport car is suddenly less than a lap behind the ID SimSport. They're a long way ahead of the ID SimSport car, the DIS Sim Racing Lab car. So, and the DIS car is now really getting back onto pace. So, I'm assuming they've also had a pit stop. Now, they were over a lap ahead of the MCM car before. So that has changed as time's gone on. There is the DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche. It's getting back into the 30s, 136.56 last time around. Let's see what they can do on this occasion. Let's see as Onrikoya comes over the line as well for Glam Racing with 33.0 for the 404 Audi, a 31.0 for the DIS Porsche. There's a 32.3 for Alexander Sesha in the Azatec SimSport Audi. 31.19 for Benegas. So very similar times between the lead two GTEs. So that shorter stop for Benegas has allowed it to at least be on the same lap, on the lead lap, as the DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche is. Will that pay off as the race continues? We will see. A few more pit stops have gone on. Yunus Simoncic in the burst, the leading burst car, the number 18 DPI, I think has been through the pits, along with Janssen Bint in the 15 Deuces car. And Tom Oldermenger now takes over the number 94 Burst Esports LMP car. And Nabil Aslan has indicated to his crew that he's going to be coming in soon. The number 21 Sem9 Axel car will be visiting the pit lane fairly soon. There is the dual-shaded Tom Oldermenger, sporting a pair of Gooder sunglasses indeed. That's the orange pair, of course. And with the GTR24H emblem on the aforementioned raincoats that we saw him in earlier on. Good to see Tom back out there. So, he's been going a few hours. Not as many as Carl Liekegaard, who's up at 5 a.m. this morning, work for 6 hours, is doing this, and then working another 6 hours tomorrow. That's quite dedication to the cause. There's Engel Benegas, just getting ahead of the Gadget Husa car. And there's Yunus Simoncic, scraping away along the ground. Oh, who's yellow flagged in sector 2? Don't know. It disappeared too quickly before I caught who it was. Peter Vagapov is at least on the lead lap, on the same lap as Yunus Simoncic. So Unison have closed that gap down a bit as the race has gone on. But DIS still have a comparatively comfortable lead in the GTE field. But saying that, Benegas is now starting to get into the 30s again with a 130.879 for the number 27 Aston Martin. There's Yunus Simoncic once again. In 120.877 his last lap. Our GT3 leader, Alexander Sasha, 132.494 was their last lap. 132.436 was Henri Coyer, his closest competitor. Words are starting to fail me now. We're over halfway in the broadcast, and brain is melting. So expect a fair amount. Well, I was going to say expect a fair amount of nonsense. We've had that all broadcast long, quite frankly, from me. But we'll have quite a bit more of it as we carry on. Now, Angel Benegas does seem to be really pressing on at the moment. Although last time around 32.0, whereas the DIS car was a 31.1. I think Angel may well be really trying to push to close in on that DIS Porsche. We'll see if that is the case as we look at the Azatec Audi. That is Alexander Sesha in control of that one, and that is his camera you see at the top right corner. briefly. That's the 404 Glam Racing Audi. Henry Coyer in command of that one, with the DIS Porsche right behind. The 404 cars on lap 271, the DIS Porsche on lap 274. The number 74 Deuces has come in. That's been in recently. We were just talking about the pit stops that they'd had. I wonder there's been an issue in pit stops for the 74 Deuces cars. Back underway again. Something strange has gone on there for the Deuces squad. There was a relatively short stop then for Maki Yalpi. So I wonder whether he didn't take tyres early on and should have done. But then he did quite a few laps before that was the case. So not sure what the issue is there. Maybe somebody from Deuces could let us know if they've had a problem. I'm just going to double check if we have any further messages I can bring forward, and no is the answer to that. Well, something we mentioned earlier on was the track map that Yusuf Bin Sahel came up with. I did see that. I was going to see if I could bring that up. Here we go. So this was to do with kind of racing events that have happened in the past. Because you've got to remember the corner names, and in fairness, I have to look at a track map as well. So turn 1, which is just called turn 1, is the Hulkenberg Annihilation Corner. I think these are Formula 1 related names. There's the Hulkenberg Annihilation Corner. Center S is Ocon's Unlapping Corner. That'll be where Ocon smashed into Max Verstappen as Max was trying to as Ocon was trying to unlap himself from Max, and they both ended up off the road. And then coming out of the centre is the Max around the outside corner, apparently. And the straight leading down to Decidio de Lago is the Ferrari KEKW straight. And then Decidio de Lago is Jos Verstappen corner. The area on the outside is the Max defensive line runoff. And oh my god, how did Seb still win the title on the inside line? On the way. Also, the Parc Ferme area is apparently no touchy Lewis's wing Parc Ferme. And then the no corner names for Ferragira, Larangina and Esse, but coming back down to Peronino is, can I press the throttle yet? And then as we come up to Bica de Pato, it's haha, no Albon podium. That's cruel. Yusuf Bin Sahel, that is cruel. And as you then come down through Mugello, it's no touchy curb corner. That's certainly quite nasty in F1 times. And then Junshao is, in capital letters, is that Glock. And then on the outside line of Junshao is the Kim getting lost escape road. And oh yes, the final turn is the sick Max save bend. Absolutely, that was the halves. Was it the spin he had in the wet and kept it out of the wall? I think that was an awesome save. So thank you for that, Max. Thank you for that, Max. Thank you for that, Yusuf Bin Sahel. That's amusing alternative corner names. I think I'll stick to the original ones. Call me traditionalist, call me boring, but I'll stick with those. Whilst we've been away looking at that. Let's see then. Let's have a look. That is Karl Liekaert in the Katahusa car. Still carrying on his merry way. And now the Glam Racing 404 is actually a full lap behind the Azatec car I can see on the tower now. So, goodness me, the 404 race is starting to slow down a little bit. This is a great shame because they were challenging for that. They were leading at one point. But sadly, that has not continued into this phase of the race, but still 4 3/4 hours to go, so that can still change as time wears on. Who else is close to somebody? Well, Maki Yalpi is fairly close to the back of somebody. Is he close to the back of Angel Benegas? If that is the case, then that's been a hell of a charge. Yeah, 30.9 last time around for Maki Yalpi. Also, yeah, he had to do an extra stop, didn't he? So, actually, no. Who is he close to? Oh, he's close to the back of Henrik Hoyer. I was going to say he's closed in a lot of time if he's close to the back of Angel Benegas, but no. Juha Maki Yalpi is close to the back of Henrik Hoyer. So those two are probably not going to challenge each other for position at this point, as they're in different classes. Anyone else in the pits? Not at this stage. Oh, the race then carries on its merry way. And yep, number 74 car is now very, very close to the tail end of the 404. There's you can tell if it's a DPI that's coming up behind you just by the amount of sparks being chucked up into the air. There's Yane Simoncic that's just gone past the car we were looking at. And there is Henrik Hoyer, the 404, so he's just been passed by Juha Miki Yalpi, who's got quite some distance to find before he can get on the back of Angel Benegas. Actually a full lap. So that's why I was thinking, why is he suddenly 1.1 behind someone? Just realizing he was the GT3 car, he was 1.1 seconds behind. That makes a bit more sense now. As Henrik Hoyer continues his way in the 404 car with, well, some distance, shall we say, to find before if he could look to challenge Alex Sesha in the Azatec car. Full lap indeed is what separates them. The time you can see on the tower is the distance between himself and the Juha Maki Yalpi, muddling up syllables then, is only going to get worse as the broadcast goes on, in third position in the GTEs. Oh, let's get some liquid in my trap. Let's see if that can help me get the syllables right. Oh, my apologies, caller. Okay. So at this stage, there's not too much kind of challenge for position going on. It's well over halfway in the race now, and there's not going to be a huge amount of challenge of position challenges going on. This is going to be a case of how the strategy plays out. That's going to be the biggest thing, and who's going to be taking tyres and when. So not many people are on the same lap as one another even, so this could it could be quite difficult for us to talk about who's challenging for where. Certain positions are almost kind of guaranteed. Oh, it's a yellow flag for the 79 Axel car that's now in the hands of Alistair Young. So the 21 car has now changed hands, so it's going to be something to talk about. As the Malaysian driver now is doing what he can in the 79 car. I know that Alistair struggled a little bit with that LMP2 car in the past. Hopefully he can start to find his feet again and start to turn the laps. There he is. The brother, I believe it is, of racing driver Alex Young. And it's coming through the center resters now. Again, utilising the runoff area on the outside line. Absolutely fine. Then Desida de Largo, and Alistair has company in the background. Fair enough. It's his own fan club going on there. Why not? Why not? As Alistair is catching the back of Marcus Steyer in the ID Simsport car. Oh, that snapped very suddenly, but very quickly recovered. That was an excellent recovery there from Alistair Young. Truth, that really snapped away very suddenly. But he managed to get that one back on the straight and narrow very, very quickly indeed. So great effort there from Alistair. But and these LMP cars are not easy to drive. Any time I've tried to drive an LMP2 car, doesn't matter what the sim is, I have not done well in it. So I can sympathise with Alistair there. These are very tricky beasts to hang on to at the best of times, because he's racing in the dark here at a challenging circuit, of course being Interlagos, as he works his way past, nearly collected by, or it looked like it was close between himself and Marcus Stair. It may not have been as close as the camera made it look. The 7.9 axle car now carrying along its merry way. It is a couple of laps down from Tom Olmendinger. Can't get that right. Oldenmenger. Again, muddling up syllables, so sorry. Oh no, what's happened to our race leader? Jone Simoncic. Has Jone Simoncic disconnected? He's in the garage from the race lead. Now I can see on his camera that he's still with us, but he's not looking very happy. Oh no! Now, did I not say not that long ago that it's always worth continuing in case they have trouble, in case someone has trouble? Oh my goodness me! Is that a DNF for the burst squad? Is that a disconnect, or is it an issue? Did he hit escape? Which is what happened to the 717 car. Oh my goodness me! With 4 hours and change to go. No, Jone Simoncic is back out on track, so no, it's not a disconnect. Oh no, sorry, it was a disconnect. It wasn't a disqualification or anything like that, but that does take quite a big chunk out of the lead that the number 18 car had. Not enough to lose the lead. It's certainly lost a fair amount of time. That hands the overall race lead to the number 15 car, the Deuces Motorsports car, currently being driven by Janssen Bint. And right behind Jone Simoncic that's the 7.9 axle car. That's Alistair Young. That's picking up a drag up the hill. So we'll see if Alistair can stay in the tyre tracks of Jone Simoncic, which is very, very hard to do at the best of times. As Henrik Hoyer carrying on his merry way in the 404 car. He's fairly comfortably ahead of Carl Liekegard in the number 7 777 car. No, steady, Henrik. Where are you going? Whoa, that's close. Struth. There's nowhere really Henrik could have gone then. He couldn't have gone any closer to the pit wall. Crikey, that was very, very close. And we might have another interview being lined up here. That would be fantastic. Of Maciej Kasperczyk is offered to come and have a chat to us. So hopefully we'll have a chat with one of the drivers of the 585 Azatec car. We'll get him in here as quickly as we can. We get an opportunity to have a chat with our GT3 leading team. As soon as he joins the green room, we will get him in the studio with us to have a bit of a chat. As Henrik Hoyer is still going round, but what is he able to do? Still in the 33s is Henrik. So again, no disrespect meant, but it's a little bit off the GT3 pace that has been set by Alexander Sescher. Well, was certainly set by Kasperczyk earlier on. Still second in the GT3s and by quite some way, so they would have to lose a whole lap and then some to be challenged by the Gadget Husi car. They're not under any immediate pressure. As we are approaching the bottom of another hour, 4.5 hours to go of Interlagos. Now, I'm looking at the DPI list, and Jone Simoncic is in trouble again, as he's now behind the 17 Unison car. Now, I'm sure he came out of the pits still ahead of the Unison car. I'm certain he did. But now he's 30 seconds behind. So has the burst car had further trouble, or have they had to come into the pits again? We will. They seem to be back at the pace, but Jone Simoncic now finds himself behind the Unison Racing number 17. Still waiting for Marcel Gaspicic to head to the green room so we can get him in here and have a chat to him. It would be awesome to have a chat to him. So we are 5 minutes away from another commercial break here. GTR24H. As we continue to watch Henry Coy on his merry way. What does he do? It's 32.5 that time, so that was a bit quicker than the Gadget Husik car, in fairness. So good lap there from Henrik Hoyer. But you can't entirely compare it to the best lap of the team, as that was done in the daylight hours. So with the surprise disconnect from the 18 car, let's see how that's affected the race overall. The race now being led by two LMP cars. The number 15 Juices Motorsport Club car, Jansen Bintz, has that, is at the helm of that car right now, and is leading Tom Aldermenger in the burst car, the burst number 94 car, by at least a lap, or by just over a lap, and it's Peter Vagapov in the number 17 Unison car in third on the road and leading the DPI class by what is now 28 seconds. So Jone Simoncic is getting back up to pace again. Now, Vagapov last time around was a 21.3, whereas Jone Simoncic was a 20.1, so 1.2 seconds to burst favour there. Again, that just highlights you cannot give up, even though you've got a comparatively comfortable lead. One problem, one disconnect, and suddenly the whole structure of the class changes. And that sort of disconnect can happen to anyone. Now, either a disconnect or a game crash or some kind of technical fault that puts Jone Simoncic 30 seconds behind the other DPI car. And if that happens right at the death of the race and you haven't got time to recover from it, you suddenly lost the win. So anything is absolutely possible in endurance racing. As we see Peter Vagapov come past the ID Simsport car of Marcus Steyer. Start another lap number 317 to be precise. So we're into the 300 lap range now. We're certainly going to be in the 500s before checking. We're not going to quite hit 600 because we were way past the halfway point when we hit lap 300. So we're not going to quite hit 600, but we will certainly get into the 500 range. So great job from our drivers on that regard. You won't quite see Jone Simoncic in that shot. He's a little bit too far back, but he is doing what he can to close back in on the Unison car. And again, it would be interesting to see if the Unison car puts up a bit of a fight, because it's certainly been that the 18 cars had the pace advantage all race long. That will be for the lead of the class. That is going to be who decides who gets the 25 points instead of the 18 for the race result. So they very well could put up as best a fight as they can, but the raw pace difference, I think, will make that a very, very difficult defense to pull off. But anything is possible. We've seen numerous times where people have been boxed in behind back markers, so that could be a tactic that Peter Vagapov puts to good use. Never mind, that whole build-up has now been for absolutely nothing, as Peter Vagapov has just pitted. Oh, goodness me. There's a variety of cars. So there's Peter Vagapov on the corners, Jone Simoncic and Tom Aldermenger. Oh, we're switching cars now. So there's Michael Francesconi, bottom right-hand corner. Jone Simoncic is your top right. Tom Aldermenger is on both of the left-hand ones. So it's getting a good view on various cars, but the 94 burst car now a lap behind the Juices car. So Jansen Bintz, I keep saying Blit, bint is you can actually see the two LMP2 leaders right with one another, but they are a lap apart. So they're not challenging each other for the lead just yet, but time will tell. That LMP lead change has changed hands many times in the course of the race. Andre Koya still into the 32, so 32.8 last time for him, 31.7 for Zasha, and 32.6 for Liefgaard. So yeah, right in there with the GT3 pace. What about our GTEs? 31.2 for DIS, 31.8 for Benegas in the MCM car, and 31.3 for Makiapi in the Deuces Motorsport car. And we are now at the bottom of another hour. 4.5 hours remain here in Interlagos. Let's have those commercial messages. We will have those commercial messages very shortly. Production having a bit of a problem, it would seem. As we have a look at our LMP leader, there's Janssen Bintz. That would be a battle for LMP2 lead with the car not directly behind. That's a DPI car there. But it is just over a lap between our LMP leaders. And we do have a couple of people wanting to come and have a chat to us. They timed it well. We do have Mr. Kasperczyk in our green room, ready to come and have a chat to us. And there he is. Marcin Kasperczyk, are you with us?
Yeah, hello everyone.
Hello, great. Thank you very much for coming to have a chat to us. Oh wow, what a performance from the Azatec team. You must be pretty pleased.
Yeah, well, the preparation has been very tough, to be fair. We spent like 3 months of preparation, and yeah, hard work pays off. So I believe that we will take this victory. It's only like more or less 4 hours to go, so we will see what happens, because in endurance racing everything can happen, like you said on live stream, so let's see.
Absolutely so. I mean, you lead by a comparatively comfortable distance over Glam Racing at the moment. Are you back in the car a little bit later on, or
yeah.
Are you done for the night?
No, I will be back in 2 hours, I think, and I guess I will finish the race, so I'll be back, that's for sure.
It's me, just you and Alexander. That's a big order, 6 hours apiece. Great stuff. But when you were coming into this race, it was always really between you and Glam Racing. You were really close for quite a while. Were you concerned at all that Glam Racing were going to really be pushing you hard, or were you confident you had the pace over them?
Well, to be fair, usually when I try to focus on myself, and I know that I got pace, and I extend the gap from 8 seconds when Alicia gave me the car, and the gap when I gave to Alexander the car was like almost 1 minute, so 52 seconds. The gap was huge, so yeah, I'm quite happy with that, because I did no mistakes after all. So let's see what can I do at night, because the condition is very tricky, you know. It is a less grip, especially on the first turn. So yeah, we have to be very careful on that, because the curbs can kill you. That's so easy.
Very true, especially towards the tail end of the racing, we're all getting a bit more tired and these mistakes creep in. But we very much look forward to seeing how the race progresses for you. Thank you very much, Marcin Kasperczyk, pilot of the 585 Azatec car. Thank you kindly, sir. Excellent. Right, we will have our commercial break now. We do have Matthias Harvig wanted to have a chat to us, but let's have a word from our commercial sponsors first.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Azatec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Stengolm, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN. Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back to the EEWC fourth round of the 12 hours of Interlagos. We have got less than 4.5 hours remaining, and we've got another driver to talk to. Matthias Herwig, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Hello.
Oh, no hat. Disappointed.
I have it right here. I have it right here.
There it is. So we had a chat to Carl Leakegaard earlier on, so thank you very much for joining us. One of the drivers of the 777, the TSR Gadget Hoosic car. It's been a bit of a struggle pace-wise, but as Carl was saying, I think that was always going to be the case of the Corvette here in Interlagos. How are you feeling the race has gone for you guys so far?
I feel like it has gone better than expected. I thought we were going to be quite more off pace with the Corvette not suiting the track as good as it has been on other tracks. But yeah, it's quite impossible to catch Azatec and Glam.
And it's just you and Carl in the car. That's a lot of driving. Absolutely great stuff. How much time do you put into practicing for an event like this, especially when there's just two of you that's going to be driving the car?
Yeah, there's definitely been some hours into practicing. Me and Carl has also done some offline training with him. So we have done some preparation. So yeah.
Great stuff. And so when are you getting back in the car?
After Carl has done his stint, I will probably be in the car. Don't know exactly how much time there is until he's done, but I will be in the car after he's done.
When he shouts at you, basically.
Yeah, when he shouts.
Fair enough. Well, I mean, best of luck, Matthias. You've done a great job just keeping it on the straight and narrow after so long. And with 4.5 hours still to go, we look forward to seeing you at the finish line. Thank you very much, Matthias Herwig. Great stuff. Thank you kindly, good sir. And another driver has come to have a chat to us as well. We got Alex Zescher again. He's stepped out of the Azatec car as Alicia Neto back in the car. Alex, are you with us?
Hey.
Good to hear from you again. My goodness me, it's really going well for you guys so far. How are you feeling about how your race has gone for the 585 Audi?
Oh, I think it's going really good. Other than the spin I made towards the beginning, it's been pretty much a flawless race.
I'll say. I mean, you got quite a colossal lead over the 404 car. You were really close together for a period of time. And now Alessio's back in the car. Oh my goodness, he's having to dance around the traffic a little bit. But he wisely got out of that one. I think there's been a bit of an incident with the 53 car, but not involving you guys. And you really couldn't have done much better. You've been just building that lead lap on lap on lap on lap, and what are you? You're quite some distance ahead of 404. What more could you ask for? Is that down to how the track characteristics works for the Audi, or is it just down to all the practice you guys have put in?
I think it's Audi is strong around here. You cannot deny. But we have done a good amount of practice to make sure that we get the best result we could get. So, yeah, been a lot of good hard work.
Great stuff. And are you back in the car later on?
Maybe. It really depends because I started this stint I had right here. My game started to stutter. My force feedback was also stuttering. So yeah, that's why I needed to get out of the car.
I see. Well, hopefully the gremlins don't pester you too much, and Alessio can do the business for 505. Thank you very much, Alex Asher. Great to hear from you again. Best of luck in the rest of the race.
Thank you.
Now, what on earth has happened to the 53? Big problem, I think, for Michael Francesconi. I think potentially involving the 166 car, because I saw both of them with a yellow flag, as Francesconi almost comes out into the path of somebody. And what's going on with the DIS car? That was very, very squiggly there. But something has happened to Francesconi. Back on track now is the 53 car, as we can see, is just leaving the pit lane. But there was a definite problem there, as you saw. It had returned itself to the garage, and it did have a yellow flag next to its name. Also, the number 17 car, that's Peter Vagapov in the Unison car, has got themselves a drive-through penalty for overtaking off track, and they're now actually finding themselves a minute behind Jenny Simonchik. So whilst they've been away with the drive-through penalty, it doesn't cost a minute. I think there's probably been a pit stop and a drive-through that's happened for the Unison car. But suddenly the Burst squad are back in front in the DPIs, but they're still about a lap ahead of the leading LMP2s. So this is what happened with the 53 car. But what's happened here? So they're coming through. Oh, got a bit, and a disconnect. There we go. So it looked like it was a very wide moment coming through to see the Largo, but it was just a straightforward disconnect there. So the yellow flag that Michael Peterson had in the 166 car was completely unrelated. It just happened to happen at the same time. As Benegas and the DIS Porsche are actually very close together on track, but they are not on the same lap. So they're not on the same. So the Benegas in the MCM car is about to be lapped for the second time by the DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche. Slightly further back, well, there's Francesconi we're looking at, and in the background, can you see that's the Deuces car that we just saw there? That was Maki Yalpi. There's Henrik Hoyer in the 404 Audi. 33.0 that time around, which with the track getting slipperier as Matthias was explaining, it's not surprising the pace is lower than what we would see in the daylight hours. As we look at Janssen Bintz in our race leading number 15 Deuces LMP2 car. And there's the sister car of Juha Maki Jalpi in the 74. That sits third in GTEs, about a minute-ish behind Anagar Benegas. It's certainly not impossible to overhaul a gap like that in the remaining 4 hours. There's more sparks from the bottom of the DPI car. Amazing they have any floor left in those things, considering how many sparks they're generating. There's Janssen Bintz. Leads the LMP2 by about 22.5 seconds. over Tom Olmenegger in the burst car. There's Angel Benegas. There's Angel Benegas in the second place GTE car. As you can see, the GTE leader is directly ahead of him, but 2 laps to the good now. Such has been the insatiable pace of the DIS car. They've done an absolutely storming job in the race so far. You cannot, don't count your chickens before they're hatched, as the old English phrase goes. Anything can happen in the course of the race. We've seen by the disconnects we've recently seen. Anything can still happen. But Janssen Bint is still doing the job, though, in the number 15 car, as Tom Olmenegger has brought in the number 94. So that's going to make that lead very, very long for the number 15 car. Unless they're about to pit as well. Does the 94 change hands? Well, Tom is still in his rig. He's back on track, so no, the number 94 burst car did not change hands. There's the sister car, the DPI of Jone Simčić coming down the road, and there's the DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche coming into the pits again. Nothing to immediately worry about. They could have a meal. Such has been their lead. Again, no disrespect to the rest of the GTE field, but it's just been an absolute storming performance from the DIS Porsche. Jone Simčić quite wisely actually ducks into that particular queue rather than tries to overtake all 3 cars on the run down to the Descida de Largo. And then the GTEs start to have their own argument. Again, they're not on the same level. One of them is a GT3, which is Carl Lickergaard in the DSR Gadget, who's a Corvette. The rest of them will sort themselves out as time goes on. Let's have a rundown of who's where, shall we, in class order. So an overview of how everybody is doing. With 4 1/4 hours to go. We are already hitting the 2/3 mark very, very soon. As thought Simčić was going to go off the road there, but manages to keep it on the black stuff without losing any particular sign to Tom Olmenegger, who is a kind of a lap down by this stage. I beg your pardon, I'm looking at the wrong class. It's Peter Vagapov who's arguing with. He's a minute behind him now. As I was looking at LMP2s, I'm used to the DPIs being in the lead of the race, whereas it's actually LMP2 at the moment. And now Jone Simčić is on the same lap as his fellow burst car of Tom Olmenegger. But they will be looking to pass one another. So something has just made me laugh there. I can see that someone is having good fun with Henrik Hoyer's camera. We've got to show this on stream, please, production, because this is looking quite amusing. Obviously, Henrik Hoyer, we saw his rig earlier on. That was the one where the camera was mirrored. But someone's having good fun with his camera background. I'm suspecting that's Maria Rinhack, who has just informed me that Henrik looks like he's driving into a beach. There you go. Oh, hello. Sure, he was doing a little bit more than that. Yeah. That's scenic. I love the point that when that forest image came up, you then saw Henrik lean over to his left as if he was trying to avoid one of the trees. That's actually what it looks like. It was far more fun when he looked like he was driving into the sea. I still love that gear counter at the top. That's fantastic. Oh, good job, Maria. Good job. Not that far off the top of the 8th hour. Goodness me. You poor souls have put up with me for that long. Oh, you smooth talker production, he said. It feels like we just got started, he said. Okie dokie. Who should we have a look at? Alicio Neto, our GT3 leader, is who we look at the moment. With a 32.3 last time around. What's he about to set? Let's see. 32.195 in the leading Audi. Who's got the Burst NMP2 right behind him of Tom Oldermanger as he comes past. How does the 32.1 compare to the other GT3s? Well, 132.7 for Henrik Hoyer and 33.1 for Carl Ikegaard is how that compares. So the Azatec Sim Sports car is continuing to head along his way, continuing to build that lead somewhat. I'm trying to say a note and read something at the same time. Oh, that ping usually indicates we have a we've got someone to have a chat to. Cameron Roger, are you with us?
I am, hello.
Ah, well, hello, good sir. How have you found the race thus far?
It's been going pretty interestingly. Tom and Damien seem to have pretty good pace. Unfortunately, most of the time loss was because of my slowness, which is a bit annoying, but that's how it goes, and our main goal really is just to beat Axel today. But no, the race has actually been pretty good fun so far.
So are you climbing into the car later on, Cameron?
Probably at least for another stint, yeah. Just with the drive times, and also just giving Tom and Damien some rest as well. And on pure pace, we're not really going to catch juices, unfortunately, at the moment.
Well, I mean, the LMP2 lead for a while was constantly changing hands between all three teams. Did it seem like you were in the shot for the win, or was that realistically never on the cards?
I think we did at one point. Unfortunately, the first stint that I did, which I think was in like the second or third hour of the race, was a bit slow, so we ended up losing quite a bit of time, and then that just sort of snowballed a little bit as the race progressed. But yeah, we definitely were within with the shout. It's just those Juices guys are just, I mean, they've just been blisteringly fast, but also consistently. I could do a few good laps here and there, Tom and Damien as well, but those guys are just consistently fast, even through the traffic. They're able to do fast lap times, so fair play to those guys, Juices.
And it's difficult, isn't it, to maintain that level of pace. Try that entire sentence again. It's difficult to maintain that level of pace for that length of time. I've often said throughout the broadcast, I have a huge amount of respect for endurance races because of how long you can maintain that pace for. I know I can't do it. I lose focus and make those silly mistakes even in a short sprint race, less than an hour. How difficult is it to just keep your focus for 2, 3, 4 hours or however many stints you're doing?
It's difficult. I mean, even in these LMP2s, a double stint is sort of about 80 minutes or so, but even then it is difficult just to keep going, especially around this track, where obviously it's quite short, the corners come at you thick and fast. It's very easy just to slightly misread one of the corners, and then it messes up multiple that are connected to it. So yeah, it's very difficult to do that. And the number 15, they're just doing such a good job with that. I think if it was just Tom and Damien in the car, we would definitely be a lot closer. But I think they would just have that little bit of an edge.
Oh, you're putting yourself down too harsh there. You're keeping it on the straight and narrow, which is better than a lot of us would do, let's be honest. But we look forward to seeing you back in the car. Thank you very much, Cameron Roger, for spending the time with us. Very much appreciated, sir. Thank you kindly.
No problem. Enjoy the last 4 hours.
Oh, we certainly will, sir. We certainly will. Cameron Roger from the number 94 Berth squad, the MP2 car, currently sitting second in class, and looking forward to seeing how they're doing. Now, there has been a bit of an update penalty-wise, which not 100% sure if this is going to come out, but quite a few cars apparently have been off the server and have not notified race control upon their return. Now, this is something that stripped a few teams up, but it is very clearly defined in the rules. If you leave server for whatever reason, you must notify race control upon your return. Now, I think it is something that is being looked at. But if they didn't announce it, then they are in trouble. And the teams that are being looked at for this is the number 53 car. Oh, there's more coming in, so I won't read that list out just yet. Okay, so I won't read this out. There's several cars being looked at. We'll be updated on that one, but one team that has got themselves a 1-lap penalty is the number 166. That's the ID SimSport car. Michael Pedersen currently in control of that one. They have got a 1-lap penalty because of exactly that. So they have been caught out on that particular instance. So the other cars I was about to mention may have made a notification to signify that they were back in session, but the 166 seemingly did not. So they have been docked a lap. So that's made their drive even more difficult at the tail end of the GTE field, but they are still continuing, which is good to see. And Jenny Simičić has brought the the DPI leading number 18 car in. And there is Michael Pedersen in the 166 car. So still pressing on, but now with another lap that they have to deal with before they could challenge Michael Francesconi. But whoa, that got a bit close between himself and the Unison Racing number 17, as looked like they threw him for a bit of a wander on the exit of Junshao. Goodness me, that's got rather close. But on goes Peter Vagapov in the number 17 car. So he's going to take over the DPI lead as the number 18 is in the pits. I think it's going to stay in the hands of Jenny Simičić. Jenny's still in the rig. So he'll probably be taking that one back out of the pits when that stop is done. And there is Jenny Simičić. Away goes the number 18 burst car. We'll continue its chase after Peter Vagapov. More sparks. How is there anything left on the underside of those DPRs? They seem to spark more than anything else. And he comes right behind a couple of GT cars. Oh, beg your pardon, no, one GT car. That's the Master Pescara car. Number 18 has earned themselves a penalty, and that is now Miti Hoyer. That's the 18 car. Oh my, that's the burst car. So that's a 1-lap penalty and a 60-second stop-go penalty. So I suspect that's two different penalties that's been enacted there. Oh my goodness. So Michi Hoy has just taken that car over and now is being landed with a penalty. Oh dear. That's going to be difficult even for them to overcome, but if anybody can, it'll be them. It's quite a penalty to have to overcome there. So we are fast approaching the top of the hour. Just 4 and a bit hours remain. See the time at the top of the screen, 4 hours and 3 minutes of this 12-hour race remaining. Still a number of pit stops to do, still some driver changes to go through. Still have plenty of action ahead of us as the number 74 car is back in the garage. That's the Deuce's GTE car. Now, what's happened to Juha Maki Jaupi? Now, he had a disconnect earlier on, I think. So there's been trouble again for Deuce's. Oh dear. I'm fairly sure that's the second time that Maki Jaupi has had a disconnect of some description. We'll see if we can catch a replay of what's happened there. But that's third in GTE. So that is potentially very painful if they're going to drop out of podium spot in GTE. And he was a disconnect and he's back in session again. And he's having a fair amount of lag trouble indeed. So production is saying that they're noticing a lot of lag on Maki Jaupi's, and that's that highlights actually how much the lag is really affecting his driving when you get a very strange crowding. Yeah, that PC's boiling itself potentially. And trying to sink through the floor as well. So not going well for Juices. But as for now, we have reached the top of hour number 8 of this 12-hour race. Let's have a word from our corporate sponsors.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flicks, Motorvision.tv, Sten Goldman, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online. Or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info. Or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the EEWC round number 4. The 12 hours are Interlagos, and in comes Michi Hoyer to serve the penalty that we were talking about before. That's 1 lap penalty and a 60-second stop go, and also the number 74 has got something. That's strange parking, Mr. Vakapov. The number 74 has also earned themselves a penalty. That is the Juices car for rejoining twice, one without notification, and so that's a lap penalty there, and also a 60-second stop go penalty for them. So their race is going from bad to worse. A 42-second stop there for Peter Vagapov, so a shorter stop than some, but of course with the 18 car losing a lap, that's really going to give Unison quite a march on them. And Michi Hoyer's got it all to do to regain that kind of time. 4 hours, still possible to do. but it's getting harder and harder now to regain any kind of lost time, or certainly that length of lost time. And away goes Mitchie. You can see the highlights from the last hour in the top right. It's difficult for me to talk about the race. That's where the Master Pescara car got nudged off by the ID Simsport car. It was a little bit unfortunate there between those two. And the Aztec car just continuing its march and bowing out of that particular moment there. It's quite wisely so. He didn't fancy trying to go 3 wide through the twisties. And in comes the number 74. So it is serving its stop go pretty quickly. Who else can we talk about? Is anybody else in? No, but I think Carl Liekagaard has been through the pits recently in the Gadget Husa car. There was Michael Pedersen in the ID Simsport car, so he finds himself still a number of laps behind the Deuces car, so the penalty will help a little bit, but not enough to bring the ID Simsport car into battle. And I can see that Matthias Harvick has changed his hat again. He's added more pictures to it by the look. So we'll bring him his hat soon. As I think he's going to be getting ready to take over the 777 car fairly shortly from Carl Liekagaard, who's been in there a while. He has used a lot of printer ink, in fairness. Well, he's probably not the one buying it, so I can't actually tell the pictures he's put on there, but it's certainly imaginative. It's very, very creative there, young man. I'll grant you that. Thumbs up from Matthias Harvick there. Great stuff. Great stuff. Gives us something a little bit more to talk about as well. Maria Rinhack wanted a weather report. I don't think it's going to be particularly revealing. We'll have it anyway. No rain to be found anywhere in this region of Brazil. There is certainly more water in the surrounding streams. Oh, there's a tiny, tiny bit there coming down from the north, but there's just a vague bit of cloud. That's all that is. There's not something that's going to make any significant influence on this race whatsoever. Now, if we had the rain that we had at Sebring, that would have a huge impact, because that really did chuck it down. It's actually doing quite well. I'm chucking it down here in the southern part of UK right now. As it was Janssen Bins, there's Alistair Young in the third of the LMP2 cars, the semi-announcer cars. He's just found at a really awkward time the ID Simsport car. There's a slightly awkward moment there for Alistair Young. It manages to get past Michael Pedersen without too much incident. A few more cars directly behind the 166 at the moment. Not being told of any further penalties coming our way, so there were a few other cars that were being looked at, but no penalty given. And no message here. I'm being told that we do have another member in the green room. It's the 404 driver Henrik Hoyer, who's now handed the car over to Jakub Kowalski. Henrik, are you with us?
Yes, I'm with you. I'm with you.
I love the background, sir. That is fantastic. Oh my goodness me. So, how did it go for you? It's the 404 car was really mixing it with the 585 for a while, but the raw pace that the Aztec guys have had just been a little bit more than you've been able to manage. But how have you felt it's gone thus far? You've been putting in some really consistent laps for time and again.
Consistent, yes. Fast, no. I honestly had to concede that it was just too fast today.
Keeping it on the black stuff is challenge enough.
Yes, it's challenging enough, especially in the dark with all the cars trying to pass you all the time. It is. despite us being a small field today, it is actually quite difficult. And I also had issues with finding a correct brake bias I could use, which also made turning a little bit tricky. But yeah, I made it through. I have done my 2 stints for today, so it's time for the faster guys to take over.
Now, were you aware that you looked like your camera was made to look like you were driving into the sea?
No. This is
Maria on that.
Yeah, this is the first time I'm being told about that.
Enjoy that one.
I
what
will.
to say to that one.
Like, I was driving into the sea. I have no idea what that means, but I'm looking forward to see that.
Watch it back on the stream if nothing else. But,
yeah, I will.
But so overall for the 404 cars, how's the general mood in the Glam Racing camp? We did have a chat with Maria earlier on, which was great to hear. It was always great to chat to everybody to see how everyone's doing. And
I'm being touched.
A hand in the background there.
Yes.
We did also see the cat. Was it?
Yeah.
He's quite a big fella, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a nice little cat. He just came by and said hi. Also noticed he was walking around the floor when I was driving. It was quite interesting. I was thinking for a second he was walking behind my pedals, which would have been a bad idea, but...
Well, you'd only make that mistake once.
Yes.
So how is the general mood for Glam Racing? Is everyone quite happy with how things have gone?
I think yes. I mean, we haven't had any incidents, extra pit stop or anything. That's 1 or 2 half spins and that's it. So yeah, the general mood is fine. We are moving onwards and trying to harvest as many points as we can for this race. So yeah, it'll be good for the championship. We have had a couple of unlucky races at the start of the season where we had disconnects both in Suzuka twice and Monza once. So yeah, it's nice to get some points back in the bank. So
great stuff. Well, thank you very much, Henrik, for taking the time to chat to us. Very, very much appreciated. And it's a shame you won't see you back out in the car, but we wish the 404 Glam Racing car well in its remaining hours in this race. Thank you very much, Henrik Hoyer. Bye. Great stuff. Thank you kindly to Henrik, to Maria, and of course Roland the cat. Great to hear from them. So Henrik Hoyer, his driving duties are done. It's now Jacob Kowalski in the car. Now, I did see the Gadget Husick car was somewhat stranded. What on earth did it do? It's gone way too hot into Desida de Largo is what it's done. Which again, not surprised considering how long that Carl Liegegaard's been in the car for, and with another potential stint ahead of him as well. So a small mistake, missed his braking point by quite a distance unfortunately, but no harm done, and on he goes then. He'll continue his drive towards the checkered flag as we check in with Peter Vagapov now, or briefly with Vagapov as we now checked with Alistair Young. That's very close to the back of the Juices car, the race-leading Juices car at that, as Alistair Young then staying in the tyre tracks of Jansen Bint, carrying on his merry way. There is Peter Vagapov now leading the VPI class by over a lap following the penalties that have been levied towards the number 18 burst car, and also a strong lap last time around, 120.775 from Vagapov. So he's finding some pace out there. Is the number 17. There is our race leader, Jansen Bintz, in the 15 Juices car, leads the number 94 car by just over a lap. So again, it's really turned out well for the number 15 car, considering how hotly contested that LMP class was earlier on in the race, as Vagapov comes past Michael Pedersen in the ID Sim Sport car. Continuing his way around. There is Alistair Young, as he was in the tyre tracks earlier on, trying to make up some lost ground. But he's lost his stablemate a little bit. there it is. It's Jansen Bintz in the Jesus car. There's Michael Francesconi in the Mustang Pescara number 53. Now third in the GTEs. The Deuces number 74, following their penalties, has now been handed back over to Joao Barbosa. So, with the lag that they were suffering, it's probably a good idea that that car was handed over. And that's exactly what's happened then. So they've got not far short of 2 laps to make up on the Francesconi. Angel Benegas for MCM Motorsports is 2 laps off the DIS Sim Racing Porsche. That is some 6 laps ahead of Francesconi. So pretty comfortable in second place in the GTE class is Angel Benegas. And there's Jansen Bintz again, who is, as I say, just over a lap ahead of Almendinger as mentioned. And pressing on with fury indeed to keep that lead as high as he can. Alicia Neto in GT3. Was that someone trying to recover? It looked like someone having a bit of a spin there, but that could have been just the way that the camera changed to the Deuces car, number 74, which is Joao Barbosa. But we're just interested in getting into a rhythm of the stage rather than trying to push to make up for lost time. So he's just under 2 laps behind Michael Francesconi, who's a few corners behind him on track at the moment, and looking to put that second lap on the Deuces Aston Martin. Probably won't quite see them in that camera shot, and indeed we don't. Oh, yellow flag for Alistair Young. The Sem9 Axel car has had a problem in the middle of the lap. There he is. Where's that happened? We saw how suddenly that car snapped away from him before. So was that the Beaker de Pato? It's sometimes difficult to tell in the dark. There's a Jacob Kowalski in the 404 now that Henrik Hoyer has vacated the car. And carrying on his merry way in the Audi. But this stage is really just people getting into bring it home mode as time is really starting to kick in, and I can certainly feel it. As Jansen Bintz, our race leading LMP, has come into the pits now. Is that a driver change? He's been in there a while. This is what happened to Alistair Young. But it wasn't quite as far in the lap as I thought it was. That's coming through Lamon Jr. But it's going to be the same issue. Caught that inner apex, and I think it was actually where it happened before. Just the tail got away from him, and he just brought that one to rest and got back going again. So a very easy issue to repeat, that one. Another race control message. Number 53 has rejoined 3 times, so that's a 3-lap penalty. So that is, they did inform the first time, but not the subsequent occasions. So that's 2 60-second stop-go penalties being given to car number 53. That is Michael Francesconi. Now that is going to make a difference. So they're going to lose some laps and also serve 2 60-minute stop-go penalties. Whether they can serve them back-to-back, I'm not entirely certain. But that's going to be very painful for Musto Pescara. Musto Pescara. You'd have thought by this point in the race I'd be getting that name right. It's alright, we've only got another 3.5 hours to continue to get it wrong. Goodness me. Mitty Hoyer. We did see Mitty Hoyer very briefly. There is Francesconi. But he's going to have that penalty level to him. This might seem very harsh, but again, the rules are there. They do need to be adhered to. I mean, again, it's to dissuade people that have very, very bad connections from potentially causing issues to others. Sometimes the disconnections can't be helped. If there's a game crash or something like that. But the rules are there to provide a level playing field for all. And the notification of race control really must be adhered to, as the penalties for that You can see it is the 60-second stop-go, which costs so much time, far more than just the 60 seconds you're stationary for. It's getting down to and back up from the pit lane speed limit as well. So that also compounds the problem. As we are looking at the lead DPI now, the number 17 Unison are currently being driven by Peter Vagapov. Now, they are about a lap and a quarter ahead of the number 18 at the moment. And the lap time difference was just under a second. 120.828 for Mitty Hoyer, 121.705 for Peter Vagapov. So, but as we've seen, it can, they could easily lose a lap for a penalty. They could have their own 60-second stop go, and there's a lap gone for DPI. So they can't rest on their laurels. They have to continue to push until the race doth conclude in 3 3/4 hours time, or just under than that now. There's Joel Barbosa, now up into third in the GTEs, with the penalty for Francesconi. Now the lap count has been taken off of the Musto Pescara car. So now Joel Barbosa is a lap ahead of the number 53, and I think Francesconi still has to serve the stop-go penalties as well, because I certainly haven't seen him come into the pits. But that, again, those sort of things, difficulties befalling other teams could help Michael Pedersen in the 166 ID Simsport car to get back involved in the fight. Anything is possible. Now then, who should we have a look at? Well, following pit stop from Jansen recently, Tom Allmendinger is now only 30 seconds behind Jansen Bins, but we know the pit stops are a little bit different, and that's Carl Likegaard serving 58 seconds in the pit lane. So that's either an unannounced pit stop, which is why that was a bit longer, or he's announced it and then left it too long before coming into the pit lane, or announced it to his crew, I should say. And now the stop-go penalty has been applied to the 53 car, so they have got to be coming in soon to serve that stop-go. No more updates from race control as yet. Just double checking for messages, seeing if anybody else wants to come and have a chat. Not as yet. Not as yet is the answer to that. Okie dokie. Who should we have a look at next? Is Michael Francesconi coming in to start his very long pit stop penalty? And so it is. As we look at Jansen Bins. Yes, Michael. Oh no, he hasn't. No, Francesconi, sorry, has continued. There's our LMP leader and overall race leader. And by about 36 seconds at the moment. Alicia Neto, our GT3 leader, just being passed by one of the burst cars. I suspect that's Tom Allmendinger that's just got past him. No, there's the other one. Here's the DPI car. So that's Mitty Hoyer that's just gone past him. In the dark, it's very difficult to tell them apart. Unless you see the sparks, that usually gives them away. Because the DPI cars just ground out something awful. There was I'm not sure why the DPI cars ground out much more than the LMP cars do, because they're not hitting. Too soft suspension, is it? Okay, so it's just down to setup reasons more than anything else. Fair enough. Here's Benegas, he's falling away from the back of Alicia Neto, I think. Well, no, actually, in fairness, no, he gained on the GT3 leader last time around. Picture in picture, there's Francesconi. Is he coming in this time? Nope, he's carrying on. He still hasn't served his penalty. He's going to have to come in the next few laps. save getting another penalty. There's the ID Sport car coming in. So Michael Pedersen brings in the 166 Aston Martin. Or another scheduled for them. Oh, we're assuming it's scheduled. And he's brought that car to a stop. There's the DIS Porsche. 2.5 laps, or 2 and a bit laps ahead of his competition. Their competition, I should say. He's more than one driver for that car. They've done an absolutely stellar job. Jansen again for duties. Leading by still about 36 seconds. It was a 1:21.189 last time. And what does Tom Allmendinger get on the board? I have to wait a bit more time to find that out. Miti Hoyer going on his merry way. Have we got any further messages to look at? Not that I can see. Not that I need to see. And in comes Frank Asconi. The number 53 car will be coming in and serving their penalty. So they'll be in there for a while. It's not going to be long enough for Michael Pedersen in the ID Sport car to get close to them position-wise, but either way, that is the nature of the beast. Also clearly states if you don't alert race control to a disconnect, then, or to a rejoin, I should say, then that is the penalty that is applied. And of the 3 disconnects they had, 2 of them were unnotified. That's what has caused their penalties to be added on. We look at Peter Vagapov now. Oh, that looked close there for Jansen Bintz. Jansen Bintz. Wrong JB there. I have interviewed the other one. I've interviewed Mr. Button in the past. She's done it twice. A very nice man indeed. Here's Angel Benegas in the MCM Motorsports Aston Martin, and Frank Asconi is now on the way. So he's had one of his penalties. He didn't have another one to do because it didn't seem like he was stationary for 2 minutes there. And there is Bintz. Continue his way. Someone scores a yellow in Sector 1. That was Michael Pedersen down at Turn 1, I think. Or in the center S is somewhere around there. He's got back up and running again in the 166 Aston Martin. As the bottom of another hour is fast approaching us. My word, 3.5 hours remain of this 12 hours of Interlagos. You see Frank Asconi with someone getting quite squiggly right behind him. That's the Duties car. So that's the number 74, Joel Barbosa. It looked like he was getting quite out of shape, but the darkness can kind of exaggerate that because, of course, if you do lose the tail a little bit, the headlights all wriggle around quite a lot. As in comes Tom Allmendinger in the 94 Burst car, second in the race. And will remain second in the race, I would think, unless they're in there for a very, very long time. And Matthias Harvig, the Hat Monster, in control of the 777 DSR Gadget Huset Corvette. Somewhat minding their own business. Still in the in the 33s though, in the mid 33s. But Angel Benegas, what times are you getting on the board? 31.850, and that's a yellow flag again for Alistair Young. That's about the same place he's done it again, looking at the tracker. Oh dear, the 79 axle car doing a bit of rotating there. Not what he would have wanted. but still going again. He got going fairly quickly. And that is the bottom of the hour then. So, as is tradition. Let's have a look at what happened to Alistair before we head over to the commercial messages. It is the same issue again, isn't it? So that's, yeah, just coming into the S's and the tail just lets go. And you just get so frustrated when when the same error keeps happening. And you're doing the same thing lap and lap and lap, lap after lap after lap. But sometimes it just bites you. It gets very, very frustrating for the driver when that happens. And with that, let's have a word from our commercial sponsors. Well, we will have a word from the commercial sponsors very shortly. Here we go. Let's have a word from the commercial sponsors.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Stengolm, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN.
Welcome back to the EEWC 12 Hours of Interlagos. It's round 4 of this season, and leading the way is still Jansen Bint in the number 15 GT car, who I'm told had a wheel failure during the course of his lap and has managed to get that one sorted out. So it's a good thing that the 15 car is still running. Now, we did have a fantastic lighthouse impression from Damien Scoffron, literally just as we were cutting to commercials. Let's have a look at what happened. Round it goes. Almost twice. That's a very big ridge. Oh, that would have been painful. Truth alive. Nicely done there, Damien Scoffron. Very impressive. But remains in second position and the number 94 Burst Sports car. There's a Michael Francesconi. Still has a penalty to serve, so he was able to serve one of them. He couldn't serve the second one back to back because they can't be both applied at the same time. So still a stop-go penalty to serve for Michael Francesconi. Now, it might be questioned why there is a lap penalty for a disconnect from the server, especially as it's often out of your control. And that's because when you rejoin the session, your car is completely fresh. So with no engine wear and things like that. So it dissuades people from driving the absolute, wringing the neck of the car to the point it explodes, disconnecting, reconnecting, and the car is fresh again. So that's what it's there to dissuade. Whilst it can seem somewhat heavy-handed when you haven't tried to implement that sort of tactic and you've had a genuine disconnection or some kind of issue, it does prevent that kind of tactic being employed, and an advantage then being gained from having that fresh car. That's the ruling, and that's the reasoning for why that rule is in place. As Francesconi now comes in to serve the second of his stop-go penalties in the number 53, the Musto Pescara car will still remain ahead of the ID Simsport cars. They are about 3 laps behind them at this stage. Race leader Jansen Bint in the 15 Juices car. Oh, coming into the pits, who was that? That was Alistair Young. That was the 79 Axel car. Just coming to a halt. We have a look at Matthias Harvig, or Matthias Hatvig, I should call you, considering his hat display from earlier on. There's 2 drivers in that car. That's absolutely amazing performance from them. As we cut to Angel Benegas. No one really close to him. It can be very difficult to stay focused at this late stage when you're completely on your own, especially in the dark. Picture in picture is Michael Francesconi serving his stop-go penalty. Again, if any driver wants to come and have a chat to us, we would quite happily hear from you. Or any team managers would happily have you on board. Now Francesconi is back up on track, penalty-free and ready to do battle, as we've got a couple of early... My word! That got rather dicey. So coming into the pits, the DIS Sim Racing Porsche is in, but coming in, that was Peter Vagapov in the Unison car, and flying around them, I think, with Michi Hoyer in the second DPI car. That was rather close. Out comes the DIS car. Unsurprisingly, still in the lead. Still 2 laps to the good, or just under 2 laps to the good, I should say. Matthias Hatvig in the Corvette, somewhat on his own. There is Benegas again. Still looks nice when you get the light shining on the side of the car like that. It does look rather nice. So I tell you what we'll do. Let's ride in cockpit view with somebody so you can see how much they have to work. Because obviously the steering wheel will remain animated, because we won't see them unless they have a camera running. Let's ride on board with someone. Production pick someone to ride on board with for a lap. Or with Angel Benegas. If we can go cockpit view, if that is possible. Actually, well, Alistair Young, so we can actually see your camera, as you can see how hard he is working. Good call there, production. This is the third place LMP2 car. It's the 7.9 axle car. And you can then get an idea of just how much steering angle that everybody has to put in. And look at that, a full 90 degrees to get around to Cedar de Lago there. And then certainly towards the slower corners, you'll see them really rotate the wheel round. This is the part that's caught Alistair Young out a few times. And again, you saw the car just get a little bit jittery as you come out of Larangina, coming into the S's. Let's come back up the hill towards Baker de Pato, and then you see a big load of steering. Look at that, all the way to almost all the way to full lock there before it gets down through Mugello. Now into Junshao. So it's a bit weird when you're watching from this angle, because of course we're staring at the back of the steering wheel, so it doesn't look like his steering actions are actually coinciding with the car, but of course they are. And there you go. That's an idea of how much steering they're having to put in lap after lap after lap. And so we're well into we're fast approaching 400 laps for our lead LMP car. We're at 371 laps now. So, you know, we're fast approaching 400 times that these cars have been around these virtual Interlagos. Of course, each driver hasn't done that. Oh, that looked a bit understeery for Alistair Young there, but I think he just about managed to keep it on the straight and narrow. There's Jansen Bintz. Who's he being chased by? That's the Unison car. So that's Denis Tashenko now has taken over the Unison number 17. Frank Asconi with the Burst LMP2 car. Damien Scovron. And I think there was the ID Sim Sport car that's also there. Now that, just coming through the shot, is our two lead GT3 cars. Alexander Sasha in the 585 Azatec car and Jacob Kowalski in the 404 Glam Racing. It's a shame they're a lap apart, but they are close together on track. There's Damien Scovron. Again, you have a similar idea of how much steering angle he's having to put in. We've just seen Alistair Young do the same thing, as we are screaming on down towards Cedar de Lago. Yeah, full 90 degrees to get through turn 4 properly. And these cars do get chucked around a little bit. Especially, you know, there, you look how the nose is just bouncing there. The car can easily get unsettled, so it's not a surprise that we're seeing a few spins up there. As Damien Scovron hugs that inside line, starting to come back up the hill towards Beaker de Bato. Again, just catches the apex, and still the car wants to misbehave. Now through Mugello, or Mugello, rather than maybe Mugello, no, or Murgello maybe. Now there's a penalty being given to the 17 car, and yellow flag briefly for Michi Hoyer and Alistair Young, so they've nearly come together. So there's been a bit of an incident there. There's no race control message for the Unison car, so that's a server applied incident. Oh no! Oh, it's a replay. I thought the 404 car was stationary there. So what's happened here? So this is Alistair Young. So he just caught the back of the Glam Racing Audi. Has put him into a spin, and Michi Hoyer has had to take avoiding action. If we can get the replay to go here. So let's cue that up again from Michi's perspective. Then now you know that Alistair Young's just going to tap the back of the... Oh! Just taps the back of the 404 Audi, and Michi had nowhere to go there and slams into the side of Alistair Young. That could well be rather physically damaging to the number 18 car. We'll see if that is going to slow them down too much. Here comes Damien Scovron in the second place LMP2 car. There is Michi Hoyer. Now the front lights are still working, considering he's just clouted the side of Alistair Young. Which was, I mean, there was no way Michi could have avoided that. As He had literally nowhere to go there. But pressing on nonetheless. Does he come into the pits? Well, if next time he does, he may well have to get that car repaired. Rather depends how much damage there is. If it's not affecting the handling too much, then maybe we'll just live with it. But how big a penalty is going to be applied to the number 17? That's also going to be a question. And there it is. Is it just a straight drive-through penalty? It looks like it's going to be. Yes, it is. Straight drive-through penalty there. And back in with us again is the Raymac Master himself. Tom Olmendinger, are you with us? I still struggle with your Olmendinger. I'm not 100% sure why I get your surname wrong. Apologies there.
Don't worry, everyone does. Just call me Tom, it's fine.
How's it going, Tom? How are we doing in the number 94?
It's, I guess it's going alright. I think we're in a nice rhythm now. We just tried to save some fuel and it worked well. Yeah. I wanted to join the green room to also ask how you are doing because, well, you're almost 12 hours in.
It's very kind of you to ask after us there, Tom. Well, me and Peter have been keeping each other insane. We use the commercial breaks to just kind of let the insanity go a little bit. You'll generally hear one of us shouting "Samba" as the commercials kick in. I'm doing the best I can. I knew today was going to be a very long day, so I got plenty of drink on hand.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like you're still keeping it together. It still sounds
just about
professional. So
the longer I go in, the more nonsense and lack of sense I'm likely to make, if I've made any at all up to this point. But very kind of you to ask, Tom. That's very much appreciated. It has helped having drivers and managers come and have a chat to us, just to break up the stream a little bit into something more than just me talking about who's where. So that's been great to chat about as well. I know there's been a bit of a discussion about some of the penalties gone on in the background, which is inevitable. Not everybody's going to be happy about what happens, but even still, the rules are the rules. Everybody knows what they are at the beginning of the season. But how is the feeling for the Burst team? Obviously, the number 18 car got hit with a bit of a penalty. Do you keep much communication with the 18, the DPI car, or do you just between yourselves for the LMP car?
Yeah, to be honest, not much at all. We're basically doing our own race, and well, of course, there's in our Discord channel there's some jokes shared and frustration, but other than that, it's basically just two different cars doing their own thing.
Fair enough. And is the crew feeling all right? Is the mood generally pretty good for you guys in the 94?
Yeah, it's actually quite alright. Like I said, we got into a nice rhythm, I think. And like the majority of the race has been done. We're in second, so you're always hopeful for something to happen. And actually, it might be a mean thing to say, but our spirits kind of got up when we saw a Deuces standing still for a moment, and we're like, hang on. But they started moving.
I defy any racer to deny they do that.
Yeah.
I didn't. Also, how many pairs of glasses are you trying to fit on your head?
I'm trying to do every time I do an interview, I'm trying to do something different to keep you sharp.
Oh, that's appreciated indeed.
But these are all.
Matthias Harvig was doing a good job with the hats earlier on. I think Jene Simoncic was trying to have multiple baseball caps as well. That's appreciated, Tom. That's great stuff. So we expect to have your entire head just completely covered in glasses at some point, are we?
Well, these are all my Gooder sunglasses that I have. So if they send me more, I can wear more.
Nice. Brand, keeping the brand name front and center. Great stuff. Well, with just over 3 hours to go and still a fair few laps to complete, we wish you the best of luck in the remaining hours. Thank you very much, Tom Olmendinger.
Same to you, and Peter.
Thank you very much, good sir. Wow, great stuff. The sunglasses man is continuing to keep us entertained. from the camp of the 94 car. There we go. So there's certainly 2 pairs there. Maybe another one will pop up when we next speak to Tom. As we look at Janssen Bintz once again in the Deuces car, continuing to do what he can to extend his lead up front. And Mitty Hoyer still trying to overcome the difference of what's the penalty that was put on the number 18 car. Trying to overcome them. There's the DIS Sim Racing Lab car still pressing on. Seeing how big a lead they can make for themselves in the remaining laps. But if they have a disconnect, then that could very easily change, as we've seen a few times throughout the race from others that have sadly had that misfortune. Whoa, Damien Scavron. Oh dear. That got a bit nasty. We'll have to see that from an external view, as he was coming past the 404 Glam Racing Audi and the Gadget Husset. I keep saying Hussein. Matthias Harvik. I mean, trying to go 3 wide into a corner is never the wisest idea. And all 3 cars are not on the same lap, so that was a little bit desperate there. Flats of the lights as well from Matthias Harvik. So was there something he wasn't very happy with? Let's see what happened here. So, Glam Racing in the middle. Oh, so it was actually the Audi and the Corvette that came together, and the LMP car was the innocent bystander. We'll have to see that again. Oh, and that's the 717 car we lost a little while ago. Well, the replay's gone a bit mad. Well, we're definitely going to have to see that again from the perspective of the Glam Racing Audi, I think. See how that camera came about. Oh, have we got a message from Race Control? Yes, we do. Car number 21. That is... brain failed now. I've forgotten who's who. That's Alistair Young. All wheels outside the track. 60-second stop penalty for the 21 car. Now, this is on board with the Glam Racing Audi, and there just understeers into the side of the Gadget Husset car, and that would be why Matthias Harvey felt a bit aggrieved there. There was a simple mistake, but it was a little bit clumsy from the Glam Racing car. Who's in that one at the minute? That is Jakub Kowalski. I'm sorry, Maria, you may well tell me off for that one, but from that angle it did look, it was just an understeer into the side of the Corvette as the Azatec Audi wanders a little bit wide, and Damien Scavron is threading the needle between the Audi and the ID Sim Sports Corvette, Aston Martin, beg your pardon. Only one Corvette in the field, and that's in the GT3 field. As Damien carries on. I mean, I'm surprised he kind of went for that small gap there, considering he had that spin, but that's what he did, as you saw. Race leader. Now about 90 seconds between himself and Damien Scavron. And just checking for messages, so that's why sometimes I go quiet. Oh, what's happened here? Oh, you don't want to be flirting with the grass, Mr. Kowalski. That is a recipe for disaster. There's Janssen Bintz. Oh, the penalty's now been applied to the 21 car, so that's the 60-second stop-go penalty. That's tricky to say quickly when I haven't been on the go for 9 hours. So the penalty now being applied to the 21 car. It's not just me that's running solo. It was Peter Muncombe, our ever awesome cameraman, is flying solo in production on this eve. We have several people in race control. That are keeping an eye on everybody, and we appreciate their efforts, of course. We are all a team. We could not do it without everybody's interaction. Of course, the drivers and the teams, we literally couldn't do it without you guys. It's always great to have our regulars taking part, giving us great racing action throughout these 12-hour events. We, of course, Spa and Le Mans are 24-hour events, so I think I might struggle if I try and do those solo. I might pass that opportunity, but that's another matter. So we are fast approaching the top of the 9th hour. 3/4 of the race has been and gone. As my brain continues to sink further into madness. But we do it for the love of doing it, quite frankly. I can't say I'm not enjoying being in the commentary box. Certainly, I wouldn't do it if I didn't enjoy it, let's be honest. And we very much hope that you lovely people watching along are enjoying it as much as we are. Good to see people in chat as well. Great to see people getting involved. Always nice to have interaction with our audience, either live or post-event. We very much relish any and all that watch our races live and post-event, as mentioned. What should we have a look at? Should we have a look at who's wearing us in the race overall? Why not? We haven't done a position overview for a little while. So let's have a look at our DPI class. We all start with the DPIs, as they are the fastest car, certainly in a straight line. And there we go. So it's now 17 ahead of 18 by a lap because of the penalties applied to Burst following the reconnect issues earlier on. Mitty Hoyer in the number 18, Denis Sashenko in the 17 now. They are 3rd and 4th in the race overall. And in our LMPs, it's still Juices up front. In the hands of Janssen Bint, and Damien Scovron in the number 94, the Burst Esports Cutter Sunglasses car, and Alistair Young in the 21 Sem9 Axle car. So 1st, 2nd and 5th in the race overall, and unfortunately that's another yellow flag for Alistair Young. I bet you he's done it. It looks like he's done it in the same place again. That same corner keeps catching him out. Great shame for him. In the GTE field, it's still DIS simulating that Porsche. It's a shame that we don't know who's in the car at any one time, because, they're all doing a fantastic job, quite frankly. But we never know who to give credit to at any one given time. Then there's Angel Benegas, who's been in that MCM car a long, long time. So he'll be looking forward to getting that changed over, I'm sure. Then Joao Barbosa in the Juices, number 74. Michael Francesconi in the 53 Mustang Pescara. And 166 is the ID Simsport car currently in the hands of Michael Pedersen. And in our GT3 field, it's still Alexander Sesha for the 585 Aztec Simsports by Valenti Racing Audi. Is about just over a lap ahead of Jacob Kowalski in the 404 Glam Racing Audi, with the 777 Matthias Harvick in the DSR Gadget Huset Corvette. Great stuff. Well, will the concentration hold? Will they be able to fend off the tiredness in this final quarter of the race? Whilst no one is fighting for immediate positions, we do still have cars that are potentially in positions in the latter half of the race to fight for on-track positions. Might not be class positions, but still potential for fighting for on-track positions. Although I'm keeping an eye on Mitty Hoyer, who has unlapped himself from Denis Sashenko. So the Burst Esport car, DPI car, is on the same lap as the Unison car. They still have about 90 seconds to close in, but we'll see if they're able to do. And another penalty is coming out now. It's the number 53 that has now been given a race control warning. That's Michael Francesconi. So that was a track limits warning. The previous penalty they got was for rejoining, I believe. For leaving the session and rejoining us, yes. So this one is for track limits. So this is when they've been off the road with all 4 wheels. Now, this is just a warning at this stage for the number 53 car, the Mustang Pescara car in Porsche in hands of Michael Francesconi. So he's going to have to keep that one under control, which gets progressively more difficult the more tired you get. As we see reversing the DIS car, there is Alexander Sesha. Still putting in some brilliant laps in the Audi, 131.779 last time around. As you can see in the middle of the panel at the bottom, the 137.88 is the best that team has done in the course of the race, but that'll be, of course, in the daylight hours when it's less slippery. So they're not going to be matching those laps. They'll get close, but they're not going to quite make it there. As Jason Bintz, Jason? What? I've missed the N in the middle. Jansen Bintz is bringing in the 15 Deuces Motorsport car. And that brings us quite nicely to the top of another hour. It is time again for the corporate sponsor messages.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Azatec Sim Sports, Global Flicks, Motorvision.tv, Stengolm, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online. Or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info. Or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the EEWC, the fourth round of this year's tournament here at GTR24H. 3/4 of the race is down, so 3 hours remain for our competitors to keep the battle going, keep the concentration going, and for you lovely people to contend with my voice for another 3 hours. That's assuming my voice holds out for 3 hours, for 3 more hours. So then, who is where? Let's have a look then at Robert Pound, that's now in control of the 15 Deuces race leading car. But we've seen Robert several times throughout the race. Damien Scovron is in the pilot seat of the number 94. He's only a couple of seconds behind, but that's because the 15 car has just been through the pits. So actually, if you look further back, there is the Burst Esports car, or Burst Esports LMP car, but that does have a pit stop to serve that's the number 15 car has already done. So whilst it would be great if we had a battle for the lead only 2.5 seconds apart, it's not realistically the case, as Damon Scovron will have to bring that car in fairly soon. And the third of our NMPs is being piloted by Alistair Young, the number 21 rather, 79 Astra car. Continues its merry way a few laps down from his classmates. The DPIs, now that gap is closing between Denis Ishenko and Michi Hoyer. Michi has been driving pretty solidly. Oh, as we see Robert Pound catch the back of the 404 Glam Racing Audi, nearly slamming into the back of him at that angle. There is Denis Ishenko, who, following a penalty on the Burst Esports car, has gained the lead of the DPI class, but that DPI has that lead in the DPI class has been slowly shrinking. So last time around it was about 0.7 of a second at 120.590 from Michi Hoyer. Is now putting the gap to just under 80 seconds, which sounds a lot, and in racing terms it is quite a bit, but over a 3-hour period it's not impossible to close in. I'm not going to do the maths, somebody else can do that, but of course penalties can still be levied at any team for the reasons of the rules, of course. In the GTEs, that is still being led by the DIS Sim Racing Lamb Porsche. They've just hit 350 laps down. Done, rather. They're not 350 laps down. That would be a very bad race. So the DIS Porsche leading the way, a couple of laps ahead of the MCM Motorsports number 27, that is back in the hands of Angel Benegas. And third is Joao Barbosa in the Deuces Motorsport number 74. Michael Francesconi in the 53 Musto Pescara Porsche in fourth, and Michael Pedersen in the 166 ID Sinsport Aston in fifth place, with the GT3s being led by Alex Sescher in the Azatec Sinsports car, with Jakob Kowalski in the 404 Glam Racing car, along with the 777 Gadget Husit Corvette in third, being piloted by Matthias Harvek, now a Hatmaster. So what can Robert Pound do? Well, he doesn't need to do an awful lot at this stage. The gap between himself and Damien Scovron has come down a little bit. There is Damien in the background as they work their way past the number 53 Porsche. No sign of the pit lane from Damien Scovron as yet. Although the lap time last time around was 0.2 to Robert Pound's favour, and now Damien Scovron's just caught the Porsche at the time he wouldn't have wanted. Now it's just jinxed out from behind it, uses the extra grip of the LMP car. Away he goes. And who are they now catching? That looks, is that the Duty's car? No, that's the MCM car. That's Angel Benegas, who very much got out of the way. You don't need to jump off the road to get out of the way of an LMP car. Indeed, it's not a good idea to do so, because if you spin, you could actually hit the car you're trying to get out of the way of. So we are now looking at, I think that's in the middle of the two. Is that the other DPI? Is that the other Burst car? It is. That's the Burst DPI car. So David Mrocek is now back in charge of that. So that's been in the pits. So that the charge we were seeing between from Michi Hoyer, so it's come to an end as David Mrocek now in control of the number 18 car. We'll see what David is able to do at this point. Whoa, steady, Damien. Keep an eye on race control. No further messages from them. now see the Juices car catching the back of the IB Simsport Porsche, who's trying to mind his own business. Oh, close, very close. Oh wow, as David Mrocek in the burst DPI got very somewhat squiggly there. There's a fair amount of wheel sawing going on there to keep his car on the black stuff. Going down through Junxiao once again. Still more sparks being chucked up, but the LMP cars don't seem to chuck up as much as the DPI ones did. Now 3.2 seconds between Robert and Damien there. I suspect Skovron, yeah, I thought he was going to be coming into the pit soon, and in he comes. So Damien Skovron had his moment being close to the race lead, but we did know this was going to be coming to an end as he was due for the pit lanes. And somebody else I saw in the pits there. Yes, that's Joao Barbosa, the number 74 car, has come in as well. Another scheduled stop for them. So now Robert Pound can rebuild the lead. And of course, ebbs and flows with the nature of pit stops and what have you. Still keeping an eye on the gap between the DPI pair, which of course went back up to just over a lap because of the obviously pit stop difference and penalties and what have you. Still plenty of time for that to change, but that time is heading away. Under 3 hours now. Oh, another message from race control. Car number 27 is now in the limelight. That's Angel Benegas for MCM Motorsport. They have now had their warning for track limits. So race control are being kept busy at this stage of the race. And there is Angel Benegas bringing in the Aston Martin. Now, is he going to hand it over? Because I think he's been in there a while. 65 seconds. Yeah, that is a long time. So either he came in undeclared and the pit crew weren't ready for him, or no, it's a driver change. Yes, it is. It's Ivan Aguado, who also had a very long stint at the beginning of the race in that car. So now Ivan is back on track. What is he able to do? Maintain the pace is what he's required to do, and still in second in the GTEs. So good job there for MCM Motorsport. And let's see if they can hang on to that for the remainder of the race. Now it's going to take him a little while to get back accustomed to the car as he's kicking up some dust, getting it on the infield there, on the inside line. There's David Mrocek. There's a determined face there if ever I saw one. Pressing on over the line. Let's see what lap times. Wow, a 1:19.7. I'd say he's determined. There's been a fair amount of discussion behind the scenes on what happened to the 18 car earlier on, and certainly David Mrocek's doing the talking on track, which is exactly what it should be done. And that's only half a second off the team best lap time of 19.287. And that's also quicker than what Unison have managed all race long. So that's a storming lap time from David Mrocek, who now has a face full of juices. Oh, he did the right thing there, but it's going to cost him time. He slotted in back behind the Aston. Playing poker is a good thing. I'll take your word for it. I've never played. Face full of juice is a good thing in poker. I can't say from personal experience. I'm not. I was about to say I'm not a card player. That's not strictly true. I do know some card games, but poker is not one of them. Never learnt. But I'm certainly not a gambler, though. So, also part of the reason why I never learned. And fair amount of sparks again from the number 18. So that lap was a little bit compromised, and he was still at 20.4. which was 1.6 seconds quicker than Denis Sashenko was in the 17 car. Now, it looks like the 17 has indicated that they're going to be coming in, so that'll mitigate quite a bit of the distance between the two DPIs. And if Davor Mrocek can continue that kind of pace, then we could well see a battle for the DPI lead before the checkered flag falls. We will see. We will certainly see. Maintaining that kind of pace for that length of time is a very, very impressive feat. Into the pits comes Denis Sashenko, onto the marks and up on the jacks. I do see Jonas Simoncic is lurking in the background, so we may see him back in the burst car before too long, or before the end of the race. And we will see if that is the case. There's Mrocek coming through the picture. So to take off that lap that was they would have lost. That's a 120.4 for the 18 car. Can't see the pit timer on the side of the car, unfortunately, from there. It looks like it's a longer one for the 17 car. Away they go. I would imagine there was a full tyre change in fuel as well. But the burning question is, what does that make the gap between the two? So we were getting to a point of around about 80 seconds or a little bit under that, and it's about 78 seconds. It hasn't changed a huge amount from when their last round of pit stops began. We'll see with the fresh driver in the number 18, that may well change in the next couple of hours. Not with the face full of juices again. Well, it's Denis Sashenko this time that's got the juices. GTE cars, Joao Barbosa still behind the wheel of the Aston Martin. That looked very close from that angle, but no impact there as you see. Over the line again from Mrocek. Not sure what the lap time was on that occasion, as it didn't tell me. That's our two DPIs. Race leader, or DPI leader, sorry, Denis Sashenko on the right hand side for Unison, and David Mrocek for Burst on the left. So there, Denis Sashenko just crossing the line just as Davor Mrocek is coming into Tessida del Lago. So that is the difference between the two cars at the moment. That's a 78-ish seconds. A minute and 20, if you will. Or minute and 28, to be precise. And Sashenko has just danced around the Azatec car, still in the hands of Alexander Sesher. Yeah, knew this was going to happen towards the tail end of the race. All the syllables are coming out wrong. Goodness me. Well, we have shared a very long journey together, and we still have several hours of this race to go. Mitchy for the win, we see in chat there. Oh, Mitchy's not in the car at the moment, but it's certainly possible that the 18, the Burst Esport DPI car, can close in on the 17. We will have to see. It was a 216 for Unison. Oh, of course, pit stop. Of course it was. I was just thinking, what on earth's happened there? Never mind. Brain is really fading in now. 120.2 for Davor Mrocek. He's getting faster and faster in the 18 car. But what does Sashenko get on the board? A 21.3, so 1.2 seconds in Davor Mrocek's favour there. So that rate is going to take around about 75-ish laps for the 18 car to find the 17. And, well, we will certainly have that many laps. About 1.5 hours, I'm being told. So, yeah, we will certainly find the two cars very close together well before the end of the race. But that's assuming no more disasters before them. That's the crucial thing to remember. Because the reason why the 18 car finds itself in this pickle is due to the disconnect issue they had and the penalties that follow. So that's why Devon Mrocek and crew are having to push like absolute mad to try and close in on the Unison car. For the championship, they absolutely don't need to. They're 3 wins from 3 at the moment and are 33 points ahead of Unison before this checker flag even falls. So it's not like they have to win to keep themselves in the championship. But every driver, every team always wants that top step. So it's still possible as Robert Pound dances around the Master Pescara car of Michael Francesconi. And Porsche carrying on its merry way. So they find themselves 2 laps behind Joao Barbosa in the Juice's Aston Martin. And its sister car leading the race by 87-ish seconds from the Burst Esports car. What are the lap time differences there? Actually, the Burst car was slightly quicker than the Juice's car last time around. 120.977 for Damien Scovron and 21.508 for Robert Pound. What are the GTEs doing compared to one another? Let's have a look. 133.008 for Pedersen. 131.195 for Francesconi. 31.156 for Joao Barbosa. 30.980 was on the previous lap. 31.105 now for Ivan Aguado. And 31.562 for the DIS car. And that's a yellow flag for Alistair Young. It looks like he's had to spin in a different place this time, slightly earlier in the lap, judging by the tracker. So we'll see if we can catch up with why that is the case. But we'll give the replay a moment to catch up with what happened. No, that's Michael Peterson, wrong car. So that's what happened. So Alistair Young had a problem. It looked like he was deceived the Largo, and sadly, Michael Pedersen caught the back of the 7.9 axle car. Oh dear, that's not ideal. So, I mean, Alistair Young is going again, but that car, it's indicated it's coming into the pits. So that's going to be in there a bit of a time, I'd have thought. So we check in with number 18 car again, down to 74.3 seconds or thereabouts for Darren Mrocek as he does a 20.4, and there is Alistair Young bringing in the potentially wounded 7.9 axle car back into the pits. Well, I suspect that could be a while, because that was a hell of a thump that the car took on that time around. Glowing brake discs on the Burst Esports car as Darren Mrocek continues his relentless push to close back in on Denis Sashenko in the number 17 Unison car. And we are 7 minutes away from the bottom of another hour, ladies and gentlemen, as we are inside the final quarter of the race, and still only having lost 1 car from our starting lineup of 14. Absolutely great stuff. And we think that was a reflex action hitting the escape key, which takes your car out of the race. You can do that in practice. You cannot do it in the race, though. And yeah, look at the pit timer on Alistair Young's car, on the 7.9 axle car. That's into the 80s, into the 90s. So a minute and a half they've been stationary for. And that is not going to be an easy thing to undo for the 7.9 axle team. But they're still guaranteed third, though, irrespective of what happens from this point on. There goes, ticks over to over 100 seconds now. And there's the ID Sinsport car that clouted it. So I imagine that they're going to be there for quite a period of time. Probably longer, actually, because I would have thought the damage would have been worse on the Aston than it was on the LMP car. What about Mrozek, though? 119.770 last time around. 120.8 for Ashenko. Still 1.1 seconds slower, so the charge is still absolutely relentless from Mrozek. It's fantastic to see unfold, and away goes the ID Simsport car, so the damage wasn't too bad, and it's Marcus Steyer back in the car for ID Simsport. Alistair Ewing is still stationary. That's, what's that, 2.5 minutes now. Getting 160 seconds, so we're approaching 3 minutes for that one. Are 79X going to do a driver change, or will Alistair remain in the car? There's 3 minutes. Yeah, GT cars are pretty fun things. Mrozek! Oh, that was a very clenching moment there for David Mrozek. I could see he was talking to his team. We probably wouldn't want to broadcast what he said there, as the two burst cars are right with one another now. David Mrozek and Damien Scarborough. This is the part, of course, as we've said before, the LMP cars are stronger in this particular section as the tail gets somewhat lively on the DPI car. And yeah, that was still a 120.2 on the previous lap for David Mrozek, so hugely quick laps. There was a 20.9 from Scarborough, so the LMP car you wouldn't expect to be able to match the pace of the DPI cars. And I would think, is he going to let him go? Flash the lights. He's going to bleed out the throttle there. Yeah, and leave the inside wide open for David Mrozek to come through. And the same 9-axle car has changed hands. Alistair Young has handed that over to Josh Purbian. We saw in a rather fetching dressing gown earlier on. But he hasn't got his camera on now, so we don't know if that's still the case. So the gap between our DPIs is now down to just under 72 seconds. So it continues to fall, only by 0.3 of a second last time around. With the tail getting loose on the 18 car and also being pushed onto the grass, that would be partly why. Now, what can Josh Purbian do with the fortunes of the Sem 9 Axel team? We will have to see, but he's got quite some distance to close in. Was it 7 laps to find Damien Scarborough in the time remaining? That's going to be a little bit of a tall order, I'd have thought. Anything more from race control? No. There's the answer to that. No other messages at the moment. Which is not surprising, because again, people are focusing on the race itself. We're only a couple of minutes off the bottom of the hour now. All gone by in a blur. Also looking, Ivan Aguado could start challenging in a few laps' time. Alexander, well, a few laps, I mean, in a while, I should say, before the flag. Alex Sasha for 7th overall, although not a class position change. The MCM Motorsports Aston Martin could well start to hassle the Azatec Simsports GT3 leader. That could be one we could look for. I'm just fascinated, though, by David Mrozek's blistering pace and just taking big chunks out of the gap between himself and Denis Sashenko. Now, is the number 17 car, who did seem to not have the pace to keep up with the 18, so this could be the raw pace of the 17 car, or is Denis Sashenko just being careful with how he's conducting his racing? That we don't know. That is the golden question. I suspect it is a pace difference. I think that Sashenko is probably pushing as hard as he can, but I mean, nothing's going to match that kind of pace. That is awesome lap times coming out from Devon Rocek at this late stage. As we see, oi, that was close. As the Unison car getting very, very close with the ID Simsport Aston Martin. It's true, that was somewhat of a close call. I would have thought that Steyer would have been a little bit certainly woken up by that one. From that angle, that was really, really close. We are at the bottom of another hour. We have 2.5 hours remaining of this 12-hour race. And as for now, let's have some messages from the corporate sponsors.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Aztec Simsports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Stengolm, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to GTR24H for the fourth round of the EEWC, 12 hours of Interlagos. And still, Devon Rocek is continuing his incredible march towards the number 17 of Unison Racing, currently in the hands of Denis Ishenko. But although last time around the pace was slightly off where it normally is, there you've got a highlights reel of the final hour of the last hour. We aren't even at the final hour. If we're having a highlight reel of an hour we haven't had yet, that would be somewhat questionable. Yes, the Palantirs is showing us the future that we've yet to see. Fantastic. Is that before or after we've climbed into the TARDIS, Mr. Moncon? After, obviously, yeah. So, now I did warn you that we would get the an unusually high amount of stateliness as we got towards the tail end of the race. So you have been warned. Oh, goodness me. So, as we said, Muracek is continuing the blistering pace. It was a 21.1 last time around. It was 20.1 this time. So now 66 seconds, almost under a minute now between themselves and the 17 car. And there you see in the picture, that's when the 404 car tangled with the gadget. It's a wipeout indeed from production. That's when the Audi and the Corvette tangled up. Oh, Muracek nearly went too wide coming through Jun Shao there. He still has a very steely look in his eye as he's pressing on to close that gap down. There's Damien Scott second in the LMP2s for Burst Esports. Both Burst cars are second in class at the moment. They were leading 1-2 in the race at one point early on. As we now look at... Oh no, it's a yellow flag from Muracek. Oh, he's had a spin. I can actually see on his camera he was turning his wheel all the way over. Oh no, that relentless pace has bitten him. He's now over 80 seconds behind. Let's see what he's done and where. Or we will see what he's done and where when we've had a chance to catch up with the replay. Oh, he's lost so much time now. 81 seconds. It's 15 seconds at least he's lost in that one mistake alone. He's fine. He's having to smile about it at least. So he gave it everything he had and could still swing the balance back his way. He worked out that it would take him about an hour and a half the pace difference to close in on Denis Shchenko, and there's still 2 hours 25 minutes remaining. So if he gets back on that pace, then we could still see Devon Muracek challenge for that top DPI slot. We will see later on. Have we got the replay now? No. Oh yes, we do. That is Senna S's. Oh, that's the first time we've seen that, or certainly the first time in a while, and just tapped the wall on the pit lane exit. Just a tiny bit wide coming out of the Senna S's. We haven't seen a mistake there very often. And Sam haven't seen a mistake from Devon Muracek, quite frankly, or indeed the 18 car. But a spin it was, and on they go. And they remain on their path to close back in on Denis Shchenko. Yeah, so there was a 132 last time around, so they lost about 11 seconds in their plight. But as Devon Muracek now dances around the ID Simsport car of Marcus Steyer, he'll get straight back on that pace. And there's the highlights reel again, showing where the Audi and the Corvette came together and clouted the side of the Burst Esports LMP2 car. Making their day a little bit more difficult. Who else can we have a look at? I was also keeping an eye on Ivan Aguado as he was within about a third of a lap or so off the back of Alexander Session, but that's not a class potential fight there. It's just two cars that happen to be on the same lap challenging for potentially for 7th place. Devon Muracek had to back out and stay behind, back out of that particular move and stay behind the 404 there. And sometimes you do have to just bide your time. You can't just barrel into gaps that realistically aren't there, even though if you are chasing for position. But he's still got time enough with the pace difference between himself and the 17 car. And that is, of course, assuming that Davor Mocek isn't changing driver from that 18 car. We could well see Jene, I think that was the one Jene Simčić was in earlier on, and I can see he's on his camera. So we could see Mocek hand the toys over before the end of the race. We will see. Robert Pound now has got the back of Marcus Steyer. Oh, that's the Juicy's 15 looked very, very loose coming through Junshao. Not Junshao, Mugello, sorry. Before you even got down to Junshao. So yeah, that got somewhat surprising for Robert Pound, who leads class, or leads the race indeed, by 83 seconds over Damien Scarfron. It's just been consistent, top-notch pace from the Juicy's car. The GTE cars had a bit more to contend with through the course of the race, but the LMP2 car has had the command of the class for quite a while now. Earlier in the race we saw the LMP class change hands, or the LMP class lead change class quite a few times in the course of the race. Whoa, that was a big moment there for the 404. Jacob Kowalski had a big snap suddenly. That would have certainly brought him back to attention. That would have certainly woken him up. I didn't see his camera when that moment happened, but I bet that certainly woke him up a little bit. As Tom, I think it was Tom who was saying that you do get into a good rhythm. This circuit definitely needs a good steady rhythm to be obtained, but you do run the danger of kind of taking your eye off the ball. You go into autopilot a little bit, even in a racing condition. You do kind of autopilot some of it. Certainly in the darkness, if you've got nobody else around you, you can kind of just phase out, and suddenly something happens that snaps you out of it, and you could be in the wall. As Davor Mocek has brought the car back in. Is he handed the car over? Let's keep an eye on that. He's done his best to try and close in on Denis Sichenko. Of course, when we were trying to make the calculation on how long it would take Mocek to close in on Denis Sichenko, we couldn't take pit stops into consideration because we don't know how many they're doing. That's Robert Pound up to. Is Robert Pound stopping? Oh, don't tell me the Juicy's car's run out of fuel. Robert Pound has just stopped. Whoa! My goodness me, the ID Simsport car nearly smashed into the back of him. Robert Pound's run out of fuel. I reckon he's run out of fuel. There's no other reason you'd stop like that. If you had always had some kind of technical problem, but Robert Pound, the race leader, is stationary on the exit of Desida del Lago. That's going to be a bit of a scary moment for anybody blatting around there, because you can see people having to do making that very sudden correction, because they don't want to hit escape, because that will just take them straight out of the race. As the engine just dies. Oh, the engine's blown. Oh my goodness. Well, if you keep an ear on the actual engine sound, you can look how he's revving it in fifth. Any wonder he's been building up engine damage if that's the case. And that's when it went. I'm surprised he didn't actually pull the car off, but you may not have realised that's what the actual issue is. But that's it. That is the end of the race for Juices. They will not be taking the win for the LMP2 class. Wow. Bang, that's where it's gone, where the wheel suddenly snaps like that. That's a great shame. If one of the two is either engine blown or out of fuel, either way, he still hasn't moved. So whatever the situation is, it doesn't seem to be recoverable. And there it is. It's back to the garage. Oh my goodness me. Well, end of the line for the Juicy's LMP2 car. It has taken nearly 10 hours for 2 cars to retire from the race. Now, any endurance race will usually have a higher attrition rate than that. We lost the Unison Racing 717 on lap 77, or after 77 laps. So a lot of sevens involved in that particular sentence, but now, after 415 laps, the Juicy's number 15 is out. My word. I thought it was a replay to start with, because when the replay starts, it tends to start slowly. So I thought the replay had been queued up, but no such luck for the 15 car. That is now out of here. So Juicy's the Juicy's banner is being represented solely by its GTE entrant, which is currently being driven by Joao Barbosa. On laps after 365 laps. Yeah, they've still, they're a long way behind the MCM car in second, but either way, they still are on for a podium finish. So then Damien Scavron will take the top spot so far for 94, the Burst squad. Oh, that just caught me completely by surprise, and I imagine it caught Robert Pound by surprise too. As that car ain't moving anywhere. As Davin Rocek continues to drag his car along the floor. The Rocek didn't hand the car over, and now it's a 119.9, so still pressing on like a man possessed. As we'll get Robert Pound's car is still shown on the picture-in-picture and not moving anywhere. There's Josh Perrian. And now that Robert Pound's car has just left the garage, so was it a technical problem rather than a blown engine? Well, if that was the case, that was really strange, because the car just had steering input right up to the point that it stopped. So I have no idea what happened there, but either way, that has cost the 15 a potential win in this race. Because again, they're going to re-dock that lap for reconnecting. Not that it's going to put them in the hands of Semna and Axel, because they're another 5 laps back. But well. So we didn't have another retirement. We had a big problem for the 15 car. So Robert Pound is back out on circuit, but a huge amount of time behind Damon Scoville. 3 laps indeed is what he lost. So a big shot in the arm there for Burst Esports. Let's see if they can carry that through to the end. There's the DAS Sim Racing Mad Porsche, still enjoying a 2-lap lead over the MCM Motorsport Aston Martin. Who's next over the line? Well, there's Joao Barbosa and new race leader Damien Scovron, and a message from Race Control. Okay, so car 15 ran out of fuel, and they have rejoined, and it is a straight 1-lap penalty, obviously because the car is now fresh, so that's what the 1-lap penalty is for, as per the rule for rejoining, that they ran out of fuel. Oh dear, we thought it was a blown engine, as it suddenly spiked when it was coming to a rest. Oh, that's embarrassing. Someone got the fuel calculation wrong, and they not long started a lap as well, because they were in the Descida de Largo. And we've got Alex Zescher wanted to come and have a chat with us again. So let's have a chat with one of the drivers of the leading GT3 car, as Marcel Kaspersky. Kasperschik, I'll get his name right eventually, is now in the GT3 leading Audi. Production, if you could drag Mr. Sesha over at your earliest convenience, please. And there he is. Alex Sesha, are you with us? You are muted. And there we go. Hello. Thank you very much for, again, coming to join us. Again, a pretty good run.
You shouldn't be lonely in here.
I have the world watching us. I have you lovely drivers to talk about. I'm not lonely at all. But it's very much appreciated you spending the time to come and have a chat to us. But, I mean, what can we say? It's been a pretty flawless performance from the 585 car.
Yeah, so far. There was a little bit of... in the last corner around the pit entry, there was a... I don't know what it was, actually. I think it was a marker board or anything. But I hit that, and the car just spun into the wall.
Oh. Has that needed a lot of fixing? Did that cause a lot of damage?
1 minute.
A whole minute, and still you lead by, at the moment, 38 seconds.
Yeah. So, the lead has been... building the lead has been pretty good. Really happy that we could have these sad accidents here and still be in the lead.
Do you ever get to a point where you feel you've built enough of a lead that you don't have to push so hard, or do you always try and keep the pace as high as you can?
It's always about keeping the pace as high as it can, because you can always get hit with some unlucky stuff, and we want to make sure if that happens, we have the lead, like what happened.
So we're approaching the final 2 hours of the race. How many times are you going back in the car before the checkered flag falls, or is Marseille now got it?
No, my foot is done. It's not driving anymore. No, Mashi is driving this stint, and then Elisio will take the final. Right.
Great stuff. So, well, Alexander, it's been a great pleasure to chat to you at various points throughout the race. If you're sticking around for the final 2 hours, by all means come and join us with some gossip from your side if you so choose to. Otherwise, rest well. It's been a brilliant performance from the Azatec SimSports Audi. Well done, and best of luck for the remaining 2 hours.
Thanks, man.
Thank you very much, Alexander Sesha from the 585 Azatec SimSports car. And now Maciej Kasperczyk that has got hold of that one. And there he is in the Azatec Audi. You can't see its colours in the eye of darkness. Damien Scavron is in the pits, bringing in the number 94. Is that a driver change, I wonder? I'm not too sure it's going to be, because I don't think it was that long ago when Damien took over. There's Joao Barbosa. He has been in that car quite some time, so I wouldn't be surprised if we soon see the Deuce's number 74 come in to swap round. Got a lovely aerial shot of how well it is lit up. The championship connotations then. Well, not really anything changed in the course of the DPIs. Although they wouldn't be... That's LMP. I was just getting confused. Hang on, that's not DPI. So no, now that the Juices have had the issue they've had, of course, the win would go back over to the Burst squad. So 11 points would be their advantage over Sam 9 Axel if the race finished the way it is right now. With Juices, 11 points behind Sam 9 Axel. So still a lot of fighting still to do, still positions to gain. Championship still very wide open for the LMP2 Plus if the race were to finish right second. That's the DPI one, and well, what can you say? Storming performance from Burst, and that is assuming the Burst finish ahead of Unison. Now at the moment Burst are behind, but they are gaining pretty quickly, lap on lap, almost sector on sector. Well, lead sector on sector indeed. So at the moment, that will be taking the consideration that Burst would take the win. Championship's still open, but the possibility becomes very, very difficult for Unison to take that position away from Burst. That's how it is if Unison beat Burst now. So if Unison take the win, then the points gap becomes 26. So it's a bit more manageable than 40. But either way, of course, the championship lead will still remain, I wouldn't say fairly comfortably in Burst's hands. They would have to basically just not turn up. And let's face it, they're going to turn up for Spa and for Le Mans at the end of the season. As for the GTEs, well, Deuces would remain at the top of the tree by 26 points over the DIS squad, with DIS eating into that lead by 10 points. With MCM ahead of Mugen, with Mugen not being here this evening, and Unison jumping up to ahead of the Musto Pescara cars. And ID Simsport just 1 point off the back of the second of the Musto cars, the number 53. And for the GT3 table, if the race finished the way it is now, then it would still be Volanti Racing Aztec, of course, at the top. This would be their second win if it remains so. Glam Racing would be 13 points back, with DSR Gadget Huset up into third place ahead of our four non-participants of tonight, but still all to play for in all of our championship categories. Some a bit further apart than others, of course, but all four championships still open for the last 2 rounds of the season. That's the important part, and that's the part that's going to be great fun to look forward to. Tom Oldenmenger is back out in the car in the number 94. I always swap the M and the D. It's Oldenmenger, and I always say Old Mendenga for some reason. There's Robert Powell in the freshly refueled number Deuce's car. But 4 laps to gain in just over 2 hours. That's going to be an impossible order, I think it's fair to say. But that's not going to stop him from pressing on. David Mrochak now less than a minute behind Denis Ishenko. So still that battle brews. It's going to take a while. Yeah, we knew that to start with. Will the pit stops, will the remaining driver changes, assuming there are any, upset that battle? We will see. But David Mrochak is giving it absolutely everything he has, even to the point of causing the spin and dropping 11 seconds. That, obviously took him pretty much that many laps to build up. But 1:21.0 last time around for Mrochak. We'll see what Denis Shashenko can answer that with. 21.5 last time around. And there is the lead DPI car. Just coming through Jun Chao, and we complete another lap with Robert Powell right behind him. And the Juicy's number 15. Sparks ahoy for the number 17, and that is a 21.4. So 0.4 of a second was the gain by Burst that time around. They'll need more than that if they're going to overhaul the Unison Racing number 17. But as David Mrochak proved, even the greats can make mistakes. So mistake is very, very easy, especially at this very late stage. Who else can we have a look at? Jacob Kowalski, we could have a look at. He's 46 seconds behind Maciej Kasperczyk, but he's not gaining on the Azatec Audi. Bear in mind that the 585's not long had their driver change. So just one more change to go on for the Azatec car, and probably 1 or 2 driver changes remaining for everybody else at this point. Such as the 94, the race-leading car. Damien Scott handing that back over to Tom Oldenmenger. There is Jacob Kowalski in the 404. Second place in the GT3s by just under 50 seconds. But still the fastest of the 2 Audis is Maciej Kasperczyk in the 585 car. 31.637 So 1.1 seconds different. So without pit stops, if we were to run to the end, which there won't be, there'll be about 87 laps remaining. So of course we have pit stops to factor into that particular bargain. So we might just fall short of the 500 lap count. We'll see as the race continues, but the top of another hour has been reached. 10 hours have gone, ladies and gentlemen. 2 remain. Wow, the 18 wouldn't have to pick up. So say that again, production. 0. So the 18 has to gain about 0.7 of a second on Denis Ishchenko every single lap to overhaul the difference. And last time around, it was 0.3 of a second. So it's not done and dusted, but it's not. It's not out of the woods. It's not impossible, but that's going to take some doing. As who was that coming into the pits? That was Kowalski, Jacob Kowalski for Glam Racing, bringing in the number 404. But for the time being, let's have a word from the commercial sponsors.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flicks, Motorvision.tv, Stengolm, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN. Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the fourth round of the EEWC here at GTR24H, mixed in with a healthy dose of Samba. Denisichenko in the lead of the DPI class. Now, we were trying to figure out how much quicker David Murchek needs to be to overhaul that gap. Well, let's have a look at how they currently stand. Now, David Murchek is 52 seconds back. 52, 53 seconds, depending on where they are on the lap. Now, last time around, Denisichenko was a 20.9. Bear in mind, he's just crossed the line just as that graphic popped up. Now, last lap for Murchek was a 20.1. So 0.8 of a second difference. That's in the region of where he needs to be. Now, of course, every time he doesn't hit that, the target becomes more difficult to reach. As a 20.2 time around, so that's 0.7. That's a bit less than where he needs to be. What the Burst squad really do with is a mistake from the 17 car. And the 17 car just needs to not make a major mistake. So there's pressure on both sides for this. The Unison Racing just needs to keep it clean, which is harder said than done when you've been going for this many hours, and 18 just needs to throw caution to the wind and absolutely get on with it. Unfortunately, the rest of our classes, we don't have that kind of comparison to run, because the LMP cars, as you can see, they're 2 laps apart per car. So there's 5 laps in between Oldermenger and Pound, and 2 laps between Pound and Pervian at the moment. And in the GTEs, there's 2 laps between the DIS car and the MCM car of Aguado, and then another 10 laps or something like that. So not quite that many, but 10 laps from lead to Joao Barbosa in the Deuces car, and another 3 laps to Eros Massioli, and then another 3 laps again to Marcus Steyer. Now again, that sounds derogatory, and I'm not meaning it in that kind of sense. It's just that is how big the lead is, as you can see on the panel in front of you, with, of course, we having lost the 717 earlier on. And the GT3s, they're not on the same lap either. They're 1 lap apart. So 1 lap between the Azatec and the Glam Racing car, and 2 laps back to the Gatchahusa car. So we don't have the same comparison that we can draw between each classes, other than this impending battle between Unison and Burst. But bad news for Burst, they were slower than Ishenko. Murchek actually lost not even a 10th, but considering they have to gain nearly a second a lap every lap for the remaining time we have, losing any time whatsoever is just going to make that target even more difficult. So that's why we were thinking that 17 has to make a mistake. But saying that, there was a 21.8 for Ishenko last time around. Let's see what Murchek gets on the board, and that's probably because of the traffic that we now see behind Denisichenko. There's the Gatchahusa car directly there. Let's see what David Murchek gets on the board. He's just about to cross the line with a 20.5, so we gained 1.3 seconds on that occasion around, and the 7.9 Axel car has just got themselves a penalty. That'll be a drive-through penalty issued by the server. So as we had nothing come through from race control, so that's a automatic drive-through penalty for them. I think they'll remain in third, though. They'll still be on for a podium finish. The Devon Murchek gained 1.3 seconds on that last lap around, keeping the hope alive for Burst to challenge for that top spot. So what can they do? They get oops, and Murchek gets a little bit squiggly there. And he's got to be really feeling it. Bearing in mind, this isn't Murchek's first session in the car. He's been in the car earlier on in the race, and he's been going like an absolute madman to try and close that gap down. And I have a message that's popped up. Who's giving me a message? And the lovely Maria has given me a message indicating, is she in the green room? She is. Production, would you please move the Glam Racing boss over? At your earliest convenience? And there she is. Maria, are you with us?
Hello.
Well, hello, lovely lady. Thank you very much again for spending the time to come and have a chat to us. Is the cat all right?
Yes, actually, just as I came into green room, the cat came into the office.
Oh,
yes.
Good. We need to make sure that Roland is fine. So, how did Mr. Hoyer live up to expectation?
He's my husband and he's behind me, so I have to say yes.
Well, he doesn't know the question I asked until he catches up with it in the stream, so...
Well, yes, of course, everyone does. Well, we drive our pace and we know our drivers, so everyone is doing the best they can, and I'm just happy that we are here.
That's a great answer indeed. So Lee is out there in the car at the moment. He's the quickest GT3 by quite some distance. So you did say that Lee Russell would be absolutely bossing it in the
and also
dark
hands
hours.
up for Lee. He's been working 12 hours today and comes on now, and
wow, he's done a 12-hour shift and then he's doing this.
Yeah,
that's where's he? Is he based in the UK?
Yeah, he's based in the UK.
So it's 11 in the UK right now. So is he in the car to the end?
Yes, he's in the car to the end.
Wow, so he's going to be going to 1 a.m. our time.
Yeah,
that's a dedicated man. Is he working tomorrow or can he sleep?
It's Lee. He always works. He never sleeps.
He's a machine.
Yeah, he basically is. I used to call him like undercover agent because we don't know who he is and how he looks. We just know he can drive.
There's rumours of his existence, but there's no photographic evidence. If you
look at the profile picture, you'll see
it's blank. I've noticed that. Yeah, so he's Mr. Enigma.
No one knows who he is. We don't know if he's a real person or a robot, so we just know he can drive.
Wow. The enigmatic Lee Russell. Love it. Absolutely love it. So after a race like this, assuming that Glam Racing doesn't have any kind of further issues, what do you kind of go through a debriefing session? Do you review the race and see how things can be improved? What kind of process does Glam Racing go through post-event?
Well, first we just go to bed because we're shattered.
Good idea.
And then yes, we do have we try to have weekly like talk and training sessions on Sunday, and where we get together, and we usually will do like a how did it go, what do we expect, but again we know everyone is performing the best they can, and I'm not the type of person who will yell at someone because I know if they made a mistake or not, and I'm not judging. I'm just here to have fun there as well, and yeah, shit happens sometimes. So, but yeah, we do go through it and talk about it. But yeah, most of the time, we go through it in different like. I would say it's an amazing race, and then we have someone who says, no, I didn't do the best I can, and I'll be like, yeah, you didn't. No, I didn't. And then okay, we never. Yeah.
You're the mother of the team, basically. You're there to provide the emotional support. Yeah, good on you. That is great to hear. And you've been feeding me various bits of information, which has been very, very useful. Thank you very much throughout the stream. Including the picture of something that made me chuckle earlier. You gave me a picture of Roland, which we haven't had a chance to use, and you felt the need to tell me that he does have legs. he's in that typical curled up pose that any cat owner knows. He's a big lad, isn't he?
He is 9 years old.
Oh, okay. So that's not particularly old in cat years. It's sort of middle age. The cat. Whoa! I thought that was your car going for a wander then. No, that's ours. Replay of Denis Sishenko going for a bit of an explore. I just suddenly looked up and saw a car bouncing over the AstroTurf at Desida del Lago there. Ah, goodness me. Well, again, Maria, it's a great pleasure to have you in the box with us. Your presence always is welcome. And best of luck for the remaining time for the 404.
And actually, you have done the biggest stint of. You say to all of us drivers, you've done big stints. You know you did the longest. You have done 10 hours now.
Yes.
You're actually the champion here.
Oh no! I just turn up and shout for a while.
Exactly.
I don't have the complicated technical part. That's down to the Peter Munkholm back at base. That's down to our race control enthusiasts.
Who does amazing job. They already do, and I know how much they work, and I talk to you and I talk to Peter, and I know how much work they put into this, and I just. From Glam Racing, we just really want to say thank you guys, because without you, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be racing here. So I just think they just need to be. Yeah, thank you.
It's very much appreciated. Thank you, Maria. We do it for the love of doing it, but it's always nice when we get. Praise like that. It means we're doing our job right. So thank you very much, Maria, and best of luck for the remaining time for 404 Glam Racing. Thank you very much.
Ciao.
Ciao indeed. Right, let's check in then with our remaining cars then. As I was a bit worried because I've just noticed David Mrocek's camera's turned off, so I wondered if he'd suddenly had a problem, but no, he's still going. And when I looked up and saw Denis Sachenko bouncing over the AstroTurf at there was a Desile de Lago. That must have been quite a hairy moment. And speaking of Mrocek, looks like he's coming in right behind ID Simsport. That's probably why I think he's handed the car over to Jene Simoncic. That's probably why his camera's gone off, because he's probably signing off, and wouldn't blame him either as time is rolling on. But yeah, that must have been a bit of a scary moment for Denis Sachenko. Into the pits comes the number 18. Now, will that be a driver change? I suspect it will be. And that is probably going to be the last change of the night for the 18 car. And yes, that's Mrocek then signing out of the call, and suspect then that Jene Simoncic will be taking over the number 18 car for its final driver change of the night. I did see Cameron Roger is looming, so it looks like he might be taking over the 94, the second of the best cars, the one that's leading the race at the moment. We will see. Again, we don't know what the plans are for our teams. We have to kind of roll with it when we see the drivers change. And that's still got David's name on it. No, Jene Simoncic has indeed taken over the number 18 car. So that driver change happened as I thought it would. And away goes the number 18 Best Esports DPI car. Screams out of the pits, well, roars out of the pits, I should say, and back onto the racetrack. What can they do? An hour and 3/4 to go, and certainly another couple of laps, another couple of pit stops probably for the Unison racing car. Kind of depends on how well they're doing with their fuel. Certainly at least one, because the DPI cars cannot go. I think the limit's around about 75-ish minutes, so even Burst are cutting that a bit fine if I've got that guess anywhere near correct. So Jene may have to do a bit of fuel saving towards the end as he catching the back of the Azatec car of Maciej Kasperczyk. An easy move on the inside line coming through turn 1. And Lee Russell is absolutely bossing it in the 404 car, considering the man's done a 12-hour shift and then come to do this until 1 o'clock in the morning UK time. That is pretty impressive. Still, it wasn't quite the fastest GT3 car that time around, but he's got out there and got straight on with the job. There is Jene Simoncic fresh into the car, so can he continue the blistering pace that we saw from Mrocek last time around? That's going to be the golden question, and we won't know that for a little while, because of course this is the first lap out of the pits for Simoncic, so we'll keep an eye on how he's able to do. Still 21.4s coming out from Denis Sachenko. We know that he's done quicker laps than that, but is he starting to feel the strain? Is there needing to be a driver change for the 17 car? Can they hold on for the remaining time to take the DPI win. We will see in 1 hour and 41 minutes as Simoncic catches the back of Lee Russell. Oh, Struth, that was he was eager to get that move done. You don't often see an outside maneuver coming through Mugello, but he's made it stick. A 22-0 for Eshenko. Now these laps are all going to count, because now that Simoncic is on there, unless he's a little bit off the pace they need, those laps which are slower than Eshenko's done in the past, it could well hurt. A 20.2 for Simoncic, so almost 2 seconds gain there. So Simoncic is certainly able to maintain the similar kind of pace that we saw from Rocek. We're really going to be up to unison now to respond to that. Well, it's impossible for the 17 car to go on without stopping again. It absolutely must stop at least once. I reckon the DPIs have got to stop at minimum once. If they stretch out the last in, they might avoid a last minute splash and dash, because I've got 75 minutes in my head as how long they can go on for. Actually, no, that wouldn't do it. That's still too short. So they have to pit, I would think, at least twice. So it's going to be very, very close. I reckon the 17 car would have a better chance of trying to eke out the fuel and the tyres and what have you to make it one less stop. But we'll see what they plan to do. I could be completely off base as we see Denis Eshenko catching up to Tom Oldermenger, the race leader in the Burst Esports race leading LMP2 car. There is Yanni Simoncic. So it was a 21-0 for Eshenko last time around, and that was a 20.5. So only half a second difference that last time around. That wouldn't quite be enough at the pace we think he needs to maintain to overhaul to regain the DPI lead. But so much can still happen, of course, in the remaining hour and a half. Have to keep an eye on whether they are able to hang on to keep that going. Oh, just spotted your message there, Cameron. Thank you very much for that. I will say, whilst I appreciate the positive thoughts towards my own efforts, it's not just me that is doing this. As I said, we've got Peter in control of the cameras, John in control of doing race control, or John and Paulo and Hele, all part of the race control team. It is not just myself that is part of the broadcast. We are a team. We rise and fall as a team. So I play my part. I do the shouty bit into the microphone, which in my opinion is the easiest part of the lot. I don't have all the technical things to worry about and trying to batter the technology into working. I just have to try and keep my throat from burning. And to keep you lovely people entertained. And try and not spout the same fact 300 times, which I know I'm very guilty of, and again, apologies for that. Oh, crikey, Denis Eshenko has got himself some traffic. Who's he got? Well, he's still behind Tom Oldermenger. And he's just worked his way past, I think it's the DIS car. Couldn't quite see who else was in there. Oh, the 166, the ID Sport car is in there. Quite a few cars that Denis has had to work through, but that would have definitely cost him time on this lap. So, whilst the number 18 is technically over a lap behind at the moment, the pit stops have been fairly similarly timed. I have a really itchy nose, I'm sorry. I also try not to sneeze. That's the other reason you'll see me itching my nose on occasion. I have a fan blowing next to me. I have done all race long, but unfortunately it causes me to sneeze. So trying my best not to sneeze down the microphone, because no one wants to hear that. And Eshenko's still behind the Burst LMP2. That was a 23-0 that time from Denis Eshenko. That was mainly traffic, far more than it is the Burst LMP2. A 119.7 from Yanni Simoncic. Struth. There we go. Oh no, Tom Oldermenger gets a bit of a punch in the face from Denis Eshenko there. That was more of a mistake. That wasn't a mistake, not a malicious move, but it was a bit of an untidy overtake there. So there you can see on the top screen there. So Ichenko jumps out from behind Oldermenger. It looks like actually Oldermenger bounces off of. Yeah, it looks like that was a mistake from Oldermenger rather than from Ichenko there, because Ichenko was perfectly allowed to make the move. He's unlapping himself from a competitor, and it looks like Tom just turned in. Man, you can't do that. You can't try and shut a door with the car already in it, and Ichenko was nose ahead at the time. So that was a mistake on the behalf of Tom Oldermenger, but he clearly hasn't lost a lot of time. He's right there. He's still right behind, and it looks like Denis Ichenko was coming. This is on board with Tom. He didn't know he was there. He probably hadn't realised that the move was happening, and but he didn't lose a lot of time, as you can see. And I think Denis is in. Yes, Denis Ichenko has come in. So with that storming lap from Yerney Simoncic last time around, and with a few compromise laps from Denis Ichenko there, that's really reinvigorating the DPI battle. Now they were in the region of, was it 48 seconds, I think, before Yerney came in, before David came in. I think it was in that kind of region. So we'll see what the gap is when Denis Ichenko gets back on the road again. And there it is, look. It could have been that Ichenko understeered into the side of Tom there. We need to see it from slightly further back. As we have a great drone camera there, and out comes Ichenko. That was short. That was a short stop there, so 43 seconds. So there's no tyres gone on that car this time around. And out of the pits. Now, what is the gap? It's about 47 seconds. So it's kind of returned to what it was before David handed that car over to Simoncic, and that was a 21.7, so it wasn't a strong lap from Burst that time around. Again, probably caught some of the traffic that Denis Ichenko has not long been through. Well, actually on track, so just about to cross over the line, so that wouldn't be quite the case. Lap 20.4. So, assuming no more pit stops, which there was certainly going to be another one, it's in the 7/10 region. I think he's going to need to do better than that to make sure that, assuming there's going to be at least one more stop, and I've got a funny feeling they're going to need to stop twice before the end of the race. The last one might be quite short, a bit of a splash and dash, but I got a feeling that we're going to see both cars come in, unless the number 17 is going to really try and eke out their last one. There is a chance of that Ichenko will try and extend the last stint, so he saves on a pit stop, and that would save nearly a minute. So it's worth trying if we can do it. But we saw the number 15 run out of fuel, so it is a risky thing to do. But I mean, if nothing else, you could argue that on pace alone they were going to finish behind Burst. So what have they got to lose? Well, they still have the race win to lose, and if they still win, that makes the points deficit that much easier to try and overhaul in the remaining 2 rounds of the season. So again, there's different ways of looking at it. The gap now is 43 seconds. So let's see what the lap times were. 20.426. So again, a consistent lap time from Yerney Simoncic. And we'll see what Denis Ichenko gets when he comes over the line once again. We only have his outlap time from last time. And we are getting to the bottom of another hour, just 1.5 hours remaining of this 12-hour race. There is Denis Ichenko, and he's gotten past someone. That's the DIS car, and that's the yellow flag for Darius Andre, who's taken over the 15. So he's had a bit of a spin, but he's back out. He's back on track again. He would have to lose 2 whole laps to be challenged by Josh Perrin. Oh, only a 10th difference. 20.531 from Ichenko that time. That was a very strong lap. Only a 10th difference. It was a good lap from Simoncic, but only a 10th up. So where on earth did that come from, considering that's been a bit of a problem for the 17 car. Their lap times have been very inconsistent, and not necessarily a huge criticism. They have had a lot of traffic to deal with, but that's been one of the defining factors on how that gap has just suddenly, it will suddenly come down, then it might peter out a bit, and suddenly come down again. As the 18 car, who also, in fairness, has had slightly inconsistent laps at time, they've been able to keep more of a consistent lap time going from lap on lap on lap. And that's a 20.6, so Simincic was slower than Eshenko's previous laps, so have the best gone out of the number 18 car's tyres. Bear in mind that we think the 17 didn't take tyres last time around. They suddenly bang in that absolutely storming lap. Yeah, interesting. Still an hour and a half to go though. Still plenty to play out. The remaining time we've got. Let's see what Eshenko's lap time was. 20.5 again. So they're actually quicker the last time around. But we are at the bottom of the hour. Whoops. That's what happened to Darius Andre. He dropped it coming through. So that's what happened to the Deuces car. He's dropped it coming through. So Brain's gone. I've been calling it. Brain has definitely gone. Desida Del Lago. Yeah, of course it is. So with that replay done, let's have another word from our commercial sponsors.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flicks, Motorvision.tv, Stengolm, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN. Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the EEWC round number 4, the 12 hours of Interlagos. 1.5 hours left on the clock now, or just under, and Darius Andre has had a few more issues in the number 15 car. Let's see what's happened during the break. He's had another problem down at Desida de Lago, hasn't he? Oh! Yes, that's taking your eye off the ball a little bit. So he was already looking at the apex and how he was going to get past the GT car he was cutting up to, not noticing how far over he'd wandered. Oh dear. I thought he was weaving for a second there, but he hasn't come into the pits. Well, he hasn't come into the pits this time. Not sure if he pitted after the incident. No, he didn't, as production are telling me. So, oh dear, that's not ideal. It's trying to see if the car is okay. That's what the weaving is for, to see if the car is actually responding in a way that it should be. But on he goes nonetheless. We'll see what he can do. Alright, so let's check in with our DPI car, shall we? Before I do that, I've just had another couple of messages. Let's see what they are. We've got no damage from that crash somehow, was the message I got given. How the hell did you avoid that? Considering the clunk to the wall, how on earth you got away with no damage? That's miraculous, quite frankly. Or you've built your car out of absolute breeze blocks or something. So this is it again. But what's happened here is that Darius just a little bit too far over, and they just touched the grass, and they get catapulted into the wall, and they had no damage from that. Wow. Talk about good fortune. Now, in our DPI battle, gap is down to 40.5 seconds. As Dennis Schenker is just a little bit caught up there behind, I think that's the Juice's car. Yes, that's the Juice's Aston Martin. No, the one he's just passed is Glam, the one before that was Juice's. So there's Dennis Schenker again at 22.0, so he had traffic on that lap. So that is, and amazingly, I've just because there's a pit stop for Tom Allmendinger, I've just noticed that now Dennis Schenker is on the same lap as the Burst 94 car, but that's why. Oh no, another incident for Darius Andre. That was a yellow flag in the midst of Sector 2 by the look. So that car may well be more wounded than they initially thought. 1.4 seconds to Simoncic's advantage that time around. That's coming up towards the S's. And what's the other? Oh! That was really strange. That just suddenly snapped. Oh, what a recovery! That was spot on. Well done, Darius Andre. Right. Bonus points for style. Like it. There's Zichenko getting caught out behind. Well, I said caught out. It looked like he may well have gotten past the Gadget Husic car okay. But he certainly lost time last time around. We lost 1.4 seconds on the previous lap to Simoncic. The gap now is down to 35 seconds. A 23.5 for Zichenko. He definitely lost a lot of time there. The gap now in the well under 40 seconds. Let's see what Simoncic has on the board. Oh, another message coming in. Can we get a lap back if Darius does a 360 on the start finish line for the fans? Yeah, it's kind of not my decision, I'm afraid. 20.7 for Simoncic, so just under 3 seconds difference there. Oh, Zichenko! Dennis Zichenko, what have you done? The car 166 has just got a warning for ignoring blue flags. That's the ID Simsport car. But Dennis Zichenko has just made a potential huge mistake. What did they do? Riding on board with the Unison car. That's the S's again. Oh, he's gone in hard, and there goes the tail. But he kind of caught it. It wouldn't have cost him as much time as I thought it would have done, but it's still not ideal as these little mistakes creeping in. It does dent the confidence a little bit. You second guess yourself a little bit more, especially with fatigue that will certainly be kicking in at this late stage. A 21.8 for Eshenko last time around. It's still doable. It's going to be a hard push for Burst to do it, but it's still possible. So the 17 car just has to keep it clean, which at this late stage is getting harder and harder to do. And that sounds like a really obvious statement, but that's what they need to do. A 20.6 for Simoncic and another yellow flag for Darius Andre. Are you sure that car's not damaged? As this is certainly proving very, very troublesome for Deuces at the moment. Now, Denisichenko, what can he do? Has he got... Well, he has got the pace. We've seen him in the mid-20s in this stage of the race. So he certainly has the ability to do it. You know, has he got kind of enough energy left? Because I think Bennett has been in there quite some time. This is what happened again to Darius Andre. So there's the tail again. Oh, I thought he was going to try and hold the slide there. Again, would have been style points, but sadly you dropped it, so no. That's bigger the pato that's happened on. So the car getting quite tricky for Darius Andre to hang on to. I think this lap time may have gone back in favour of the Unison here. Looking at the gap, it hasn't really much changed from 35 seconds. So 21.7 and a 22.3. So yes, Simoncic was definitely held up there. That's going to be glorious news for the Unison squad. The longer they manage to keep that gap as high as they can, the harder it will become. It'll become impossible for the 18 Burst Esports car to actually overcome the gap if they maintain just maintain the gap. I'm saying really obvious statements. I know where I am. That's all the mental energy I got left. But cracking on nonetheless. This picture is Yanni Simoncic. The main image is Denisichenko, and Denisichenko's car looks really loose. You're seeing it just basically misbehaving in a lot of corners and sparking along the ground. Over the line. 22.1 for Eshenko. What can Simoncic answer with? He's going to be over a second between him. It's got to be over a second now, with less than 1 hour 20 minutes remaining, with a stop still to do. At least one stop still to do. I just get I've got a feeling that the 17 car is going to try and eke out their fuel, so they have to do one less stop, and that's a 21.1 from Simoncic. So that was nearest damn it, bang on a second that he's gained over the Unison Racing car. At that rate, I'm not convinced that Burst can do it. This may well be the saving grace that Unison needed. It could well be close, but I think it's still going to go Unison's way. But we will keep a very close eye on that. As the time continues to tick on, time and tide wait for no man. The old phrase goes. Denisichenko gets around the outside of the MCM car that is in the hands of Ivan Aguado. The 21.3 for Denisichenko there. Yes, that's the sort of times they need to be aiming for. Certainly sub 21 would really secure the deal for them, assuming they don't make a mistake or gain any other penalties. And there's Simoncic screaming towards the line. Does he get on the board? A 20.9, so only 4/10 difference. That is not enough. And there is Well, Simic's working hard, as you can see, to keep the car as fast as he possibly can. Not sure what he just grabbed there. Like he pulled, it looked like he pulled the cable out or something. Oh, the car getting squiggly coming through to see the Delago. Now he's going to have a face full of... You can't quite tell from that distance. Ah, it's the DIS car. Oops. Nicely done for Ine Simčić. We wouldn't really lost any time because of the Porsche. 1.25 hours to go. 75 minutes. That's all that is left. With all the laps we've done, 459 laps for our lead car, and we have a lead battle or a DPI class battle that is almost 30 seconds apart, just over 30 seconds apart. Absolutely superb stuff. Only half a second between the two though, so Unison are picking up the pace. Denis Ivanchenko, while still the slower of the two DPIs, he's maintaining enough pace, we think, to keep the top spot to themselves. However, we have seen Denis Ivanchenko do a bit of lawn mowing a little bit earlier on, so we'll see if he's able to keep the car on the straight and narrow to hold on to that top spot. Any DNFs, I noticed being asked. We had one DNF, that was the number 717 Unison Racing BMW. Unfortunately, that came to a grief about lap 77, so quite a few hours back. As the only retirement we've had from our 14-car grid. That's absolutely testament to how well our drivers have prepared for this event. The fact that all the cars bar one is still running. We think that it was an impulsive hit on the escape key that retired the number 717 in the hands at the time of Nikolai Bezrikov. As we continue to watch, Denis Ivanchenko still being chased by Ine Simčić for the DPI lead. Now, production have run the numbers, and apparently it's 0.6 a second that Simčić needs per lap. Is that including a pit stop in your calculations? It is. So, if that is the case, then last time around the gap was 0.7. So, and now the gap is looking like it's going to be under 30, or is on the brink of being under 30. Let's see what the lap times are now. Oh, wow, where were you going, Dennis? You were going into the stands. 21.8 for the 17 car. What about the 18? What can Simčić get on the board this time? Looks like it's going to be a good one. Looks like the time is going to remain under 30 seconds when he climbs over the line. And this time it is a 20.5 again. This is exactly the same as it was last time around. A 1.3 second gain. That's not the car he's chasing. That's the 166 car, the ID Sport car that is in the hands of Michael Pedersen. Ine Simčić has just danced around. Oh, this is getting exciting. And they do it. Place your bets, people. Who's going to come out on top of this one? Now, it was about 1 hour 40, something like that, 1 hour 40, 1 hour 35 when they were last in the pits. So, if they can manage to still keep what would be about 50 minutes on the board, and that will be running it very, very tight. then they will be able to make it with just one stop. I still don't think they can. I still reckon that one of them at least will have to pit twice. And that will 100% be the losing car. If one of them has to pit twice, that's the end of the road for them. Another 20.5 for Simoncic, a 21.8 for Ischenko. Another 1.3 seconds gained by Burst, or lost by Unison. I can't call it at the moment. It's going to be down to the pit stop strategy, which most races generally are, but... 1.3 seconds is only going to take half the remaining time, so 35 minutes for Simoncic to get there. But if he has to pit twice, that is where the difference is going to come back in. If Unison, as I suspect they're doing, can eke out just one stop left, that's where the difference will lie. But I could be totally wrong. At a rough guess, they need to pit with less than 50 minutes on the clock for that last stop to carry them through to the end of the race. We will see who has got the strategy right. With less than 70 minutes. And Simoncic is in. He's got to pit twice, and that's what I thought was going to be the case. That car has to come through the pits another 2 times. He's only managed 35-ish minutes, I think. I don't remember when they came through. It was around 140. That's only, 31 minutes. So he would have to pit... Yeah, he would have to pit another 2 times. But then if Ischenko can't eke out another 20 minutes on this tank, he'll have to pit twice, so it's a completely moot point. So we will see. We will absolutely see. And Ischenko has managed another 3 to 4 laps later than Simoncic, as Simoncic now gets underway, and that was not a full service. And Ischenko is going to be just about a lap ahead, so they're going to be on track in the same kind of point, but a lap apart as Simoncic then... well, actually, no, they're just still on the same lap. But it's an interesting point to observe that that's the first time that Simoncic, that the Burst car has come out of the pits, and the 17 car's not lapped them. So that goes to show how much they've been closing that gap down. They've actually remained on the same lap. But that was a shorter stop from Simoncic. That was not a 53-second stop. I'm fairly certain of that. They might feel that the harder tyres are going to make it towards the end. They may feel the need to change them in that final stint. We will see. But the biggest question is, how far can that 17 car go? I know we're kind of ignoring the rest of the field, and we're not. I'm still keeping an eye on times. The thing is, with the rest of the field, that there's not really anyone that's on the same lap as anybody else. The closest we've got elsewhere is actually our GT3 field. Marce Kasprzyk is on the same lap as Lee Russell, but they're still 48 seconds apart, so they're not close enough to each other to really challenge. That's mainly pit stop strategy difference that's caused that particular gap. So they are still 3/4 of a lap apart, those two, or 2/3 of a lap. And with the amount of time that Simoncic has been gaining, Simoncic and Mrocek, how much they've been gaining leading up to this point, this is why we're focusing on this battle. And again, with only just over 1 hour to go, we've done over 460 laps, and we are talking about a gap that is less than 30 seconds. Absolutely brilliant stuff. So it's all going to be down to who can manage the traffic, who can manage their tiredness, because again, Ischenko, there's also worth noting Ischenko's been in there quite a while. Simincic has not long got in the car. So unless the final hour for the number 17 car is going to go to somebody else, Yushchenko is going to be really, really tired. But, you know, we will see. Is Yushchenko coming in this time? No. He is remaining out there. It's going to be down to when that one pits. Oh, as we can see the highlights reel, that was when Darius Andre kind of started his rather unusual behaviour, but he seems to have settled back into the rhythm in the number 15 car. And again, Simincic is straight back on it. He's really getting straight back on pace. 21-0 last time and 22-0 for Yushchenko. So, assuming it's around about a minute pit lane loss, well, it'd have to be more than that, because that would put the gap at 37 seconds, if that is the case. So we'll have to wait to see how long Yushchenko's pit stop is. Because if they go for a full 53-second stop, and you've also got to bear in mind the time slowing down and speeding up to around the pit lane speed limit, it's getting closer and closer as each lap continues. So 18, the best car is not out of it yet. What does Yushchenko do as he now catches the back of Ivan Aguado? Ooh, dances around him quite nicely. I'm assuming he's not coming in this time then, if he's just gone around the Aston. No, indeed he does. He can't go on too much longer, so it's around sort of 4-ish laps between the two cars that we're looking at as the highlight reel has come to an end. Ooh, as I say, you're just seeing those little twitches in the 17 car. Every time he's sort of trying to put the pound down a little bit more, it looks like the car's starting to... Ooh, wow, that got loose, and he's gone too deep. Oh, Denis Yushchenko's gone too deep into Decido Lalaga. You saw the car get really loose there, going into the corner. So he either was just too late on the brakes, or just didn't want to slow down. Not entirely sure, but he's there. He's gone on the grass. That's what's done it. He's just touched the grass, trying to open up his line through to see the Delago, and that sent him off. Oh, that's going to play very nicely into Burst's hands. How much longer can Denis Yushchenko keep on going in that 17 car? That is really the golden question. Not he as a driver, as in he in this stint. Surely he's got to come in fairly soon as he goes on the inside of Michael Pedersen in the YID Simsport car. We do get to see the rest of the field. It's just unfortunate that we only see them when they're being lapped. Like I said, this is why we haven't really paid too much attention to the rest of the field. We haven't ignored the fact that they're there. It's just they are quite spread apart, unfortunately, at this stage in the race. The only two cars on the same lap as each other in class is GT3, which is, as we said earlier, Kasperschek and Lee Russell. There is Lee Russell in the 404 Glam Racing Audi with the Deuces number 15. Oh, that Darius Andre scooting around him. Oh, that's going to be close though on the grass, but he does manage to keep it going. Good job. And we are getting to the top of our penultimate hour. Just over 1 hour remaining. Oh, that was nearly Lee Russell onto the grass there. And Denis Yushchenko still not showing any sign of coming in. There you go. You can see the two pics in the pictures. There's Yushchenko in the top and Simincic on the bottom. 20.0 last time, at 20.2 for Simincic on those last two laps. 22.8 for Yushchenko. That was down to him wandering off the road, coming through Decido Delago. That time was a 22.4, so he's lost pace in that car. I can't imagine that's damage. I think that's tiredness that is causing the 17 to slow down, and Simincic, obviously fresh to the car, fresher to the car certainly, is absolutely capitalising on that difference. Although Simincic now has a couple of cars to deal with. Who's he got? I think that is the I'm trying to identify who that was. I think it was the Juice's GTE car, I think. Or one of them was. There's a Shenko with no one directly ahead, so can he get back on the pace? Only time will tell. But like I said, it's also possible that they are trying to do one less stop than the 18 car. Speaking of, Simchit is just about to head over the line once again. Very much in nothing to lose mode for them, because even if they throw it into the wall, they'll still come home second at 20.3 on the board. So they've got nothing to lose. They may as well just throw all caution to the wind. They cannot drop any further. There's only 2 DPIs in the race. And in comes Ishenko, right at the top of the hour. So I reckon he's got to pit again, or this is going to be one really conservative lap. Yeah, it will be a very short stop, very true, but the pace advantage has been with the 18. Whoa, Simonchits, that's close to the GTR24H car. That is the top of the hour. One more hour to go. So at this point, we'll have a word from the corporate sponsors.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flicks, Motorvision.tv, Sten Goldman, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN.
Welcome back to the EEWC round number 4, the 12 hours of Interlagos, of which we are in the final hour. And it is all eyes on our DPI class at the moment. On board with the second place car, the number 18, currently driven by Jene Simoncic. 20.1 his last lap is Denis Zashenko with the 20.8 on the board. The gap now 10 points, no, we're hovering 11 seconds. That gap has absolutely disintegrated between the two DPI cars. Now, I have been basically wondering if the 17 car can just eke out enough of a stint to do one less stop, and I don't believe it can. It's the tank just is not big enough. So how is Denis Zashenko going to play this one out? Is he going to fight Jene Simoncic, or is he going to try and save as much fuel as he can, not fight the number 18 car when it comes around, and try and do a shorter stop to try and jump Jene in the pit stop phase? That is now the question. Both cars have got to come in again. I'm pretty certain about that. I cannot fathom how on earth anybody could save enough fuel at this late stage, unless both of them do it. But the 18 has nothing to lose at this stage. They may as well just go absolutely hell for leather and see what happens. They can only finish second at this point. They'll still come away with 18 points if that is the case. Of course, they want the win. They want to be 4 for 4. So that is where we currently sit. Whilst we do have plenty of other cars that are still going, as we said earlier, none of them are involved in a battle, and actually now none of them are actually on the same map to each other. The only two cars on the same map in class as each other are the two DPIs. So that is what we need to keep. That is what we are keeping our eye on. Just keeping up with messages there. Apologies. No more race control messages, so no one else is earning themselves a penalty as Simoncic getting very, very squiggly there. Now, looks like this lap time is very similar. Yeah, 20.3 from Zashenko last time around, only a 10th difference. Now, did Denis Zashenko take tyres last time around? Because I wonder if his tyres were absolutely mullered, which would explain the real struggle in pace last time around. If that is the case, both cars are now on a really, really similar pace. So as soon as Simoncic pits, Zashenko will just copy him next lap around. That's what So production's its enemy. That's exactly what Zashenko did. He took tyres last time around. Oh, this could still go either way, but could Zashenko do it? Could he fend off the advantage of Simoncic? If he's now on tyres that will give him a similar pace to the 18 car, bearing in mind that it looks like Simoncic has been on the test, we're fairly sure he didn't take tyres last time around, so this is a double stint, and he's still drinking and driving at the same time. Drinking water, obviously, as Darius Andre has gone for a bit of a wander somewhere. So that was Darius Andre that caused the yellow flag. I thought I saw 2 yellow flags. I didn't see who the second one was. But the number 15 has had a moment again, unfortunately. Lap times again at 20.8 for Zashenko, 20.2 for Simoncic. So half a second in Burst's favour, but there's still 10 seconds between them. Ooh, Struth. This is going to really put the pressure on Zashenko. Simoncic has got nothing to lose, as we've said. This is going to pile the pressure onto Unison. They could still take the win. It is absolutely possible it will be their first win of the season. They've been third 3 times. And of course, Burst have won 3 times. So, of course, the Unison squad would absolutely love to take the W away with them this time around. If you can see by the body language of the guy that Simoncic is giving this everything. I imagine Zashenko is giving it everything as well, because the recent lap times have been very, very strong as he bounces around the Gadget Husic car and catching to the back of, I'm assuming that is the Deuce's car, because that's primarily red. Yep, that is indeed. Is that still Barbosa in control of that one? Yep, Joao Barbosa's got that one, and that's an awkward position for Schenko. 21.2 against a 20.3, and that catching that car right in the middle of the center S's would definitely have held Schenko up, as Darius Andres got another yellow flag. So this is what Darius Andres been up to. So coming to Mugello. Bunchao. Oh my goodness me, how did that suddenly snap like that? A lock up of the brakes, I'm guessing, and reversing onto track. Oh, that's not ideal. That could earn the eye of the stewards. I wouldn't recommend it, is what I would say. We're back with Denis Sachenko then. Again, just keeping up with messages there. So the gap now under 8 seconds between our two DPI cars. Let's see if I was right. Schenko lost a lot of time behind the back marker in the middle of the center S's. May not have lost as much as I thought he had. 21.6, so he did lose a bit of time there. What about Simoncic? 21.1, so it was only half a second difference. I think Schenko lucked out a little bit, because I would imagine Simoncic got held up in a similar way last time around. 50 minutes on the clock. That is all that is left. Just one more commercial break in between us and the checkered flag. That is it. That is all there is left of this race, and less than 8 seconds between our DPI pair for the class win. Who is going to come out on top this time? You can't say either of them have left anything on the table. They have pushed to the absolute limit and occasionally beyond it. Or who is going to come out on top? Less than 7 seconds now between the two, and Schenko is catching the back of somebody. Didn't quite see who that was coming through shots. Simoncic will start to see the light ahead of him. You'll get there soon. That's the burst car. That looks like it's Tom Aldermanger. No, it's not him. Must be the Semnon Axel car then. Yes, it is. That's Josh Perbian. That's Dennis is just catching up to. 21.4 for the Unison car. A 20.4 for the burst car. As the Unison car, I think, just got past the 404. Yes, he did. That's Lee Russell. He's just danced around. Simoncic will start to get the impression on where Dennis is, without having to rely on. And there you can see in Dennis's shot, you saw both cars just about in the same camera angle there. Oh, this is getting close. Oh, you just saw Dennis go through the shot there, actually. There's a little flip through coming down. Oh, Simoncic now on the back of Lee Russell, and that should be a straightforward maneuver there. And the next set of lights is going to be Schenko's car, and there it is. My goodness me. We referenced the "is that Glock" moment earlier on. That's what this is feeling like. And that's more time gained for Simoncic. 21.7 for Schenko. 20.6 for Simoncic. At that rate, he will most certainly be on Schenko's case before the checkered flag falls. As now we have got the... Oh, that's close. That was looking pretty close there. That was Eros Masiuli in the Mistero Pescara car. We're staying right on board with Simoncic, because we'll see just small flicks of Denisichenko. There he is. Catching another back marker. Less than, or it's threatening to be less than 5 seconds between the two DPI cars. Whoa, Simoncic